Third, as a strategic resource, groundwater should be a core component of national development plans and regional initiatives, including those that enhance transboundary cooperation and reduce risk posed by climate change and human-made disasters. Fourth, improved data and information are needed to inform action and cooperation at the aquifer level. This is why ASQA is launching the Arab Groundwater Knowledge Platform to improve the availability and accessibility information on renewable and non-renewable groundwater resources in the region. And last, finance, as usual, is needed to implement groundwater projects that are based on a shared knowledge base, stakeholder engagement, and strategic plans that consider the needs of present and future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, this Groundwater Summit highlights the critical importance of protecting groundwater as a strategic resource at the country level, regional and global levels. This urgency must be carried forward to the United Nations 2023 Water Conference, the regional preparatory meetings for the high-level political forum on sustainable development, and in our collective efforts towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Together, the United Nations Regional Commissions are dedicated to making groundwater more visible. We look forward to continuing to work with the UN Water family, our member states, and with you to ensure that groundwater is central to ensuring sustainability, peace, prosperity, and security for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dashti, for providing a stage setting from the regional commissions on this important project. As we move forward, before we get into our distinguished panel, I'd like to invite my colleague Ziad Hayat, who coordinates the IWRM for Improved Water Security project at ESQA, to share with us an overview prepared by the 5 regional commissions. I'm going to encourage him to be as quick as possible, though, because we started late, so that you have some highlights from each of the 5 regions before we start our high-level panel. Thank you. Ziad.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Caro. And I'll promise I'll be as quick as possible going through this overview. And I'm only able to scratch the surface of the wealth of information provided and the work done by the 5 regional commissions. So I encourage you to visit the background brief that has been prepared by the 5 regional commissions for this session, and also revisit the chapter on the regional chapter in the World Water Development Report of this year on groundwater. So this has been a collaborative effort by the 5 regions presenting groundwater challenges, opportunities, and priorities for the region. And I thank all of the colleagues. I will take you on a world tour, but a world tour of groundwater through the different regions of the 5 commissions. We will start with Africa, and Africa is probably one of the regions that water is still underused, and it has a very high potential for economic development in the region. With that development, there are several challenges that come, and we will see this challenge which is common in all of the regions, which is governance. There's a great challenge in overcoming the institutional and the governance of groundwater that comes with this development. Another challenge, I'm sorry, my eyesight is not that good, is with monitoring and data availability, and that's also a common challenge that's seen in all of the regional commissions, the lack of data, available data, and monitoring tied with these groundwater and making it more visible. Another challenge in Africa is the capacity and the human resources, the needed human expertise, the human resources to manage this resource is greatly, there's a great lack and need for experts in that sense. And also the challenge of maintaining the groundwater quality is a big challenge. There are several opportunities that are seen to push forward the groundwater development in Africa. and these are conjunctive use of groundwater and surface water to help sustain these resources. Transboundary aquifers, where we are seen as an opportunity to promote joint work and understanding and technical advancements that would help in the sustainable management of groundwater, but that also has to be accompanied, as we said, with an increased resources of experts that are able to carry that work. In terms of priorities for the Africa region, the priority is investment, finances, to promote more efficient groundwater construction standards, and also in the institutions needed to manage this groundwater resource. A priority is also seen, and this is common in all of the regions, in improving management and governance of the groundwater, and also availing more data and information on groundwater. You will see these priorities repeated in the regions that are common: governance, data and information, and finance. This is a common priority for them. Our next stop in our tour is in the region covered by ECE. There we will look at the European Union, USA, and Canada with increased importance of groundwater and dependency of residents on groundwater. In terms of challenges, climate change and water scarcity, the challenges are increasing with climate change and the increased impacts of climate change. So that's seen as an important challenge there. Protecting groundwater-dependent ecosystems, and we also see the challenge of quality, data sharing, monitoring, and the complexity of the groundwater makes that difficult. And also the number of agreements on transboundary aquifers is one of the challenges, and dedicated agreements that are specific to groundwater and are not only surface and groundwater. That's one of the challenges. In terms of opportunities, when we look at the EU, the opportunities are there for improving quantitative and chemical status of groundwater, harmonizing approaches across EU, improving policy coherence in Eastern Pan-European. There's an opportunity of implementing technical solutions to groundwater and strengthening environmental protection. And in North America, there are several market instruments, market-based mechanisms that are seen as opportunities for improving the sustainable management of groundwater. Again, in terms of priority, we see availing more groundwater data and knowledge, monitoring networks, and monitoring specific to certain emerging pollutants. We also see integrated policies and capacity building where there's a need for more experts dealing with groundwater. Our third stop is in Latin America and the Caribbean. 1 minute. Wow, I have to be really fast. I only have 1 minute. Okay, so there again we see the challenges tied to groundwater quality and groundwater management, and there. Opportunities also exist for improving the monitoring networks, sustainable management, technical knowledge, legal, economic, and in terms of priorities, again, we see management and governance frameworks need, harmonizing decision-making, and accessibility and affordability to groundwater. In terms of the Asia-Pacific region, again, with a great dependency on groundwater, it's one of the biggest users of groundwater. We also see the challenges of severe depletion, legal institutional instruments, lack of monitoring climate change, and in terms of priorities, again, governance, transboundary management, adaptation to climate change, institutional capacities, and protection of water-related ecosystems. Our last stop is in my region, in the Arab region, a water-scarce region, highly dependent in terms of food security and usage of groundwater. And there we see the challenge is the increased use of the groundwater, the over-extraction of groundwater leading to a drop in water levels, and this is a huge challenge, especially with a large number of non-renewable fossil aquifers in the region. Also a challenge of controlling the quality of the groundwater, the climate change impacts, which is we are seeing it increasing the impact on groundwater. There are opportunities in innovative management tools in the region, such as the aquifer contracts in Morocco, the local communal management of the AFLASH systems. I'm done. Innovative technologies are seen as a great opportunity, and transboundary groundwater cooperations, where we have in several of our major aquifers some cooperation modalities. Priorities, again, improving knowledge, improving groundwater governance, transboundary aquifer cooperation in the region with the importance of these aquifers, Managed aquifer recharge seen as a tool to deal with the climate change and water scarcity, and that's greatly practiced in the Gulf region, and more understanding of the impacts of climate change. I thank you for coming along on this tour, and turn it back to Carol. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ziad. So now we're going to turn to our very distinguished panel, which I'll introduce now in order, and then we will invite you each to provide a 5-minute intervention. But in view of time, Ambassador Blanca Jimenez Ciciero, she is a bilateral ambassador of Mexico to France, and representing, of course, our Latin America and Caribbean region. His Excellency Minister Nizar Baraka, Minister of Equipment and Water from the Kingdom of Morocco, will be representing the Arab region. His Honorable Karl Shejlwin from the Minister of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform from Namibia will be representing the Africa region, and currently serves indeed of the 13th President of AMCO. Dr. Eles Bizrak, who serves in the Ministry of Water and Spatial Planning in the Republic of Slovenia, and also is the lead international water cooperation expert and vice chair of the UN ECE Water Convention, which is a global convention, but also representing, in this case, Europe and North America, and Professor Abhijit Mukherjee, a distinguished professor from the Indian Institute of Technology in Kharagpur for the Asia and Pacific region. So as we are seated, if I might ask Ambassador Jimenez, if you might share with us a bit your views on how these challenges and opportunities expressed for Latin America and Caribbean reflect, of course, for Mexico and the region as we look forward to addressing the protection of groundwater. Please.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation to my IHP colleagues, and notably to Alice Orelli for having me here. I'm very happy to see you all again. I will try to be very fast. So I would like to make 4 points. First of all, allow me to inform you that Mexico is very well placed to represent Latin America region. We have an arid and semi-arid region, but at the same time, we have a very wet area and we have international aquifers. So following this, I will go very fast to provide the main ideas. Concerning transboundary water, we have on one side the United States, and on the other side, Salvador and Guatemala, where is plenty of water. And I really think that we need to start looking at the way in which the principles to share transboundary water have been set in general, because normally we have this idea of the first served, first in time, and it has all the rights. Because the way in which IHP even made its assessment is cut in the areas, is cut in different areas, and we're connected. You cannot see North America and then start talking about Latin America, because the groundwaters are the same. So we need to find how in one area which have been already been using groundwater is safe to allow other areas to be developed. I will leave that idea there. Concerning the arid and semi-arid regions, there, as it has been said, it has been mentioned, we need to improve governance, but we need to start at looking at it differently. Water problems is a complex problem, and I noticed that in all the slides, we're still looking at it as if it was a photograph, and it is not. There are many areas, still not only sectors, but the problems are constantly changing, and we cannot give one solution. And for in the areas where it's plenty of water, I think that it's necessary to do monitoring, but we do not need to have data to start acting. Where pollution is evident, where problems of desalination are evident, we need to start acting. And I think my 5 minutes are gone, no?
Thank you so much, Ambassador, and for sticking to the time. It shows that your experience working with UNESCO before and actually being Vice Chair of UN Water has shown the importance of efficiency, but getting straight to the point. Thank you for sharing that. Minister Baraka, as a ministry that covers so many sectors, and also given your experience in economics and finance before, how do you think Morocco is addressing the challenges and opportunities facing the use of groundwater, both in terms of the Maghreb and the Arab region at large? Please.
Alors, je voulais vous remercier déjà pour cette opportunité et vous dire qu'évidemment, comme ça a été rappelé tout à l'heure, la problématique, je dirais, est une problématique générale et qui touche tous les continents. Et les pays arabes sont parmi les pays les plus touchés, en fait, par cette problématique. Aujourd'hui, nous avons 19 pays arabes qui sont dans une situation de pénurie hydrique, c'est-à-dire moins de 500 mètres cubes par habitant, et le reste sont en stress hydrique. Et cette situation est aggravée par d'abord une forte croissance démographique. Elle est aggravée également par une pollution importante. Et elle est aggravée par le fait aussi que nous avons aujourd'hui les changements climatiques qui impactent lourdement en fait le monde arabe. Par ailleurs, en fait, l'essentiel de ces eaux sont des aquifères qui sont partagés entre plusieurs pays au niveau transfrontalier, qui peut être évidemment source de conflits. Et tous ces éléments font que la situation donc nécessite et a démarré depuis un certain nombre d'années beaucoup d'actions dans la matière. Dans ce cadre-là, je parlerai du Maroc. Alors au niveau marocain, donc nous sommes en situation de stress hydrique, nous sommes à 600 mètres cubes par habitant, mais nous allons vers 500 mètres cubes par habitant à l'horizon 2030. Alors qu'est-ce qui est fait pour faire face à ces situations? On agit à 3 niveaux. Le premier niveau, c'est baisser la pression sur les eaux souterraines à travers la mobilisation des eaux conventionnelles et non conventionnelles. 149 barrages aujourd'hui avec une capacité de 19 milliards de mètres cubes et nous allons passer à l'horizon 2030 à 24 milliards de mètres cubes comme capacité de stockage en matière eau à travers les autres barrages, sans parler de 300 petits barrages au niveau du monde rural pour aider aussi dans ce sens. Deuxième élément très important, c'est que nous allons passer, nous avons démarré un grand chantier de dessalement de l'eau et qui va dépasser le 1 milliard de mètres cubes dessalés pour pouvoir répondre aux besoins des zones côtières. La réutilisation des eaux usées est aussi un élément très important. Déjà, la ville de Rabat est complètement en fait alimentée en termes je dirais, pour tout ce qui est golf et tout ce qui est espace vert et voirie par la réutilisation des eaux usées. C'est le cas également à Marrakech pour les golfs et dans d'autres villes du Maroc. Et nous allons passer à l'équivalent de 140 millions de mètres cubes à l'horizon 2025 de réutilisation des eaux usées pour arriver à 340 à l'horizon 2030. Par ailleurs, donc le premier point c'est l'offre. Le deuxième point sur lequel nous agissons pour préserver, je dirais, donc les eaux souterraines, c'est la demande. Et dans ce cadre-là, nous avons mis l'accent sur le passage au niveau de l'agriculture au goutte à goutte, donc à l'irrigation localisée. Nous sommes déjà à 700 000 hectares qui ont été convertis au goutte à goutte et nous arrivons à 1 million d'hectares à l'horizon 2026. Troisième élément aussi sur lequel nous agissons, c'est la réalimentation des nappes souterraines à travers ce qu'on appelle en fait la recharge des nappes de manière artificielle à travers les petits barrages. Et enfin, le dernier point, c'est la préservation de ces ressources à travers les agences de bassin qui mettent en place des contrats de nappes avec les utilisateurs pour pouvoir avoir une gouvernance et assurer la durabilité de ces ressources en eau. Merci.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for sharing those insights and looking at also alternatives, how to build and complement the water scarcity challenges through groundwater and other sources. And as we move from the Maghreb, we have all of Africa then to consider with the President of the Arab Ministerial Council of Water, your Honorable Honorable Shezlin, Minister of Water, Agriculture, Water and Land Reform of Namibia. The challenges facing Namibia are great, and the challenges facing the 55 members of AMCO are even greater. As we look to exploit groundwater to complement the water scarcity and water resources, as well as looking at the development issues that challenge the continent. Could you please share with us your insights on what is being addressed and what is being prioritized on groundwater for Africa and Namibia?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. Now, we were covered by the first speaker and the second speaker, so I'm not knowing whether I'm still relevant here, but let me let me try to take a little bit of a different angle. The first, yes, it can be confirmed that groundwater is invisible or underutilized and must be developed to service our ambition of development and improving lifestyles. That is granted. It is also granted that Africa needs much more from everything that is available currently. So we are the overlooked continent when it comes to many development aspects. Now let me zoom in on groundwater or water supply, therefore. Africa's potential is huge. We use 16% of our total demand out of groundwater resources. The rest is surface water by and large. But we believe that the problem is bigger than use either groundwater or surface water. The problem lies in a well-managed integrated water system. And let me use Namibia as an example here. We have in the main city in Windhoek, we use surface water, groundwater, and we reclaim water, and we actively recharge groundwater. The distance from which we get the water is about 500 kilometers away. That's the furthest away groundwater source we tap. We have got an integrated surface water system, 3 dams that supply the water, and we have a reclamation work within Windhoek that services 20% of the demand. In the far-flung areas, we also use desalination to utilize brackish groundwater. So it's not only desalination out of the ocean, it is desalination of brackish water that opens much of the resource. So for that, of course, we need capacity to develop it in Africa as a whole. We need financing, and for that matter, affordable financing. My last aspect is transboundary issues. We have 72 transboundary aquifers in Africa, 2 of them in Namibia. 1 of them we have a transboundary agreement. Surface water is pretty much the same. There are much more, but we have 5 rivers. None of them are Namibian, all of them are transboundary. And with all of them in Namibia, we are the tail enders, so we are the recipient of what goes wrong or what is done well upstream. Now, for transboundary issues to become relevant, we believe they must be binding agreements. We cannot move on a system where might is right, and those that have the economic, political strength can determine, and we are sitting and remaining as small economies with what is left over. So transboundary agreements will only be effective if they are really binding agreements, which cannot be broken. Because we must remember, in small economies there are also living human beings. They are the same species than in rich countries. They have the same right to water. And therefore it is absolute necessary that we look into the development needs of these poorer countries, our small economies. We need to the rights of our smaller countries' people in terms of water rights, and therefore a two-pronged approach, probably, massive input in capacity building that includes financing, but then developing transboundary agreements that are binding so that we have necessary security. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Really hitting the importance of integration across the resource system, the water resource system there. And you are giving a perfect example of transboundary, which I'm sure our next speaker will also be alluding to, but highlighting, of course, in Africa, the major challenges being faced and the opportunities really when groundwater is not being used to perhaps its fullest extent to maximize development there. But when you mention transboundary, I think when we have the vice chair, Dr. Bizak, who serves as vice chair of the Water Convention at the global scale, but is here also as the lead international cooperation expert at the ministry responsible for environment planning in Slovenia, I think you can probably take it in from the global to the national to the regional, and if you could share with us your views for Europe and North America, perhaps within the context of transboundary as well, how groundwater fits into this debate on how to support development.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Well, as Mr. Kayat did almost all of my job in his presentation, thank you very much. I will point to my country for the beginning, and I would like to tell you where we feel our responsibility to sit here and why we feel responsible to make dialogues. For sure, one of the truth lies in the fact that we are recognized as a water-abundant country. So in example, we have four times more water available per capita than the EU average is. And about 97% of drinking water is coming from groundwater. And it's a high quality source in good chemical status, almost everywhere in the country. Well, at the national level, we use only 3.5 of the dynamic groundwater reserves. And half of the country is covered by karst aquifers, which are extremely vulnerable, and half of the drinking water we get from these karstic aquifers. So we support groundwater management and governance by extensive and detailed legal framework, and we actively protect groundwater by established and regularly updated drinking water safe ground zones across all of the country. Besides this management on national level, we have a long tradition in transboundary water cooperation on all levels, on bilateral level with adjacent neighboring countries, on sub-regional scale in the Sava River Basin, on regional scale in the Danube Basin, and we are active at the Water Convention. Now all these facts make us responsible to talk about water, and not only to talk, but to discuss and to try to make agreements, bilateral and multilateral agreements among countries, because they are persistent. Of course, politicians are not, but agreements should be persistent. And by this, I would say, thinking, we are also entering our let's say, inputs to the Water Convention. So I would like to spare some of this rare time to explain to participants or to present, in case they do not know yet, the importance of the Water Convention in the efforts we shall all make in terms of contemporary transboundary water management. And I am sure you know that the Water Convention is a very rich convention in terms of processes, in terms of a very rich program of work, activities and publications. I would invite you all to look at them. Here I would raise at this opportunity that the UNEC Water Convention in terms of transboundary groundwaters is extremely active in terms, for example, with almost with 10 years old publication on non-binding UNESE model provision on transboundary groundwaters. So we have a product already 10 years on table. We shall use it more as we already do. I shall raise importance also to the SDG indicator 652 and the Water Convention reporting processes. in 2017 and 2020, and the next one, next year, which we shall all read because they remind us that we are not active enough on making agreements on transboundary aquifers. They are in fact a challenge in the UNEC region, I believe, not only in the UNEC region. And to conclude, I would invite you all to join the global workshop on conjuncture management of transboundary surface waters and groundwater next year in October 2023. Water Convention is providing extremely well-prepared and well-equipped workshops. One of them we will have next week. It is on source to sea management. And this one next year will be more in terms of groundwater also, so you are all invited. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for this intervention, and also showcasing how a regional process that starts in the UN-ECE region and with the knowledge and capacity built from Europe has expanded into globally, also showcasing the integrated nature and the conjunctive use of resources. So experiences from the region that help globally and then bringing it down to the basin and aquifer system levels. That is really what is showcased in your efforts. Thank you. To wrap up this distinguished panel, we have a hydrogeologist, which I think is really, you feel very at home, Professor Mukherjee here. You have a distinguished career writing actually about contamination, groundwater pollution, and this is a challenge we've heard in India and quite honestly, quite across the Asia-Pacific region. If you could share with us some of your experience, I hope you'll also bring up the water quality, groundwater quality aspect in your intervention. Please, if you could share.
A very good morning, and thanks to Nino and Alice for inviting me here. So I come from India, and I'll be talking mostly about the groundwater scenario in the region, which is, as you know, is the largest consumer of groundwater in the world as of today, and possibly in the human history. So at present, in the South Asian region, we are withdrawing about more than 600 billion cubic meters of groundwater every year, which is, as you know, it's a huge volume, and much of this are from transboundary aquifers, as well from groundwater which are very ancient, very old groundwater. So that groundwater is gone, you cannot recharge it back. Now, to give you a perspective of the usage of this groundwater, so South Asian region hosts no more than 5% of the global land cover, but we host more than 1/3 of the irrigated land and more than 1/4 of the global population. So you can imagine, the stress in groundwater that you can have, because 85% of the irrigation that we have for food production is from groundwater, and 90% of the drinking water is from groundwater. So it's just not the water, but it's also the food for this more than, almost 2.5 billion population that lives in the South Asian region. Now, the problem is more pronounced because much of this groundwater is very heterogeneous, because the groundwater, 70% of the groundwater is kind of hosted in only 25% of the land cover of South Asia. These are the regions, what we called the Himalayan rivers, the Indus, the Ganges, the Brahmaputra, Meghna, Irrawaddy. So these river systems and their alluvial fans would be hosting almost 70% of the groundwater. The rest, 30% of the groundwater is in the 70% of the land. So it's a very, very unfair distribution, if you may say. Now, you talked about the pollution, and that's another angle, because much of this groundwater, mostly this Himalayan river system, they are polluted by natural contaminants. And these contaminants includes arsenic, it includes fluoride, and as of today, the present estimate is more than 400 million people are exposed to that pollution, with more than 100 million being actively, being exposed to. So it's not just a quantity issue, but it's also a quality issue. So it becomes a challenge how you use it, because this pollution, it does not just transmit through the water, but also through the crops that would be irrigated with that water. So the human exposure to this arsenic and fluoride and uranium is not something that we understand as of today. Now, what the governments are doing, they are trying their best to kind of manage the groundwater for this huge population, There are plans for integrated water management, surface and groundwater, but as of today, things are not working that well because I think there is a lack of integration between science and policy and governance, so that needs to be bolstered. Now, one thing I forgot to mention, that it is not just the groundwater. This huge abstraction of groundwater are also drying the rivers, the mega rivers, like the Indus, the Ganges, and the Brahmaputra. And as you know, this is where almost one-fourth of the human population lives. So they are just drying out. And that's a challenge in the future too.
Thank you so much for sharing those insights. 400 million people, 500 million people being affected by this group of water systems and how groundwater really has an aspect for linking also to food security. So I think our two hydrogeologists at the end of this panel are happy with this high-level panel, but we're not done yet. We have insights being shared with us. I believe we have a recording by Her Excellency Steffi Lemke, who, yes, if we can start putting that up, and I'm putting on notice our rapporteurs at the end, who will give us one sentence after Her Excellency, the Federal Minister, intervention to give us a one-sentence wrap-up after this. So I will introduce our rapporteurs afterwards. But Minister Lemke is the Federal Minister for the Ministry of Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety, and Consumer Protection of Germany, and has been supporting actually a series of dialogues through a bond process that have contributed to the Water Action Decade and in preparation for the midterm comprehensive review that will be happening next year. And we were very pleased that actually the bond process had a regional component where they had dialogues happening as part of their process in the 5 parts of the world. And I'm hoping the recording will come up so that we can hear that before we wrap up.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted that this event is drawing attention to the critical issue of groundwater in the run-up to the UN 2023 Water Conference. My warm thanks to the organizers of the UN Water Summit on groundwater. In many regions, groundwater is the main source of drinking water. It is essential for water security. That is particularly important in times of climate crisis and the global food crisis. Groundwater warrants special protection from pollution and overuse. We can only give everyone access to safe drinking water if there is an adequate supply of clean groundwater. Only this will enable us to preserve valuable ecosystems and ensure the sustainable development of our economies and societies. This requires the use and integrated management of all water resources. Groundwater played a central role in the preparations by the UN Regional Economic Commissions for the UN 2023 Water Conference. This process was financially supported by Germany. The regional perspectives presented there, for example, on the status of groundwater resources and on regional challenges and opportunities, will help inform the Water Action Agenda and the Water Conference. The UN 2023 Water Conference in March offers unprecedented potential for progress on SDG 6 and all water-related goals of the 2030 Agenda. Groundwater was also a topic of the Bonn Water Dialogues for Results, the high-level meeting organized by my ministry on behalf of the German government. In a participatory process, this event led to the Bonn key messages and recommendations, which are now supported by 64 UN member states. They also cover the protection and sustainable use of groundwater. This protection must be guaranteed in all sectors, including agriculture. To ensure that this can succeed, groundwater management needs to apply 5 acceleration instruments: governance, data and information, innovation, capacity development, finance. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted that decision makers and stakeholders from around the world have actively contributed to this preparatory process. We must take our resolve even further at next year's conference and in our voluntary commitments, so that we can fully tap the potential of the Year of Water 2023. I invite you to use the Bonn key messages and recommendations as an inspiration and a practical guide for initiatives and commitments under the UN 2023 Water Conference. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you to the government of Germany, to Minister Lemke for supporting the preparations for the water conference in March and for the regional dialogues that helped to inform also our session here today. But we're not done yet. We have some closing key messages. I'd like to ensure that our faithful team here, comprised of, well, our team, Tracy Zarur from ESQA, who's a hydrogeologist actually in our group in ESQA, and of course, Dr. Hakim Heraz, who is a member of the Académie Française of Water, who also used to serve in the region at the OSS. Would one of you or both of you like to share a key message or a key statement that comes out of the dialogue today as you'll be sharing it and conveying it in the final report?
Bonjour à tous, merci infiniment. Nous avons essayé de synthétiser assez rapidement tout ce qui a été dit et qui est très riche. Donc nous avons eu ce matin un bref exposé par plusieurs éminentes personnalités sur les défis et les opportunités de la gestion de l'eau souterraine dans les 5 régions de notre beau globe. De façon unanime, il est aujourd'hui admis que la gestion de cette ressource, encore méconnue pour plusieurs raisons, doit être améliorée. Il faut pour cela que cette préoccupation gravise les échelons des agendas politiques et financiers. Les problèmes sont de différentes natures, on l'a bien vu, selon les cas, rareté de la ressource, surexploitation, sous-exploitation, dégradation de la qualité, insuffisance de financement ou manque de qualification des ressources humaines à combiner malheureusement de différentes manières. Et les solutions à apporter ne sont évidemment pas les mêmes non plus. Selon les cas, trouver des financements, augmenter la mobilisation des ressources en eau, réguler la demande, renforcer la coopération transfrontalière, améliorer la gouvernance, maîtriser la pollution, former les personnels adéquats ou changer les mentalités et les habitudes. Le dénominateur commun à tout cela est le temps. Quelqu'un a parlé tout à l'heure d'urgence. Nous sommes en retard pour l'atteinte des objectifs de développement durable et ce retard a des conséquences sociales, économiques, politiques, environnementales. Les 5 accélérateurs évoqués lors de la réunion de Bonn et qui constituent aujourd'hui l'ossature de notre rencontre, c'est-à-dire le financement, l'innovation, les données et les informations, le renforcement des capacités et la gouvernance, ne sont pas un luxe. Leur mise en œuvre rapide et concertée dans un contexte mouvant et aggravant de changement climatique conditionne bel et bien l'avenir de notre planète et le bien-être de milliards de personnes. Alors dépêchons-nous.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you for providing that wrap-up of this very distinguished panel. Thank you to all of you. Merci, shukran for all of you for coming bright and early as we start up the second day of the Groundwater Summit. I believe we're starting the next session in just a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. I know everybody would like to talk with each other, but we will have the coffee break after this session, so there will be possibility for everybody to team and to follow up programs and projects. Yes, exactly. We have the coffee break after this section, so please have a seat that will start the next session. Well, already in this session, sorry, thank you. Can we have some people sitting? Don't, okay, sorry. Okay, so we have heard already in the first session of this morning how the importance of water cooperation and transboundary aquifer is crucial for water security. This session is dealing directly with the topic on transboundary aquifers. And I have the pleasure to invite to the panel here our panelists. If they are here, the Ambassador Ala Youssef, the Permanent Delegate of Egypt to UNESCO, Madame Sonia Koppel, Secretary of the Water Convention of UNECE, His Excellencies, the Minister of Water and Sanitation of Senegal, Mr. Serigny Mbaye Thiam, if he's in the room, and Minister of Lands and Water Affairs of Botswana, His Excellencies, Mr. Kefense Mavtslila, if they can take the seat in the panel before we start. Thank you. So we are waiting for the Honorable Minister of Senegal, Mr. Thiam. He's on his way, thank you. Okay, we have still a few minutes to start, because the colleagues of the previous session have taken the courtesy to end their session on time. Well, transboundary waters. I would say that history has often shown that the vital nature of fresh water is a powerful incentive for cooperation and dialogues, convincing even stakeholders to reconcile even the most divergent views. What we have evaluated in UNESCO in our 20 years of study on water cooperation and transboundary aquifer is that water more often unites than divides. And people and society have to learn how to share the benefit of water cooperation. I thank you all, and I now have the pleasure to introduce our high-level moderator, Mr. Nabil Benkatra, the Executive Secretary of Sahara and Sahel Observatory, the OSS, who will moderate the first part of this session. Nabil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Alice. Excellences, honorables invités, mesdames et messieurs, bonjour et bienvenue à cette session sur les aquifères partagés. Une ressource stratégique pour beaucoup de régions, une ressource stratégique pour le développement, pour la sécurité alimentaire et souvent pour la survie de beaucoup de populations dans différentes régions. Pour la mobilisation de cette ressource, nous avons, et à plusieurs niveaux, besoin de beaucoup d'énergie. Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier nos chers panélistes et nos rapporteurs, Madame Sharon Megdal et Monsieur Joseph Fiquet. Et pour commencer, to start with the topic, I have the pleasure and I wish to invite Mrs. Olga Algerova, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, to start with the opening address.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it was striking for me to learn how little we know on transboundary groundwater and how much we still must to do develop cooperation on this vital resource. In the second reporting exercise on the SDG indicator 652 in 2020, the lack of groundwater knowledge has been a key limitation in calculating the indicator's overall value. 35 countries could not produce an indicator value for their shared aquifers. Only 23 countries reported having all their groundwaters covered by operational arrangements. But now on the positive note, the reporting process has triggered innovative studies and cooperation on transboundary aquifers. Transboundary aquifer cooperation has the potential to generate significant benefits, especially ahead of the growing impacts of climate change. Such cooperation prevents overexploitation and pollution of groundwater through its sustainable management. Hence, it contributes to the well-being of populations, a healthy environment, and economic development. The Water Convention serviced by the UNEC provides a powerful legal framework and an intergovernmental platform to advance cooperation over transboundary surface water and groundwater. It offers concrete tools to accelerate cooperation on groundwater. In 2012, the meeting of the parties of the Water Convention adopted the model provisions on transboundary groundwaters. And those provisions, developed with the active participation of UNESCO and many others, built on the draft articles on the law of transboundary aquifers and assist governments in developing cooperative agreements on shared groundwater. The Water Convention also assists countries in strengthening their cooperation on groundwater, for example, on Senegal-Mauritanian aquifer on the Northwest Sahara aquifer system. I therefore call upon governments to use the available tools and to strengthen the legal frameworks for cooperation on transboundary surface waters and groundwaters by joining the Water Convention. Transboundary cooperation will feature prominently at the 2023 UN Water Conference to be held next year. Only the second United Nations Conference on Water in nearly 50 years, the conference should result in concrete actions. I hope many of your countries will mobilize concrete commitments on transboundary cooperation, including on aquifers. Announcing your government's intention to accede to the Water Convention can be a great commitment to make. Accelerating transboundary water cooperation requires a broad partnership of actors joining efforts to bring transboundary cooperation at the forefront of global agenda. And we have a lot to do, from strengthening the legal and institutional frameworks, including the Water Convention, to enhancing capacity, making data available, increasing financing, sharing knowledge and innovation. And that is why UNEC is very proud to be a member of the Transboundary Water Cooperation Coalition to be launched here today. Together, we can better communicate the benefits of cooperation. We can make the existing tools better known. We can enhance their effectiveness and impact. And we need champions to show by example and inspire more commitments to ensure cooperation in all transboundary rivers, lakes, and aquifer basins. UNECE looks forward to working with the other coalition members and all other actors engaged in transboundary water cooperation to make a breakthrough at the 2023 UN Water Conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Algairova, for this opening address, and indeed we have a lot to do. Now I would like to invite Mr. Nenu Kukuric from the International Groundwater Resource Assessment Center to give us an overview on the aquifer, shared aquifers. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I need a remote. Do you have it? Okay, to show you in 7 minutes what we were doing in 20 years, but I will concentrate on the most important issues. So, most of the countries share aquifers. If we exclude island states, most of the countries do share aquifers. And changes of groundwater quality and quantity can lead to international issues, but also, we see it in practice, can serve as a platform for international cooperation. And this cooperation is very much needed, as we just heard, to prevent, mitigate, or eliminate problems and to increase the overall benefit from groundwater. In the last 20 years, a number of programs set up to deal with transboundary aquifers, and here are the logos of some programs and organizations, but also including, of course, ECE, which is led by UNESCO and includes a lot of other organizations. So next to cooperation, international cooperation, harmonization is the main challenge because among countries there are differences in languages, classifications, reference systems, and etc. Well, cooperation, international cooperation on transboundary aquifers started actually in the 80s, 90s in Northern Africa. And but first inventory of transboundary aquifers was done in Europe, led by UNECE. And very simple, just do you share aquifer or not? And just a circle. And then activities continued. Southeast Asia, in 2006, first report has been produced. You see again ovals and circles, but very important step. And then 2 assessments in international water, assessment of international waters, lakes, and aquifers in Europe and Central Asia, led by, again, UNECE. And you see some results from Central Asia. Then very important work in Western Asia by UNESCO and BGR. And excellent work of our American colleagues for very important documents, maps, so Americas. Finally, in 2015, we joined all these efforts, and the map of transboundary aquifers of the world has been produced for the World Water Forum in Korea we were all proud to have at least, well, I mean, it's just delineation and some description. Don't think that it's detailed analysis, but first we had an overview of transboundary aquifers in the world. Not only that, we went further with, thanks to Jeff. There was at that time a transboundary water assessment program, not only aquifers but all waters, and more than 330 experts from 130 countries were involved in delineating aquifers. The methodology for multidisciplinary assessment has been developed, and first publicly available transboundary information management system was made available, and we were very proud. It was a result of a lot of work, but a lot of good cooperation. And so next to that, so we have methodology, we have baseline, we have information system, we have legal framework, which is known to you. And there is also an in-depth assessment for a number of aquifers, like in an OSS region, but also in Africa and Guarani in South America, etc. So with really thorough analysis. And there is an update of the map, which was presented at the ISAM conference just last year. This is just to show you from global perspective that among aquifers, which are large aquifers, which are under threat globally, most of them are transboundary. Do we need transboundary cooperation? Well, if you have a large spring and then you have a border here and aquifer there, you certainly need it. But we need to deal with challenges, and challenges are next to harmonization and lack of monetary data, this, what I just mentioned. Okay, pick up which are the hotspots and which are priority areas in these large aquifers, and concentrate your cooperation there. Cooperation is still the main challenge, of course. To wrap up, concluding remarks, keep fostering international cooperation. Climate change and water, they don't stop at any borders, and certainly not administrative borders. Place transboundary aquifers in the context of the broader societal and environmental issues. Use multidisciplinary approach. Groundwater monitoring is very important, and use international protocols, which we have, but also local agreements as a building block. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Kukuric. A lot of achievements are available, and I think that we need and we should valorize them. And now I would like to invite Mrs. Sonia Koppel, to give us an overview on the achievements made on cooperation. Please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, bonjour. A lot has been said about the importance of transboundary aquifers. Cooperation on transboundary aquifer is crucial for peace, sustainable development, climate action, and human well-being. And that's why it was included among the Sustainable Development Goals, Target 6.5. And the indicator 6.5.2 measures the progress on transboundary water cooperation worldwide, namely measures the proportion of transboundary basin area with an operational arrangement for water cooperation, including both surface and groundwaters. And here, the good news is that we have very high levels of engagements. Out of 153 countries sharing transboundary waters, 129 have submitted reports in the second reporting exercise in 2020 to UNESCO and UNECE as custodian agencies. However, the results show that the world is not on track. Only 24 countries out of those 153 so far report that all their transboundary surface and groundwaters are covered by operational arrangements for water cooperation. The Transboundary Aquifer component average is 42% in 2020 compared to 48% in 2017. So the results show clearly that we must accelerate progress in order to meet the SDG target by 2030. Looking at the world, we can see that cooperation is most advanced in Africa and in Europe and North America. And as it was said already a lot over the last 2 days, the reporting has really shown that there is a huge lack of information and knowledge on groundwater, including transboundary groundwaters, and the lack of cooperation so far. However, on the positive side, the reporting exercise has actually been an unprecedented opportunity for countries to consider and take concrete actions on transboundary aquifers. It has led to new research, has led to new contacts, for example, between Ministers of Environment or Water and hydrogeologists to identify gaps, to allow prioritization, and has also allowed identification of broader arrangements which cover groundwater and surface water and which comply with the operationality criteria of the SDG indicator. And the reporting has even triggered concrete follow-up actions in a number of basins, including aquifers around the world, where new agreements have been developed or under development. But this is not enough. We need to speed up progress in order to meet the SDG target by 2030. For this, we need to address data gaps, particularly on groundwaters. We need to leverage and mobilize expertise. We need to upscale capacity development, particularly also with regards to negotiating and implementing operational arrangements for water cooperation. We need to build political will and find new financing, including innovative financing mechanisms. And also, we need to strengthen and make use of legal frameworks at different levels, global, regional, and transboundary basin level. And here we have tools available. The already mentioned 2008 draft articles on the law of transboundary aquifers provide a crucial basis and have been just discussed recently again a few weeks ago in New York at the 6th Committee of the UN General Assembly. In addition, the 1997 Convention on the Law of the Non-Navigational Use of International Water Courses, or United Nations Water Courses Convention, and the 1992 Convention on the on the protection and use of transboundary water courses and international lakes, or in short, the Water Convention, which is hosted by UNECE and which I am heading, provide a crucial basis for countries to improve their cooperation on shared surface and groundwaters. And the 1992 Convention also provides an intergovernmental platform which prepares concrete practical tools, such as the model provision on transboundary groundwaters or the practical guide on the development of agreements for transboundary water cooperation, which was adopted last year by the meeting of the parties. So let us make use of those existing instruments and tools to advance and improve transboundary aquifer knowledge and cooperation. The next opportunity for this will actually be next year. In 2023, countries will again be asked to provide data in the third reporting exercise to UNECE and UNESCO, following an updated template which will be sent and will be asked to be filled out by 30 June 2023. This will be followed then by data validation and analysis, and those data will inform the review of SDG 6 at the high-level political forum in New York and the SDG summit happening next year. The priorities for the next reporting exercise include further improving the response rate and quality of reports received. Also to improve coordination, because countries will be asked to, as much as possible, coordinate at basin level their replies. Reducing data gaps, sharing experience, and using the report as a basis for action. So final messages are please, to countries, please participate in the reporting exercise and coordinate with your neighbors if possible. To partners, please support the countries in the reporting if needed. And also integrate the reporting into your events. Prepare regional reports such as ESCO and ECA have done. And ECE and UNESCO will be available to support through a help desk, through webinars, regional workshops, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Koppel, Secretary of the Water Convention, for this presentation on the ways to reach the SDGs targets. And now it's time for me to say thank you. Je vous remercie de votre attention et je rends le micro à Madame Alice Aurélie pour la suite du programme.
On s'assoit ensemble?
Ouais.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Nabil, merci pour tout. Je suis vraiment honorée de vous avoir ici, ce panel de si haut niveau. Ça me fait retourner dans le temps, au début de ce siècle, justement quand avec l'OSS, nous avons commencé le premier projet sur l'aquifère transfrontière financé par le Global Environment Facility du SAS, de Northwestern Saharan Africa. Et le Guarani aussi. On a 20 ans d'expérience. I will switch to English now because it's much more familiar to me. Well, definitely, as was said, we have 153 countries sharing an aquifer, a lake, or a river, and sometimes all the three together. Unfortunately, only 24 have reported that these international bodies are covered by coordinations and cooperations agreement. With Transboundary Aquifers system representing a large amount of our groundwater worldwide, water cooperation, I think, is evident for everybody, is vital. It's vital for food security, to fight poverty and peace. However, we need much more investors. We need investment and we need support. Countries need support. Not all countries have enough financial resources for cooperation. Because first, to cooperate, you need to know. You need to know your resource. You need to know your aquifer, the quality, the quantity, how much, where, the geology, the hydrogeology. And these needs technology, staff, and financial resources. We definitely have some good partners, like I say, the Global Environment Facility. UNESCO is working with UNDP, with OSS, with UNECE, with the Swiss Development Cooperation Agency, with UNEP, and we are trying to do our best, but there are still around 10 aquifers in which we are working, transboundary aquifers around the world, while there are 468 transboundary aquifers that we know very little. It's like a puzzle. I mean, if you don't have all the pieces of the puzzle, you don't have your image, and countries have to put together the piece of the puzzles as soon as possible. I have a question for all of you, the same question, that I think it's the famous $1 billion questions. Let us have your view about the challenges of water cooperation, and in particular, here we are to celebrate cooperation. We don't want to look only to the negative aspects, to the success of cooperation, in order to inspire other countries, other partners for doing the same or doing better what has been done. And we have here some very good example of successful cooperation with us. So let us have your view, your suggestions about the challenges on water cooperation, in particular on transboundary aquifers, the invisible resource, and give us your successful example on transboundary groundwater cooperation, exactly in order to inspire new actions and new directions. I would like to start with the ambassador on my left here. Sorry. Ambassador Ala Youssef from the Permanent Delegation of UNESCO, of Egypt to UNESCO. Please.
Excellencies, Ministers, Excellencies, Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Allow me first, Madam Moderator, to express my sincere appreciation for the invitation extended to Egypt to participate in this summit, which addresses the timely and important issue of groundwater. Due to unforeseen and urgent commitments, the Minister of Water, the Egyptian Minister of Water, Dr. Hani Swalem, will be unable to join us today, and I'm honored to share his remarks. But before sharing Egypt's experience, I would like to highlight the important conclusions of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Working Group 2 report warned against groundwater depletion, overexploitation, and salinization, and their impact on water security. It is thus imperative to protect and conserve groundwater resources and other freshwater ecosystems. And here I'm pleased to note that for the first time in the history of the conferences of parties to the Treaty on Climate Change, COP27, which was held lately in Sharm el-Sheikh, recognized the critical role of protecting, conserving, and restoring water-related ecosystems, including aquifers, and urged parties to further integrate water into adaptation efforts. I would like to focus my intervention and to answer your question, Madam Moderator, on the shared aquifer which Egypt jointly manages with Chad, Libya, and Sudan. It's called the Nubian sandstone aquifer system, which is one of the largest confined aquifer systems in the world. The four countries face similar problems at arid climate, scarce surface water resources, persistent droughts, and fragile ecosystems. The aquifer is a critically important source of water in this arid desert region and will be increasingly in demand in the future. Management of the aquifer is challenging because of its enormous size and the large thickness of the geological formations that constitute the aquifer system, which make it difficult to access the water resources. Growing pressures on the aquifer system pose threats to both the quantity and the quality of resources. The geographical and hydrological extent of the aquifer is determined by three no-flow boundaries in the east, south, and west, and a fixed head boundary in the north that coincides with the Mediterranean coastline. The bulk of groundwater stored in the aquifer system is either too deep to reach and abstract with the present techniques, which means that using the water resources comes at a very high cost, or too salty to use. Therefore, only a very small percentage of the reserve is recoverable at present. The fresh groundwater stored in the aquifer system had accumulated 800 to 1 million years ago, and the replenishment of the system at the present time is very negligible. In Egypt, most of the population is concentrated in the Nile Valley and Delta, and depend on the Nile River as its main source of water supply for domestic irrigation and industrial use. Moving further away from the Nile Valley and Delta, the aquifer is the only source of water available for sustaining life and preserving the ecosystem. The area is mostly characterized by traditional farming system in the vicinities of the oasis, and population is either settled in villages or nomad and semi-nomad. And now for the management of this aquifer. It is managed regionally under the umbrella of a joint authority, which consensually takes decision and put plans to cooperate between the four countries, in shared management of the aquifer to minimize the risk of adverse impacts from national activities. Numerous studies were carried out to explore the aquifer by UNESCO, FAO, IFAD, and African Development Bank and the World Bank. The board of directors of this authority meets at least once a year, and during the period from 92 till now, 22 regular meetings took place in addition to many extraordinary meetings. The four countries have made great advances in understanding the condition of the aquifer and the hydrology and the linkage between potential change in the aquifer and responses of environmental and human systems. However, much work remains to develop and enhance the capacity to assess and protect the ecosystem dependent on the water resources of the aquifer, in particular to mitigate the potential impacts of climate change and the variability within the region. Further work through pilot demonstration activities will assist the four governments in collaborative actions that will strengthen their capacity on environmental management. Many factors compound the challenges, including financial constraints, lack of trained staff, logistical and transportation difficulties in remote desert areas, shortage of field equipment suitable for monitoring and measuring climatological, hydrological, and hydrogeological. It was very difficult to mention the three, but I trained well. Parameters required for management and absence of laboratory facilities for isotopic analysis. Though there have been to date no observed transboundary impacts from abstraction from the aquifer, the risk of direct transboundary effects is low, but is sufficiently large to merit vigilance through improved and coordinated monitoring and data sharing. The reported localized decline of groundwater level and deterioration of water quality raise concerns about groundwater development potential and call for reassessment of the previously estimated recoverable storage of the Nubian aquifer. The Joint Authority is currently working with UNESCO and UNDP or UNEP within a project to initiate a number of actions to further strengthen and implement effective management actions. The project will also address some of the gaps, including, first, hydrological status, namely the lack of data for most of the aquifer and the need to reassess recoverable potential storage of the aquifer. Second, further analysis using isotopic age dating and other advanced hydrogeological techniques that will further improve the model's performance. And third, improving both the capability and capacity to undertake ecosystem assessment and vulnerability of the region's oases to provide improved management guidance to mitigate the impacts of abstraction and development. This will result in assisting with sustaining the effective operation of the Joint Authority through strengthening national institutions and regional joint authority to coordinate the management of the aquifer. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. You are talking about the Nubian sandstone aquifer, and I see in this room a friend of ours, Vladimir Mamaev from the GF UNDP, who wanted really very much this project, supporting us, and we will have other projects, Vladimir, for sure. Going back to good examples and to success. I'm looking to Senegal. You have laid the World Water Forum 9 in Dakar with an important declaration. Groundwater was there, we were all there. And now you have leading the region, Mr. Minister, for the Senegal-Mauritanian aquifer. Can you have some of your suggestion, views about it and inform about this really success story? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Aurélie, Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, je voudrais vous saluer tous, saluer les copanélistes qui partagent avec moi ce panel extrêmement intéressant. Je voudrais me réjouir d'abord de l'opportunité qui m'est donnée d'intervenir dans cet important panel portant sur les aquifères transfrontières, organisé dans le cadre du sommet ONU-Eau et sur les eaux souterraines. Le thème de ce panel est d'une grande importance parce qu'effectivement, ces aquifères sont oubliés dans le management des ressources en eau, souvent. Et comme cela a été dit, il s'agit pour nous tous de rendre visible ce trésor invisible. La gestion des aquifères transfrontières constitue un grand défi pour plusieurs raisons, mais surtout à cause de l'absence de cadre de gouvernance et de suivi de ces aquifères, et souvent aussi de méconnaissance de cet aquifère. L'UNESCO a récemment cartographié 106 aquifères transfrontières en Afrique, représentant un potentiel de coopération au service du développement de nos pays. Ce nombre de transferts donc, démontre à plus d'un titre que l'Afrique a besoin d'accorder une grande importance aux aquifères communs pour garantir sa sécurité de l'eau, car l'eau souterraine pourrait être une réponse pour l'adaptation et la résilience au changement climatique. Et c'est pourquoi il est urgent, à notre sens, de mener des études approfondies, surtout pour améliorer les connaissances de ces aquifères, notamment à l'échelle des aquifères communs, car ces aquifères sont au centre d'enjeux de partage entre acteurs, entre territoires et entre États en Afrique, où 64% de la superficie se trouve dans des bassins versants internationaux transfrontaliers. À cet égard, je me réjouis, et vous l'avez cité tout à l'heure, que le Sénégal, la Mauritanie, la Gambie et la Guinée-Bissau aient compris cet enjeu transfrontière de développement régional et aient pris la décision en septembre 2021 de joindre la gouvernance des eaux de surface à celle des eaux souterraines, à travers une déclaration qui est la déclaration ministérielle commune sur le bassin aquifère sénégalo-mauritanien, bassin aquifère qui couvre les 4 États qui sont le Sénégal, la Mauritanie, la Gambie et la Guinée-Bissau. Ce bassin aquifère, avec une superficie de 350 000 km², est utilisé à 80% par les populations des 4 États. Certes, comme vous le savez, déjà entre la Gambie, le Sénégal et la Guinée-Bissau, nous sommes ensemble avec la Guinée dans l'Organisation pour la mise en valeur du fleuve Gambie, qui gère des eaux de surface. Avec la Mauritanie, le Sénégal, le Mali et la Guinée, nous sommes dans l'Organisation pour la mise en valeur du fleuve Sénégal, qui gère le fleuve Sénégal. Donc nous joignons par cet exemple-là les eaux de surface et les eaux souterraines. Et pour aboutir à cette déclaration ministérielle, notre exemple est que nous avons mis en place un dialogue qui a démarré en février 2019 à travers un groupe de travail régional qui était composé des experts des 4 pays, ceux de l'Organisation pour la mise en valeur du fleuve Sénégal qui gère le fleuve Sénégal et ceux de l'Organisation pour la mise en valeur du fleuve Gambie qui gère le fleuve Gambie. Plusieurs rencontres de ce groupe de travail se sont tenues et nous avons conduit ce dialogue en mettant en place aussi un cadre de coopération autour de ces ressources hydriques. Et nous avons eu donc le soutien de Geneva Water Up, du secrétariat de CE-ONU, ainsi que le Centre international d'évaluation des ressources en eau souterraine hydraque. Et plus tard, l'Organisation du Sahara et du Sahel a rejoint le groupe de travail dans le cadre de l'élaboration d'un nouveau projet soutenu par le PNUO et le Fonds mondial de l'environnement. Donc c'est cet exemple de coopération que nous avons voulu donner et sur lequel nous travaillons actuellement avec les partenaires au niveau international. Et je pense que cet exemple doit nous montrer que nous devons travailler aussi sur les ressources souterraines, comme l'a mentionné la déclaration de Dakar, issue du 9e Forum mondial de l'eau, intitulée « Le Blue Deal pour la sécurité de l'eau et pour l'assainissement ». Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre, de cette précision. En effet, une des choses dans lesquelles il faudra se pencher dans le futur, c'est justement la gestion conjointe des eaux de surface et des eaux souterraines. Comme Sonia vient de dire, on a beaucoup plus développé jusqu'à maintenant parce qu'on connaissait beaucoup mieux les données et les informations disponibles, les fleuves, la gestion des bassins fluviaux. On doit encore faire beaucoup pour qu'on arrive au même niveau pour les aquifères. Et c'est fondamental que ces deux ressources soient gérées de façon conjointe. Un autre exemple de coopération qui a commencé avec la base pour l'étude des aquifères transfrontières, c'est le travail qu'on a fait, le Botswana a fait avec la Namibie et l'Afrique du Sud. Et c'est pour ça que j'ai le plaisir d'avoir maintenant à demander à notre ministre Kethense Matswila, Minister of Lands and Water Affairs of Botswana, to share with us some vision about this cooperation, this technical and scientific cooperation about the Stamford Aquifer. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning, Your Excellencies, fellow ministers, ambassadors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to convey our appreciation as the Republic of Botswana for the invitation for us to participate in this distinguished gathering. Indeed, dialogue among stakeholders is needed for water security, which in turn has an effect on food security and overall on economic security. In our country, water security underpins and is the cornerstone for our economic diversification, for our job creation, and for our food security. The mining sector requires water, the agricultural sector requires water. In terms of foreign direct investment, we need to ensure that we have adequate and potable water resources. And being a country that is severely water stressed, we rely on good relations with our neighbors and ensuring that we have the excellent, and we continue to having excellent relations with our neighbors in terms of water cooperation. Many countries are nowadays experiencing water shortages, and historically we've always experienced water shortages as Botswana. With the expected increase in water consumption, we could find ourselves in an aggravated situation, especially in the context of climate change. And this would exacerbate existing inequalities, not only among people, but also among countries. In terms of our political posture as a country, we have always underscored and emphasized equity in terms of the distribution of water resources, as we have a close and intimate relationship with water as the Republic of Botswana. On our flag, if you notice our flag, most of it is covered in blue, and this blue signifies water. Being water stressed, we go out of our way and ensure that we cooperate and we mainstream water security in almost every dimension of our economic development. Hence, cooperation is key to make sure that all views, needs, and interests are considered including at the international scale in the case of transboundary water systems. There are indeed many incentives for people and countries to cooperate towards our common goal of water security. A good example is multidisciplinary knowledge development in transboundary water systems, which is key for good water management. In the case of transboundary aquifers, neighboring countries can work together to better understand the aquifer system they share. To develop this knowledge, we can start at the technical level, for example, with data sharing and assessments. The added benefit of joining forces for this is that it provides the full picture of this shared system that crosses borders. Later on in the development of our paradigm for knowledge sharing and cooperation, we leverage and translate the knowledge into concrete policy proposals and actions to improve groundwater resources, considering both national and international responsibilities. Our foreign policy as a nation includes our water policy, because our continued prosperity in terms of water security requires us to get water outside our country, into our country, both surface water and in terms of the groundwater aquifers which we share with our neighboring states. For this, one key challenge is the existence of cooperative frameworks, and in particular, of operational arrangements for cooperation. River basin organizations can be key allies in the case of Africa. For example, the Stampriet transboundary aquifer system is shared between the republics of Namibia, Botswana, and South Africa. In the framework of the project, governance of groundwater resources and transboundary aquifers, our Ministry of Lands and Water Affairs has been cooperating actively since 2013 with our counterparts in Namibia and South Africa. And this cooperation has found a favorable institutional setting in the Orange Senku River Basin Commission. We have cooperated for the delivery of multidisciplinary assessments of the Stampriet International Aquifer, keeping a basin approach while working together to identify issues and interests with different stakeholders. In the longer term, our cooperation has resulted in an improved framework for dialogue over the management of the Stampriet transboundary aquifer and a better understanding of water resources to inform our decisions. A lesson to highlight from examples like this is that once the importance of transboundary water resources is made visible through an improved understanding of the system, more opportunities for cooperation can follow. For example, stakeholders could find better and common grounds to address another key issue, which is capacity development on water management and governance among key stakeholders. Capacity development, especially aimed at future generations, is essential for the achievement of SDG 6. To achieve this, governments can partner among each other, as well as with universities, UN agencies, donors, NGOs, and international associations. And we have a proactive approach in terms of our cooperation with the international community in terms of water resource management. As a country, we always strive to ensure that we cooperate in all aspects of water resource management as we see the future of our diversity, the future of our development, the future of our water security, centered around us in ensuring that we have cordial, fruitful relations with our neighbors, international organizations, and friends who come in good faith. In conclusion, dialogue among stakeholders and countries can indeed create powerful synergies in the path towards water security. These important synergies, which arise from water cooperation, are needed at different levels to achieve development and ultimately for stability and peace. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, and we cannot manage, have been said several times, what we don't know, so capacity development and knowledge, technical data are needed to build solid cooperation, to build governance. We have to know the system that we have to govern. Roberto, we are running against the time, so really I ask you to be very, very brief and to tell us another nice story about cooperation in Central America. Thank you, and short.
Muchísimas gracias, Alice. Muy buenos días, estimados panelistas, distinguidos delegados de las delegaciones permanentes. Reciban un cordial saludo desde la región centroamericana y especialmente de mi país, El Salvador. Bueno, en la región hemos identificado diferentes desafíos para la cooperación transfronteriza. Uno de ellos es la falta de coordinación en los diferentes niveles para la toma de decisiones, desde el nivel local hasta el nivel nacional y el nivel regional. Otro de los principales desafíos que se han identificado en la región es la falta de información, especialmente en lo que se refiere a las aguas subterráneas. Existe un serio déficit de información en la región centroamericana sobre las aguas subterráneas y en especial sobre los acuíferos transfronterizos. También existe otra limitante, que son las leyes dispersas que existen en los diferentes países. Estas normativas conceden el manejo de los recursos hídricos a diferentes instituciones y eso conlleva a un problema, que no se puede coordinar acciones integrales para el manejo de los recursos hídricos. Afortunadamente, en muchos de los países ya se ha aprobado la ley de recursos hídricos o ley de aguas. Tal es el caso de El Salvador, que recientemente se aprobó la ley de aguas nacionales. Y existe ahora una autoridad salvadoreña que vela por la gestión integrada de los recursos hídricos. Asimismo, existen ventajas en la región. Estamos integrados en un sistema de integración centroamericana que, toma acciones conjuntas de los diferentes países y en ese sentido, esa institución nos ayuda a realizar acciones de forma integral para los diferentes países. Otra de las ventajas es que estamos trabajando los acuíferos transfronterizos con enfoque de cuencas. Ya voy a explicar el proyecto de gobernanza de aguas subterráneas en acuíferos transfronterizos, GRETA por sus siglas en inglés. Tenemos una oportunidad de diálogo en el marco de estos proyectos de cooperación. El proyecto GRETA, o Gobernanza de Aguas Subterráneas en Acuíferos Transfronterizos, tiene por objeto alcanzar una mejor integración de los recursos de agua subterránea en los presupuestos de proyectos en cuencas piloto en la región centroamericana, como una parte de un proceso paso a paso para llegar a esta integración. Déjenme comentarles que en la región centroamericana, los 7 países que conforman la región centroamericana comparten 18 acuíferos, 3 de los cuales comparte mi país, El Salvador, y uno de ellos es el acuífero Ocotepeque-Citalá, que es el acuífero que se incluyó en el proyecto, como plan piloto, en el proyecto de gobernanza de aguas subterráneas en acuíferos transfronterizos. En el marco de este proyecto se han desarrollado 3 fases. La primera fase entre el año 2013 y 2015. En esta primera fase se enfocó, o el objetivo de esta primera fase fue conocer el comportamiento del acuífero. Fue más una fase técnica para conocer este acuífero. Inicialmente se consideraba que este acuífero era compartido por 3 países, Guatemala, Honduras y El Salvador. Sin embargo, en esta primera fase se encontró que existen 2 acuíferos separados, por lo menos el acuífero más somero, el acuífero que está menos profundo, que es compartido nada más entre Honduras y El Salvador, y un segundo acuífero solamente en el territorio de Guatemala. La segunda fase, cuyo objetivo era el diálogo y la gobernanza logramos la firma de una carta de intención. Ese fue el resultado de esta segunda fase que se desarrolló entre los años 2016 y 2018. Esta carta de intención, si bien es cierto, no es vinculante legalmente, sí nos da la pauta para que los países trabajemos por la gestión del acuífero transfronterizo Ocotepeque-Citalá. Y finalmente, entre los años 2019 y 2022, se formuló la tercera fase de este proyecto, que se enfocaba principalmente en fortalecer la estabilidad, la cooperación y la paz en la región centroamericana. Como parte de esta fase, se está trabajando, bueno, ya se finalizó realmente una hoja de ruta, un roadmap, para establecer un mecanismo de gestión colaborativa, de cooperación entre Honduras y El Salvador. Esta hoja de ruta contiene 3 lineamientos principales. El primero de los lineamientos es generar conocimiento, pero no solamente generar el conocimiento, sino que también utilizar ese conocimiento que se ha generado, porque ocurre en muchos países, y la región centroamericana no es la excepción, que toda la información, todos los datos, todas las investigaciones se quedan en la gaveta o con los especialistas que han hecho estas investigaciones, pero hay que utilizar esa información que se genera en estos proyectos. Esa es la primera línea estratégica. La segunda es consolidar los mecanismos de gestión. ¿A qué se refiere consolidar los mecanismos de gestión? Crear esas herramientas para gestionar adecuadamente el acuífero transfronterizo. Y el tercer lineamiento es la cooperación transfronteriza con enfoque de cuencas. Este es un enfoque novedoso que se ha implementado en la región centroamericana porque efectivamente lo que nosotros realizamos en superficie repercute en las aguas subterráneas. El uso del suelo, las acciones que realizamos como humanos, la cobertura vegetal que existe en las diferentes cuencas, eso tiene relación con las aguas subterráneas. No son independientes lo que sucede en la superficie de lo que sucede en el interior o bajo la tierra, en las aguas subterráneas. Y es por eso que se ha considerado este enfoque de cuencas como prioritario para este mecanismo de cooperación entre Honduras y El Salvador y que esperamos que pueda ser replicado hacia otras regiones de Centroamérica y de otros países. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Roberto. Y es muy difícil hacer tanto deprisa, pero lo agradezco. Well, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. Of course, there is much more to say. Il y a beaucoup à dire encore, mais on reviendra et on reviendra ensemble. We will come back together in New York on water cooperation with UNEC, with Senegal, with Egypt, with Botswana, with El Salvador, and with all of you for water cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nabil, and thank you to the rapporteurs. I would like to take 10 minutes of your time now, and I would like to ask the Minister Thiam to stay, Sonia to stay on the stage, and I would like to call here some high-level partners of us. Madame Tanya Mishkova, Ambassador at Large for Water Diplomacy, on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Slovenia, Mr. Borut Pahor. Madame Mishkova, please. And Her Excellencies, I think she's here. Her Excellencies, Madame Véronique Roger-Lacan, ambassadeur de la France à l'UNESCO. Oui, elle est avec nous. Merci pour être avec nous. C'est un plaisir. Mais aussi pour cet lancement de cette coalition à la coopération à l'eau, je voudrais appeler le recteur of the UNESCO IHE Institute, Mr. Hedy Moore, if he is in the room with us. I hope so. he can join us. He's here, I've been coming from. Thank you very much. And we will have also témoignage, a video from Mr. Rigoberto Ariel Yepes Garcia, manager of the infrastructure and energy sector of the Water and Sanitation Division of Inter-American Bank. Sonia, what about these coalition? I mean, UNEC has taken a lot of effort in order to establish these cooperation for a coalition of water cooperation. What is your vision on it? What you would like, very briefly, to pass as a message for new partners to join the coalition?
Thank you very much. As it was said in the previous session, we need to accelerate efforts on transboundary water cooperation in order to meet the SDG target, in order to ensure that all rivers and lakes and groundwaters worldwide are covered by such successful examples as we have heard earlier on. And that's why a number of actors, countries, organizations, international finance institutions have come together in order to mobilize commitments, in order to communicate jointly on the importance of and the benefits of transboundary water cooperation, in order to coordinate and work together to highlight this topic and mobilize concrete actions for the UN Water Conference in March next year in New York.
Excellencies, Minister Thiam, the importance of political commitment to transboundary cooperation is crucial, and we have heard from you already as Senegal has been champion in the BASM. Can you tell us your vision about the coalition and how to take forward?
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais dire que le Sénégal est heureux de rejoindre cette coalition pour la coopération dans le domaine des eaux transfrontières. Et la tenue de la prochaine conférence des Nations Unies de 2023 sur l'eau représente une très belle occasion pour tous d'accroître l'engagement politique en faveur de la coopération dans le domaine des eaux transfrontières. Et cette coopération, on pense, est importante pour atteindre les objectifs de développement durable à l'horizon 2030. Donc c'est à ce titre que nous appelons tous les gouvernements à faire preuve d'engagement politique ferme en faveur de la coopération transfrontière, comme les parties prenantes du 9e Forum mondial de l'eau l'ont indiqué dans la déclaration de Dakar, et comme aussi le plan d'action du groupe de travail sur les bassins des fleuves, des lacs, des aquifères, l'a indiqué dans les travaux issus du Forum de Dakar. Et à ce titre, nous demandons à toutes les parties prenantes de prendre des engagements concrets en vue d'améliorer la coopération transfrontière et de rejoindre cette coalition et en même temps d'améliorer la coopération dans le cadre de la conférence, mais par leur adhésion aussi au niveau d'instruments internationaux qui existent, comme la Convention mondiale de l'eau des Nations Unies, l'élaboration d'accords transfrontières au niveau des pays, et de travailler dans ce cadre-là pour que la coopération et les eaux transfrontières soient un instrument de prospérité partagée, un instrument de développement et un instrument de paix. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, merci vraiment de cœur. À l'ouverture de cet sommet, le président de la République de Slovénie, il a insisté sur l'importance de la coopération à l'eau. Nous savons que la Slovénie est très engagée sur ça. Madame Michkova, vous voulez nous partager avec nous votre vision sur la coalition et le futur à venir?
Merci Alice. So I will actually convey the words of my president for the launch of this coalition. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us consider three facts. Transboundary waters account for 60% of world freshwater flows. Only 32 countries have 90% or more of their transboundary basin or aquifer area covered by operational agreements with climate change impacts testing the existing ones. And the third fact, the gap between water supply and demand is increasing. So the combination of these three facts can represent a huge potential for future conflicts, or it can be a driver of mutually beneficial cooperation. Slovenia showed that transboundary water cooperation can rise out of the ashes of a devastating war and pave the way for building trust, regional stability, peace, sustainable development, and climate action. We can attest to the fact that transboundary water cooperation is beneficial, including for upstream water-rich countries like ours, and that the UN Water Convention is a fantastic tool to support that cooperation. The upcoming UN 2023 Water Conference is once in a 46-year opportunity to raise the flag for transboundary water cooperation and to inspire action. A diverse multi-stakeholder coalition of actors from around the world decided to come together with an objective to promote and support transboundary water cooperation in the context of the Water Action Agenda and the SDG 6. And to achieve this objective, the coalition which we launched today aims to increase the transboundary basin area covered by operational agreements, the number of parties to both water conventions, the effectiveness of river basin organizations, and stimulate other projects supporting transboundary water cooperation as well as the funding for it. We believe we can do that by demonstrating and communicating the benefits of water cooperation, including for upstream countries, gathering more financial and technical support, and putting particular emphasis on cooperation in transboundary aquifers, given how far they lag behind the rivers and lakes in this respect. We would also like to inspire new thinking, new ideas, and initiatives. We call upon all of you to come to New York in March next year with good examples and clear commitments. Without effective, just, and equitable transboundary water cooperation, a more water-secure world will remain a distant, unattainable dream. Thank you.
Madame l'ambassadrice de la France à l'UNESCO, je suis sûre que vous connaissez très bien qu'un des cas plus connus et étudiés de partage d'un aquifère, c'est l'aquifère genevois, justement entre la France et la Suisse. C'est un exemple de coopération qui a eu un succès et qui est connu pour son succès et la façon dans laquelle elle a été. Justement, la France soutient la coalition et soutient l'importance de la coopération à l'eau. Votre vision pour la conférence de l'année prochaine, pour aller de l'avant?
Merci beaucoup, merci à vous tous, Monsieur le Ministre, Messieurs les Ministres. Nous avons entendu pendant ce panel des exemples de coopération qui sont essentiels, cruciaux, et nous nous situons dans les derniers 100 mètres pour la préparation du sommet à New York. Et nous avons travaillé, la France, avec cette coalition, et c'est toujours dans une situation de conflit dans laquelle nous vivons, hélas de plus en plus, très rassurant, très rassérénant, très important d'entendre parler de coopération et de lancement de coalition. Donc c'est un effet positif de cette coopération dans laquelle nous travaillons tous. Nous sommes ici, nous parlons, nous nous préparons. Messieurs les ministres, Monsieur le ministre Thiam, Monsieur le ministre du Botswana, du Costa Rica ce matin ont évoqué ces coopérations. Donc un élément positif de lancer cette coopération. Et évidemment, la France est engagée depuis longtemps pour la constitution de cette coopération depuis 15 ans. Et il est très important pour nous d'assurer une conciliation des usages de l'eau, de gérer durablement les ressources en eau et de prévenir et réduire les risques de catastrophes liées à l'eau. Ce sera l'objectif de cette coalition et nous sommes très engagés avec vous tous dans cette perspective. Merci.
Merci beaucoup et merci d'être si bref, mais très percutant dans votre exposition. On a une vidéo maintenant, est-ce qu'on peut le voir? We can have the video from the Water and Sanitation Division of the Inter-American Bank, Development Bank.
Dear colleagues and friends, at the Inter-American Development Bank, we are very pleased to be part of the launch of the Transboundary Water Cooperation Coalition. About 71% of total water availability in Latin America and the Caribbean is originated in transboundary basins, where 40% of total population lives, covering 60% of our territory. In South America, there are 38 transboundary basins and 29 in Central America. In our region, we can also find the world's biggest aquifer, Guarani, the biggest wetland, Pantanal, and 40% of the world's biodiversity. Under the global climate change crisis, and coupled with fast-growing urbanization, water security is one of the main challenges that our region is facing to ensure sustainable and resilient development. And we cannot address water security without including transboundary water. As an example, it is expected that 40% of Latin America and the Caribbean will suffer water stress by 2050. This will bring water pollution, degrading water quality for human consumption, the expansion of cities and land use, increasing erosion, the loss of biodiversity and ecosystem services, and finally, the increase of hydroclimatic events. In the context of the post-pandemic new normal, we need to strengthen our governance frameworks for protect and manage transboundary water resources. We also need to promote innovation and data management to better use and protect these resources. The IDB has been providing financial and technical support to the region for more than 60 years with different financial and knowledge instruments. In fact, our first loan was a water treatment plant in Arequipa, Peru. This commitment translates today into an active portfolio of more than 9 billion that finances emerging programs and initiatives. As such, it can facilitate dialogue and capacity building, which is essential for cooperation on transboundary waters. In this context, the new Transboundary Water Cooperation Coalition arises as a unique opportunity to scale up our collective efforts. This coalition is a multi-stakeholder partnership of more than 50 organizations, including governments, development banks, international funds, and academia, working to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Within the coalition, we want to encourage commitment to support the advancement of transboundary water cooperation, increase awareness and support the development and application of innovative tools. Thank you to all the partners for being part of this Transboundary Water Cooperation Coalition. We look forward to working together to promote more and better cooperation in managing these important water resources. Thank you.
Eddie, we are running against the time and the coffee break is waiting for us, and definitely education and capacities, the base is really the most important base action that we have to take. How IHE wants and see to contribute to the coalition?
Yes, thank you, Alice, and I will keep it very short because I think that hearing the earlier speakers here, I think there's no doubt that we need this coalition to make a step forward. For IG, the important part in there is also the opportunity that there is in collaboration, and by collaboration and cooperation, say, enriching actually the people, the environment and water which is in the different catchment areas, especially transboundary. Now, from IG Delft, we are an institute working on capacity development. We have a quite broad network, so we would like to bring this network on board, actually, from different countries from all over the globe, to see how we can help making this collaboration even stronger than it is already. We also strongly believe in capacitating people, and we, as IG Delft, would like to play a central role in this coalition, had to help the partners of the coalition, but also partners that are not yet in the coalition to develop capacity that is really required here. And the call was already out, but I really do hope to see efforts and commitments towards New York next year in March, but also after that. So I'm really looking forward to this coalition and this collaboration. Thank you very much, Elita.
Thank you very much, Hedy. Sonia, last word, please.
Thank you very much. Regarding climate change and oceans, we have seen that if we come together and work together to a common goal, we can achieve and mobilize commitments and actions, as for example in Paris when the Paris Agreement was adopted in 2015. So let us all work together to jointly develop actions and commitments towards the United Nations conference next year and beyond, for the benefit of our populations, for the benefit of our rivers, our ecosystems, and for the future generations. With this, I would like to thank you very much for attending this launch event here today. We look forward to working with you, and if you have any questions, please come to see us, and looking forward to seeing you all in New York in March next year. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. This is coffee break now, and we are running a little bit late, but we will respect the coffee break as well. It will be half an hour, so please be here 11:45. We are continuing with Africa. Enjoy your coffee.
Mommy, it's dark.
Dark?
Yes. Oh, we can stand here.
We can stand way in front of it, right?
It's better. You take the flag as well.
Is the flash on?
It's the flag.
It's lighting.
It's okay. Yeah. With the, yeah. Okay, now, this should be okay. It's not.
All right. With the flag. Okay, let me just. Let me just. Okay. It sometimes does this. Let me just close it and start. Not working? Got it? Okay. Thank you, thank you.
There's something you wanted to say?
No.
can put the clicker on the bottom here or right here, and just use it when you come in.
How do I use it of it?
This is next slide. This is previous slide. That's it. Green next, red before. Okay. That's it. If there is any problem,
Then
you just say next slide, please, and we will do it from there. Okay.
Get them up.
Everyone needs to sit there.
Okay, we are continuing with our program, and I ask everyone to take a seat, and we will have one important session before lunch. While you are sitting, just to tell you that our lunch break will be a quarter hour shorter, and also that in the lunch break we will have very nice videos in a video room. So videos about groundwater, so please visit that. Cinema. Okay, cinema, sorry, thank you. Okay, so it is 11:45, and we will start with a new session. Focus on Africa, and well, I have to say this is my favorite session, and there are a lot of people here who are Africans in their heart. And we are very pleased to have a distinguished panel here. I will not say anything else. I will give a floor to a moderator. Rashid, please come here. This is your session. This is Africa. You are very much welcome.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Neno. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to this session of the UN Water Conference on Summit on Groundwater, where we are going to focus on Africa. During this session, we've got a panel with backgrounds in policy making and implementation, in financing development, in research, in water resources management, and motivating action and coordinating action in that regard. They will be here to discuss the opportunities for sustainably developing, utilizing, and managing our groundwater resources. And I mean, the potential, as has been highlighted since we began this conference on the side events on the 6th, the potential for Africa's groundwater resources to contribute to our aspirations for prosperity, for transformation of our economies, for creating employment opportunities, for regional trade and integration, and of course, in turn, peace and security is immense. But we shall be asking our panel to share insights in how this potential can be transformed into action that allows us to accelerate our progress towards achieving our continental development goals as enshrined in Agenda 2063 and the SDGs. Against this background, allow me to introduce our panel. In our presence, we've got Honorable Carl Herman Schlettvin, the Minister for Agriculture, Water and Land Reform of the Republic of Namibia. Again, in our presence, we've got Her Excellency, Ms. Veronique Roger Lacan, the Ambassador and Permanent Representative to UNESCO, of France to UNESCO. We've got Ralph Watso, the President of the German Federal Institute for Geosciences and Natural Resources, that is commonly abbreviated as BGR. Next to him is the Director for Water at UNESCO, Mr. Abu Amani. We've got next to him from the African Development Bank, which is a key partner in our efforts to develop Africa's groundwater resources, and that is Mr. Usenu Gen. And for our rapporteur, we've got Madame Ndiakopi Ngi Tuamata, the Executive Director of the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform of the Republic of Namibia, who is assisted by Mr. Jajino Chuna as our rapporteurs. Professor Moshud Tijani will be setting the scene for us in order to get us into the discussion that we are going to have here now, focusing on Africa's groundwater resources. Without much further ado, I would like to invite the AMCO President to give us the keynote address and get the ball rolling. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. When you are in a panel where politicians are mixed with experts, one must be careful that the definition of an expert is people that know more and more about less and less, and of politicians is they know less and less about more and more. Now, sometimes to bring that together is difficult because politicians are also blamed to know nothing about everything. Be that as it may, thank you very much, fellow ministers, fellow experts. I'm very happy to be here and to deliver a short keynote address. The topic is very broad, so my short address may leave out some aspects, but I will want to zoom in on groundwater, which is a resource that is absolutely vital to Africa's efforts to realize its aspirations for economic growth and social transformation. This is, like in the world over, often under-recognized, the role groundwater can play in socio-economic development. The contribution of groundwater sources currently on the African continent is only 16% of GDP in sub-Saharan Africa. So it's a relatively small component if compared to other water sources, mainly surface water. In addition, if sustainably developed, groundwater resources hold promise to assuring ability and availability of climate-resilient water supplies for all purposes. Realization of this potential is, however, dependent on improving our knowledge and of the resource and, in turn, managing it more effectively. So it's not only knowledge of what we have, it is also knowledge of what we do with it once we have found it. The spectrum of constraints to effective groundwater resource management in Africa mostly spans from a weakness or from weaknesses in governance arrangements and inadequacy of data required. Our legal instruments, our governance instruments are not well developed for groundwater because groundwater is under, what's the word? It is not important as rivers or lakes, so it is the instruments that govern it, the regulatory framework, is weaker than for others. And we believe that is an important aspect to work on. There are 4 points that we have to do when we want to improve our capacities. That is, firstly, to support innovation. We must make a case for commensurate investments. we must target impactful capacity development, and we must strengthen the regulatory capacity. We say that because we believe that our aspiration is to be more self-sufficient in many aspects, and that includes the expertise, the technologies that we deploy to utilize water resources. Honourable Ministers, honourable guests, reliable estimates place our untapped total groundwater storage at about 650 billion cubic meter, and with a recharge rate of 2% for every decade, this can and is an important resource to be tapped in. And it's against this backdrop that Africa's groundwater resource potential may be enough to assure water security and availability for most of its purposes. As such, all efforts must be made to protect and develop this resource so that its utilization remains sustainable. We don't want to mine it, we want to pass it on to the future generations as an equally important resource to be utilized. Notably, realization of Africa's water vision targets of development are to at least 25% of Africa's irrigation potential by 2025. And that target is significantly dependent on being able to utilize groundwater as an additional resource to the current surface water resources that we use. Indeed, the message emanating from COP27 held at Sharm el-Sheikh a month ago underscored the climate, water, food security nexus as a critical pathway to secure future for the globe with an 8 billion population going forward. So we should not talk about water alone. It is the nexus between climate change, water, food security or food insecurity that we have to gel into and focus our water development programs to align to these other needs. In this context, groundwater provides a relatively inexpensive, off-grid distributed and rapidly available source of water for some dispersed communities throughout Africa. That's an aspect that is crucial. Africa's infrastructure development for transport, for power, for telecommunication is not broad. It is not covering the whole surface area. So if we manage our water distribution, that we can also cover those areas that are not reached by transport infrastructure, we will accelerate development in those areas, and it will enhance our possibility of socio-economic upliftment in far-flung areas. In urban areas, plans to expand economic activity and industrialization indicate groundwater development as a key determining factor. In particular, our population is a youthful. We will be a youthful and are a youthful continent, and this demographic dividend is poised to occasion increasing demand of water in tandem with urbanization and diversification and climate change that all need to be covered to remain sustainability and, in fact, to grow. AMCO is thus focusing on raising the profile of policy and practice for groundwater resource management in Africa. This is with the view of making the invisible visible. That's the topic of this conference. We are joining you. With this framework of assuring water security to realize the goals of Agenda 2063, our renewed commitment of groundwater management seeks to achieve 4 matters, and I will briefly touch on them. It's firstly to increase investment that build capacity and address the challenges faced to access reliable and complete data, particularly on groundwater resource characteristics, development, utilization and management. So we need money. We need better research, better data sets. We need to develop our institutional capacities, and we need to most importantly, implement an integrated water resource management approach at all levels, and that must include transboundary cooperation on both surface and groundwater resources to ensure the sustainable supply of water for life, agriculture, food production and energy, and other ecosystems that benefit life of humans, but life as a whole on the continent. Lastly, we want to strive to achieve SDG 6 on water sanitation for all. That has been mentioned by many, and we are joining you as AMCO in that ambition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Just to recap, I mean, in the words of the AMCO President, there is Africa's political leadership renewed commitment to increase investments that build capacity, particularly on groundwater resources development, utilization, and management. There is renewed commitment to foster research and also to develop institutional capacities and governance structures related to groundwater resources development and management. Against that background, Professor Moshood, we would like you to show us what is really going on. What are those efforts that realize these commitments? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Slides, please. Yeah, I just want to take us through what we have been doing at AMCO in terms of raising the profile of groundwater. So, yeah, what is known is that clearly the potential of groundwater is known in terms of the African development. Achieving water security in Africa presents challenge. We know those challenges: increase in population, rising living standard, land change, land use changes, climate change. These are challenges to the groundwater resources management in Africa, and that is threatening the water security in Africa. That is the essence of integrated resources management that we are promoting. Of course, in terms of water security in Africa, there are continental commitments that has already put this as key priority for African growth. We have this Sharm el-Sheikh commitment by the head of state. We have the Ngor Ministerial Declaration. We have the African Water Vision. We have Agenda 2063. All these continental commitments focus on how do we ensure water security in Africa. Of course, in terms of the potential in Africa, we know we have great untapped potentials that are available. And this is partly due to the very geological settings of Africa. The groundwater resources are unevenly distributed, and there are challenges in some places in terms of tapping the water resources, high storage in some area, low storage in some area. So this variability is there, even though the potential is huge. How do we harness this potential for socio-economic transformation in Africa? And that is the key drivers of the AMCO strategic program and groundwater. Of course, looking forward also, when you see the potential of groundwater in Africa, we can see the reality of the fact that groundwater can help us to achieve as many as possible of the SDG. Directly or indirectly, more than 11 of the 17 SDGs are related to water. And if we are able to harness groundwater resources in Africa, we can use it to meet the water and sanitation for all, since most of the rural population in Africa depends on groundwater. If you talk of the aspect of urban water supply, many urban areas are increasingly relying on groundwater also. So that is also the rescue in the peri-urban area. In terms of the agriculture, water is also there. Smallholder irrigation agriculture is increasing in Africa, and that means groundwater can also contribute to food security in Africa. Ecosystem sustenance, the groundwater is there. We have to look at all this. And in terms of the climate resilience and adaptation as a buffer, groundwater is also there. Looking at this, by the time we sustainably manage groundwater in Africa, it means we could drive the achievement and attainment of more than 11 out of the 17 SDG that we have. Of course, what are the interventions at AMCO? What are we doing? So in line with this, AMCO identified groundwater as one of the key priority areas in its strategic program and its strategic operation. And the idea is that we want to promote sustainable management of groundwater resources in African utilization. And also we want to promote appropriate technology and practice of groundwater development and management in Africa. Of course, we want to improve the policy and practice of groundwater for better life and livelihood in Africa. That is our focus of the groundwater program that we are promoting in AMCO. Of course, within this framework, we know that we need to do something about policy, we need to do something about institutional strengthening, capacity development, and then financing. How do we increase finance in the groundwater sector? These are what we need, and we have the collaborative effort of working with partners, regional economic development, the international development agencies, and so on, and member states to drive this. Of course, within the existing partnership, we have partners that are helping us in developing some aspect and supporting our member states in driving this, raising the profile and enhancing the capacity of sustainable groundwater development in member states. Of course, if you look at it in rounding up, we see that our enabling environment is very key. What do we need to do? We need to enhance knowledge. We need to be the knowledge broker in terms of groundwater management and development in Africa. Capacity building is an issue that we need to do. And in this case, we know that to drive the groundwater development, we need to have resource assessment as one of the key. We need to understand what we are managing. That is one of the key pillars. Access to the infrastructure. What are the typical innovative infrastructural development that can help us to harness these groundwater resources? Understanding of that technology is also good in being able to tap the groundwater resources sustainably. Of course, the finance is another pillar that is very key. Without enough finance and sustainable finance to drive this process, we may not be able to achieve this sustainable development. On that note, we are calling for action towards the UN 2023 conference. What are the key things? We need knowledge, to broker knowledge through innovation, as I said, research, information sharing, which is essential. We need to mainstream sustainable groundwater resources management into the national agenda of the member state. We need to also prioritize investment in the groundwater development and protection and management of Africa for resilience and development. Of course, finally, we need to manage groundwater resources as one of the central points that can ensure food security, using it in the smallholder irrigation and maintenance of our ecosystem. On this note, I want to say thank you for your listening attention.
Thank you very much, Moshood. The call to action. In his presentation, he indicates that securing socio-economic transformation in Africa can be achieved through effective, sustainable, and equitable development and use of groundwater resources. The call to action highlights knowledge brokerage through innovation, research, and information sharing. It highlights adoption of sustainable management of groundwater resources into national development agenda at member states level, and the hope or the aspiration that there is need to prioritize investments, the call to prioritize investments, and of course the assertion that sustainable groundwater management is central to maintenance of Africa's groundwater ecosystems. On that note, I would like to take it to our panel to help us deep dive into the policy and practice of groundwater development and management in Africa. Allow me on this note to recognize the presence online of a member of our panel that I didn't recognize at the beginning, Dr. James Soramba, the director of the SADC Groundwater Management Institute. Well, you're welcome. I'd like to field the first question to Mr. Ralph Watso, that drawing from BGR's extensive history of technical cooperation on groundwater in Africa, please share your take on what opportunities exist to drive the paradigm shift that is the focus of the renewed commitments that the Honorable Minister highlighted.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me start with a personal remark, because it's now precisely 36 years that I started my professional career as a hydrogeologist in groundwater exploration in Western Africa. So this is a kind of touching moment for me to be here panelist on the focus of groundwater in Africa. Thank you. So the guy is supposed to know what he speaks about. If you have a look on groundwater in Africa, it's not one picture. I would divide it in two pictures. If you have a look on Northern Africa or the MENA region, it is like using deep aquifers, using fossil aquifers. And over the decades, we see in a lot of places a tremendous amount of over-restriction. These countries have governance, they have legislation, they have public bodies, authorities, and we have a lot of knowledge after decades of exploration and investigation, and that's not the problem. The problem is good governance, and the problem is illegal abstraction. So the reinforcement of the existing regulations, that's the big part of the game in that area. And I would like to draw a complete different picture if you go to sub-Sahara Africa. We speak about superficial aquifers and also of fossil and semi-fossil aquifers. We speak of areas that have a recent recharge. We speak of resources that are a potential for future development. And what's the challenge? I would like to describe it with 3 rough numbers. A rough estimate is that 50% of the population in sub-Saharan Africa have no access to secure drinking water supply. In 2021, almost 200 million people had no secure food supply due to the war on Ukraine and due to increasing droughts. And we see an increase of droughts over the last 2 decades. So groundwater, the invisible treasure in the subsurface, is a means to overcome the problems, at least to assist overcoming the problems. Making the invisible visible has a psychological level of appreciation, of perception. And we talked about that yesterday. And it is also a technical aspect, making the invisible visible by means of technical exploration. We need observation wells, we need measurements of the groundwater level, we need measurements of hydrochemistry and the groundwater fluxes. So how can you get aware of the water flux in a river? You just sit on the bank and watch the water flowing. And how can you become aware of groundwater flux? You need all that detailed information from the subsurface. You need physical and chemical models to describe it. So getting aware is also doing geological, hydrogeological exploration, monitoring, modeling, and assessing. And this is the next step. After making the invisible visible, by that means, it is managing the invisible. And if you talk about superficial aquifers with recent recharge, the recharge rates are key to the potentials. The recharge rates determine the rate of abstraction to use it sustainably, not only for one generation, but for the generations beyond and beyond and beyond. So we need a lot of technical expertise to evaluate or to appraise the quantity of groundwater flux, the quality of flowing groundwater, and to identify target areas, let's say for additional abstraction, and also target areas for groundwater protection. The BGR and other organizations are supporting for decades these developments, and so we are proud to support since 2018 the momentum created by AMCO. It is the first step, it is the basis, the technical or hydrogeological appraisal is the basis for further development. But then we also need skills. We need people in Africa who are able to take on the job and carry it into the future, and we need good governments. So we are here, we are still engaged to develop and to create the basis, and in addition to that, we need an upset of skills and then governments to make the story a success. So my final remark is we are still engaged, and we are still engaged in supporting your AMCO engagement to use groundwater as a resource for future development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wasso. You highlight the divide where the knowledge exists extensively and where the resource is equally utilized, but where the resource is still in a potential and where we need a lot to learn more about that resource and make it the invisible visible, and then also put in place the management arrangements to keep it well managed, well utilized, and also well developed. And that brings us to the element of skills. To you, Mr. James Suramba, with consideration of the mission of the SADC Groundwater Management Institute, how do we harness the opportunities singled out by Mr. Wasso and any others for that matter to make a business case for increased investments in groundwater development and management?
Thank you very much, facilitator. I hope I'm audible. Sorry for not being there with you, but I think the contribution will be noted. So groundwater and water in general is one of the most shared resources in our region at least. And we have on the continent more than 70 transboundary aquifers, of which about 30 lie within the SADC region. We know that issues of droughts and impacts of climate change are cut across national boundaries, and groundwater being invisible has got challenges in terms of how we understand it as a contributor to water security. Consequently, it is important to manage this resource and demystify its existence and contribution to socio-economic development. Within our region, there are policies, there's a strategy for water, there's a protocol for shared water courses. There's also a regional strategic action plans that are plans that run through 5-year cycles. What do these do? They acknowledge the fact that this resource is shared between countries, and as a result, there's a need to come up with a strategy on how to manage the resource from a variety of angles. So there is need to create an enabling environment for the management of this resource through 4 key pillars. One is the pillar of information. We have to share information and feed it into decision support systems that enable the decision makers to decide on the utilization of this resource that is out of mind and out of sight for most people. It is also important to look at how do we build institutions, that is the governance of this resource, which cuts across national boundaries. If it were one single country, it can easily fall within the frameworks of the national policies and governance systems, but this one is cutting across 2 or more countries. So there is a need to build and strengthen institutions that facilitate the sustainable development and management of groundwater resources. We also look at the aspect of infrastructure to facilitate the sustainable management and development of this resource. If we are to access this resource, we need to have appropriate technology. Being a dispersed resource that exists sometimes in far removed areas, we need to think carefully about how do we provide clean energy to abstract groundwater and make it available to support the socio-economic development of the people that are far removed from the usual grid that we can tap to. We are also looking at this resource within confined areas, like in the urban areas, where pollution is a serious issue, especially when you talk of the mega cities that are growing nowadays. How do we manage this resource within those type of local government institutions, urban institutions, and so forth? We also need to develop instruments that facilitate the collaborating partners and partners managing a shared groundwater resource to do it effectively. Within our SADC region, we looked at the policy, legal, and institutional frameworks for the management of groundwater, and we developed gap analysis reports for each and every one of the 16 countries, that is the 12 mainland countries, as well as the island states. Where are the gaps? Where are the limitations to ensure the sustainable management of this resource? So that's a capacity we need to develop within, not only in country, but regionally, to enable the harmonization of practices of management of this resource, which is not confined by national boundaries. So those are the four pillars of support that are required to ensure that we have an enabling environment to manage groundwater resources. So within our region, we've got the SADC Groundwater Management Institute, which is an institute that was born out of the policy, legal, and institutional framework developed by the region through the SADC Treaty, which was established in 2011 to be a center of excellence for groundwater development and management, with the view to promote sustainable groundwater management and development use within the region. So we need this type of institutions, and I believe there is a need to follow this type of thread across our continent. We also host annual conferences. We had our annual conference a few weeks ago, and it actually came up with a call to action for messages that we intend to transmit to this conference, to this summit, as well as to the UN Water Conference coming in New York next year. And one of these is about promoting socio-economic development through improved multi-tiered vertical and horizontal governance of groundwater from local to the Pan-African level. So we are supporting right from the base all the way to the AMCO programs, because we believe it is not a localized or a national, but a cross-border initiative. Maybe for time's sake, I'll end here, but we'll share our key messages and call to action from our region to the subsequent levels of advocacy for this resource that is out of mind and out of sight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you very much, Mr. Soramba. Of course, we need to demystify, in your words, we need to demystify the contribution of groundwater to our socio-economic development through four pillars of strengthening the enabling environment: information, institutions, infrastructure to facilitate the development and management, and the instruments that facilitate collaboration and harmonization of practices where the resource is not localized. Of course, there is a call to action. I hope it also includes the game changer that will move us from what practice that we've been having now, and then how do we move from what we've been doing into something that will deliver the promise of groundwater from the analysis you've provided us. Thank you very much. I'd like to now take it to Mr. Amani. You've served AU member states in multiple roles, focusing on addressing hydrological change and water scarcity challenges. Against that background, what would you say needs to be done differently, if you will, to develop the tools, approaches, and continental policy frameworks necessary to deliver the high-level political buy-in that the AMCO president called the game changer?
Thank you very much, Rashid, for this. We have seen throughout the discussions what is really the key issue missing if you want really to harness and develop our groundwater resources. I believe that one of the key aspects concerns the issue of filling the knowledge gap. because we are always saying that we cannot manage something we don't know, but it's even more complex when it's come to groundwater. And also, the other element concerns the filling the gap on skills. And maybe for this part of the skill, I want to emphasize on the fact that we can mobilize expertise within variety of networks, through UNESCO networks, through other UN agencies network to provide support in advancing and building capacity. The other aspect also is on the cooperation, because the cooperation is essential, because we saw that variety of those Aquifer systems are transboundary systems. And we have to anticipate potential risk of misunderstanding among member states sharing the same system, particularly when you are talking about scarcity. Member states will have to rely on the groundwater, but if you don't know what is the extent of that groundwater, to what extent that groundwater is shared with your neighboring country, there is a risk of either overpumping it and destroying the entire system. So that issue of understanding, which is related to the support to provide for better cooperation, is essential. For example, we all know when we started the program of ASARM, the internationally shared Aquifer system management, in the year 2000, in Africa at that time we have around, I think, 40, 50 transboundary aquifers. The last assessment is around 100. And this is because there was a work on that to improve that knowledge. The other also point I want to highlight is the global sensitization of the communities. This is very, very important, because communities who are struggling to access to water and to use that water resources for livelihood are the first one to understand what kind of damages they can make to the aquifers, they're not seeing, but what kind of service they can provide in order to conserve and protect that resources. So that work within community is very, very important, particularly when you are talking about scarcity. So to sum it up, as I said, the improvement of the knowledge, the building the capacity, the cooperation, and the sensitization among communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mani, stressing that point on engendering a sense of ownership and shared benefit from that resource with the community, within the communities that are living and utilizing that resource in situ. That's a very important point for us to note. I'd like to take it to our colleagues in finance, Mr. Gwen. You're very conversant with the water sector's chronic challenge of incommensurate funding to the sector, especially given the task that the sector is, there are aspirations for it to drive our economic development and social transformation. How do we unlock both public and private sector investments into the groundwater sector?
Thank you very much. I wonder if there is a French translation. I will switch to French so that we can. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Je pense que comme toutes les interventions qui ont eu lieu, enfin qui sont déroulées ce matin, je pense qu'on a mis le doigt sur les aspects clés pour lesquels on a un besoin en termes de finances Bon, si je commence tout de suite par M. Abou, il a relevé toute la problématique liée aux connaissances, la gestion des connaissances, la gestion des capacités. Mais également, quand on regarde, nous, en tant que banque de développement, là où on a eu les plus de contraintes, c'est, étant donné que la banque est une institution qui répond à la demande des pays, et souvent on est sollicité pour appuyer les pays à financer des projets liés partiellement à l'exploitation des eaux souterraines en particulier. Ici, la difficulté qu'on a le plus souvent, on n'a pas suffisamment des études assez poussées qui nous permettent d'aller directement vers le financement, les investissements. Donc, les études qui sont menées sont soit très parcellaires, dues en particulier au problème d'insuffisance de connaissances, et aussi il y a toute la problématique d'absence d'études d'impact. De sorte que lorsque nous voulons répondre rapidement aux sollicitations des pays, on est tout de suite confronté à ces insuffisances en termes d'information, de maturité des projets. Et maintenant, la banque, pour résoudre ces questions-là, a mis en place un certain nombre de fonds fiduciaires, dont l'une a été une initiative de AMCO, en particulier la Facilité africaine de l'eau, qui appuie justement les pays membres à couvrir ces besoins d'avoir des projets qui sont poussés jusqu'à maturité, mais également à renforcer les connaissances par rapport aux ressources en eau de façon générale et les ressources souterraines en particulier. Maintenant, une chose aussi importante aussi, c'est que les besoins sont immenses en matière d'investissement. Même si on arrive à répondre, à mener les études, souvent il est difficile de mobiliser l'ensemble de ressources en utilisant les voies traditionnelles, notamment des ressources publiques. De sorte qu'au sein de la banque, on a ouvert des opportunités pour les fonds non souverains. Et là, heureusement, il y a ma collègue qui manage cette division, qui est spécialisée dans l'appui, en tout cas pour le secteur de l'eau, les fonds non souverains, toutes les approches non souveraines. Maintenant, quand on regarde au niveau des fonds souverains, au jour d'aujourd'hui, quand on regarde le portefeuille de la banque, on a une centaine de projets qui sont actifs, donc opérationnels, pour un montant global de l'ordre de 5 milliards de dollars aujourd'hui, dont 20% comprennent une composante liée à la gestion des infrastructures souterraines. Donc ça, c'est ce qui concerne les investissements souverains. Maintenant, si on retourne au niveau secteur privé, je pense qu'au niveau des pays, il y a un besoin également de prendre des dispositions à même de pouvoir attirer les financements privés. Donc il y a tout un besoin de revue de nos dispositions réglementaires et juridiques de façon à ouvrir le champ à l'attrait des financements privés. Et dans cette perspective-là, la banque a pris les devants en mettant déjà au sein du département des dispositions pour pouvoir appuyer l'intervention du secteur privé dans le financement des infrastructures liées à l'exploitation et au management des eaux souterraines. Pour ce qui est des connaissances, la Facilité africaine de l'eau appuie beaucoup les pays à mettre en place des systèmes d'information sur l'eau, intégrant les eaux souterraines, mais également à appuyer les écoles de formation. L'exemple la plus récente, c'est avec 2 yeux, où on a eu à appuyer le renforcement des formations dans ce secteur-là. Compte tenu du temps, je crois que je vais m'arrêter là et peut-être je me soumettrai à vos questions pour plus de développement. Merci.
Thank you very much. You highlight the quality of studies to support investment and also to give us an idea of the impacts that may result in that resource development. Of course, the opportunities with the African Water Facility, you've highlighted them and how they can support our information management systems to be able to drive us in that direction. I'll follow up on that one maybe later on, but yeah, let me bring in Her Excellency Veronique Roger Lacan. A transboundary cooperation with particular emphasis on groundwater resources has been highlighted as a key element of the renewed commitment to assure water, food, and energy and ecosystem security. How does this resonate with the goals of the Team Europe initiative on transboundary water management in Africa? And perhaps as the other aspect to that question, what is different from the previous African Union and EU cooperation with Africa on water that the TEI is bringing in?
Merci, monsieur le ministre, messieurs les membres du panel, mesdames et messieurs, excellences. La France remercie avant tout ONU Eau pour l'organisation de ce sommet sur les eaux souterraines. Et nous l'avons dit toute la matinée, vous l'avez dit sûrement depuis le début du sommet, il s'agit d'un sujet stratégique pour notre avenir et pour la résilience de nos sociétés. La France remercie également l'AMCO pour son invitation à participer à cette séquence centrée sur les enjeux en Afrique. Vous le savez peut-être, nous avons adopté, la France, nous avons adopté une stratégie internationale pour l'eau et l'assainissement en 2020. Pour nous, l'enjeu, il a été évoqué largement ce matin, l'enjeu est que les eaux souterraines sont clés pour la sécurité alimentaire et la santé en Afrique, d'autant plus dans ce contexte de dérèglement climatique dans lequel nous vivons et de l'augmentation des usages de l'eau. Quelques chiffres, 3 chiffres en réalité qui orientent notre action. Les bassins transfrontaliers couvrent 60% de la surface du continent africain. Les populations qui vivent sur les ressources souterraines sont de 400 millions de personnes en Afrique subsaharienne. Et dernier chiffre qui concerne l'action de la France. Depuis 15 ans, la France a dépensé, ou a consacré plutôt, 40 millions d'euros pour soutenir le développement des autorités de bassin en Afrique. L'action de la France est aussi de deux ordres. Avant tout, un ordre scientifique, le soutien au renforcement des capacités scientifiques en Afrique. Nous avons développé avec l'UNESCO et un organisme français qui s'appelle le BRGM, je ne me souviens plus de ce qu'il signifie exactement, et ce n'est pas écrit dans ma fiche, mais nous avons élaboré une carte hydrogéologique d'Afrique de l'Ouest qui permet de connaître les potentialités aquifères des grandes structures géologiques du continent et qui met l'accent aussi sur les capacités de recharge. Et nous avons, le deuxième pan de notre action est une action de soutien à la gouvernance des bassins et à la gestion commune de ces bassins. C'est à ce titre que nous avons soutenu et que nous plaidons en faveur de l'adhésion à la Convention d'Helsinki, qui offre un cadre juridique doté d'une expertise et d'un accompagnement de qualité pour renforcer la gestion concertée des masses d'eau, notamment souterraines, entre les États riverains. Et nous appelons donc à l'adhésion à cette convention. Le deuxième cadre, et vous l'avez mentionné, monsieur, c'est cette initiative Équipe Europe qui regroupe 8 États européens et qui a été évoquée en mars dernier lors du forum de Dakar et qui vise à contribuer au développement des capacités institutionnelles et administratives nécessaires à une gestion intégrée. Vous l'avez évoqué beaucoup, messieurs, lors de ce panel, les gestions intégrées sont essentielles. Voilà, je crois que j'ai tout dit et je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you very much. The facts are clear. The majority of our basins are shared. A large number of our population lives and depends on these resources in the shared basins. But the support is being provided to develop capacity, to provide the knowledge on the hydrological maps of West Africa, to support governance at basin level, and to advocate for acceding to the UN ECE Convention and contribute to institutional and technical capacity development. That is the contribution of our panel. Those are the insights from our panel. I would like to utilize this opportunity as we close. I have tried to recap on some of this, to invite our rapporteurs to take us through what they've been able to capture so that we have that record straight before we close the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Directors of Proceedings. In summary, we have looked at the importance that underground water can play, how groundwater helps us to secure socio-economic transformation in Africa, of course through an enabling environment, recognizing the role of data, information and knowledge brokerage. We also highlighted the need for innovation, research, and governance. Very importantly, a new angle highlighted today is the introduction of groundwater into national agendas across member states and channeling investment accordingly for a sustainable maintenance of our ecosystem, reinforcement of existing legal instrument to protect and manage the groundwater as a resource. Similarly, cooperation to remove the misunderstanding between member states sharing these transboundary resources is very key, and emphasis is also placed on financing water programs through participation of private sector. I so submit.
Thank you very much. Our vote of thanks to the rapporteur for wrapping that up, capturing. I believe that can form the basis for our commitments coming out of this conference and also articulating the game changer that we shall be submitting. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to recognize and thank our panel for the insights they have provided on the focus on Africa and allow us. Yes. And with that, I thank you very much and hand over to our summit controller.
Many thanks, Rashid. Many thanks to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, next in our program is lunch. However, just to tell you, there is a cinema and water issues, a tool to raise awareness, and that's in Hall Segur, floor number -1. So please visit it. They say it's marvelous. Enjoy your lunch, and we see each other here 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our afternoon program. And we will have three very interesting sessions, starting with one on science policy practice and how to strengthen this interface among scientists and practitioners and policymakers. I will keep it very short because we have an excellent moderator, Anita. She is going to take over and enjoy the session. Anita, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us at this session on strengthening the science policy practice interface. I actually think we should win the award for the most difficult session title to pronounce. So as we begin this session, it's useful to reflect on the reason the summit organizers decided to devote an entire session to this topic. Over the past 2 days, we've been focused on actions to build capacity to better govern and manage groundwater in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Yet, as we've heard from many of our speakers, key to the effective design and implementation of this agenda is the production of knowledge and integration of it into both policy and practice. Yet there are many barriers to both the production of knowledge and the use of knowledge and information in policy and practice. There are also times during which decisions must be made in the absence of knowledge. How do I make those work? There we go. Great. So several factors complicate the production of knowledge as well as policy formulation and implementation in relation to groundwater. The first are the physical properties of groundwater systems themselves. Groundwater flows underground within pores and throughout the fractures in rocks. These flows are slow, nonlinear, and hidden, and thus the effects of pumping and of recharge may take time, ranging from days to years to sometimes decades, to be observed. Groundwater aquifers also extend across large geographic expanses, thus the effects of groundwater depletion can be widespread. Lastly, due to annual and seasonal variation in weather conditions, multiple observations are needed over extended periods of time to understand and identify trends and to understand and evaluate the effects of groundwater use. So in sum, while some aspects of groundwater, the physical aspects of a groundwater system are easily observed and understood, others require extensive expertise and substantial data and analysis. But that's not all. There are several aspects of the social dynamics of groundwater systems that also influence the science policy interface. First is that groundwater is widely used by many stakeholders who may have conflicting demands. Policymakers are thus under pressure to balance across competing interests. Second, groundwater is often described using probabilities and error bars, but policymakers are risk adverse and seek certainty. This is because if a policy is based on expected outcomes and a low probability event occurs, both the policymaker and the policy will face substantial public criticism and resistance. Lastly, acceptance of policies is closely tied to social perceptions of credibility and legitimacy in policymaking. Yet due to the complexity of groundwater flows, the public may not have full understandings of the science and thus may not trust the policies. So in sum, the characteristics of groundwater systems exacerbate common reasons for disagreement and inaction in policy making. Given this situation, our session today focuses on how to strengthen the science policy practice interface. We'll begin with a short intervention by Mr. Zhang Zhu, Chief Engineer from the Ministry of Water Resources, China. After that, the next portion of our session addresses the initial stages of policy making, namely policy agenda, or making the decision to take action, and policy formulation, which means evaluation of which policies and practices to adopt and use. Mr. Stefan Sietman, the communications specialist at the International Groundwater Resources Association Assessment Center, will introduce the Groundwater Catalog, a tool that provides detailed information on groundwater challenges and potential policy and management solutions. Next, Dr. Alyssa Dousman, Senior Vice President and Chief Scientist at the Water Institute, will present an example from the Groundwater Catalog demonstrating the value and content of this reference. Third, Dr. Yumiko Yasuda, Senior Network and Transboundary Cooperation Specialist at the Global Water Partnership, will present the partnership's toolbox, a virtual hub for knowledge sharing and expertise on water, science, and policy making. The second half of our session is then devoted to diving into the challenges policymakers, practitioners, scientists, and others might encounter as they seek to evaluate groundwater resources and to select and implement policies to manage groundwater. Here we will turn to a question and answer panel with 4 renowned experts. Each panelist will be asked about a different yet common challenge associated with the groundwater science policy practice interface and asked to provide their guidance and recommendations about how to navigate this challenge. Our esteemed panelists include Ms. Ione Butawa Uka from the Malawi Government Department of Water Resources, Mr. Tom Su from the International Association for Hydro-Environmental Engineering and Research, Dr. Cesar Cremona from the European Commission and the DJ Joint Research Center, and Dr. Aditi Mukherjee will be joining us online from the International Water Management Institute. We'll then wrap up our session with a reflection on the panel conversation, as well as suggestions as how you can take the key messages with you today after the Senate, and therefore help to promote and strengthen the science policy interface. So with no further more ado, we'll get started with our opening address from Mr. Zhang Zhu.
Good afternoon, everybody. I will speak with Chinese. 各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们，大家下午好。非常荣幸参加地下水峰会科学政策实践峰会。在此，我谨代表中华人民共和国水利部，向会议的召开表示热烈的祝贺，向参会的各位专家朋友致以诚挚的问候。中国是全球人口最多的国家，但中国拥有的水资源量占全球的6%，其中地下水水资源量占总水资源量的1/3。地下水在中国，尤其在中国北方地区，承载着重要的生产生活供水任务，也承担着维护生态安全和粮食安全、保障战略储备等重要作用。中国政府历来重视地下水的管理和保护，积极践行节水优先、空间均衡、系统治理、两手发力的治水思路，把地下水保护和可持续利用作为重大的生态工程和民生工程，并纳入重要工作日程，颁布了首部地下水管理条例，取得了一系列重要突破。近年来，中国地下水管理和科研人员共同致力于将地下水管理需求与科学研究相结合，针对地下水看不见、摸不着、测不准的特点，不断提升地下水管理数字化、网络化、智慧化水平，为地下水管理决策提供科技支撑，实现了科研技术与管理的深度融合。一是开展流域尺度地表水、地下水耦合模型研究，提升了地下水合理开采量与地表水利用量等 关键控制指标确定与调控技术，为流域水量分配、地下水总量控制、水位控制指标确定奠定基础。二是加强水肥一体化、高效智能灌溉等技术研究，支撑在华北等重点地区发展推进高效节水灌溉，实施农田种植结构调整。三是加强地下水数字模拟及其循环模拟，提升河湖地下水回补等治理精细化水平。四是研究基于物联网技术的地下水位在线监测与预警管理系统，建设国家地下水监测工程，在此基础上对存在地下水超采地区的水位变化情况进行通报，取得了很好的警示效果，带动了地方对地下水超采治理的主动性和积极性。五是研究地下水超采区取水布局优化的政策与技术路径，为地下水可持续开采利用提供条件。经过近年的综合治理，此前中国地下水严重超采的华北地区地下水水位总体回升，京杭大运河百年首次全线贯通，北洋涧水生态得到恢复，地下水生态修复取得明显成效。面向未来，中国将进一步加强地下水的超采治理，以进一步加强治理的智慧化管控与技术创新，以加强地下水可持续发展利用，支撑全面提升国家水安全保障。同时，中国水利部门愿与世界各国一道，积极践行全球发展倡议，共同分享、相互借鉴，促进共同发展繁荣，为实现联合国2030年可持续发展议程付出更大努力，做出更大贡献。最后，预祝峰会取得圆满成功。谢谢大家 ，Thank you。
Great, thank you for your words, Mr. Zhang. I understand that you have somewhere to go, but we appreciate that you took your time to talk to us today and to have a conversation with our audience. Next, I'd like to turn the microphone over to Mr. Stefan Siepman from IGRAC.
You up there for the slides.
Thank you, Anita. Before I start my presentation, I want to clarify something for the people who have watched, who have looked at the program earlier this week and think Christina Fraser doesn't look anything like her profile picture on WUFA. Due to sad, unforeseen circumstances, she couldn't be here and I'm filling in for her. But everything I'm going to present couldn't have been reality without her hard work, so I want to have that said before starting. So, next slide. Thank you. This World Water Day was unique in its kind. For the first time were World Water Day and World Toilet Day aligned with the same theme, but also because this year we decided to not just have 2 days of celebration, but instead raise awareness about the role that groundwater plays within environmental and societal themes throughout the whole year. The Groundwater Summit obviously being the grand finale of that year, but we also wanted to have something tangible for the period beyond 2022. And that has become the Groundwater Catalog, which I'm presenting to you today. But what was the inspiration for that? Earlier this year, the World Water Development Report has been published by our friends of UNESCO WAP, in which they connected groundwater with themes like climate change, ecosystems, agriculture, industry, and human settlements. And that served as a great first stop of trustworthy source of information and knowledge to bridge the gap of groundwater knowledge. Meanwhile, the World Water Day campaign has definitely elevated the public perception of the importance of groundwater and has also strengthened the mandate to put it higher on the political agenda. However, unfortunately, information and awareness is not enough when engaging across the science policy practice interface. And that is why we needed something to show how science policy practice can be put into practice and give the water managers, decision makers, and practitioners the means to find the right measures to solve their groundwater problems. How did we do that? We have assigned resources to each of the 3 components of science policy practice, which in practice meant that we have selected a group of themes that have a relation to groundwater, a connection with groundwater. We have created a collection of measures, instruments, and tools that can help with groundwater governance and management. And finally, we also have a database with case studies in which we have practical information on how these measures have actually been implemented before. Hence, the decision makers, practitioners, and water managers going to the groundwater catalog will be presented with information, measures on solving the problems they may have, and already examples of how that has been done, including lessons learned and best practice. This is an old version of the slide. There we go. So, how would it look like in practice? If, let's say, I'm a decision maker and I'm ruling a country with a coastal line, then I would probably be interested in the coastal cities topic. So I would go to the topics, click on that one, and then I will be presented with very digestible information on the topic itself, alongside references and external links. When I scroll down, I would find potential measures that could be applicable to the problem I may have related to coastal aquifers. I select the one that's most relevant to me, and then again, I will get very digestible, concise information on the topic itself to learn more about that, but also below, information about case studies in which that measure has been implemented. In this case, a case study that I will select that will be further explained by the next speaker, Alyssa Doudsman. As you can see, there's a short description of the case study, there's a geographic area mentioned, but also lessons learned during the implementation, and also important boundary conditions to see if indeed this could be replicated in my own scenario, in my own situation. There was another slide with the user profile of Alyssa. Contributors have a user profile to give them credit for the work they have done for the groundwater catalog, but it will also be shown alongside the case study. Apart from giving them credit and recognition, it also helps decision makers to not only learn more about the measure that could be interesting for them, but to also find out who are the experts in that field. And vice versa for groundwater experts, it's a nice way to get on the radar of decision makers in dire need for their expertise. Having said that, today we have launched the final update of the groundwater catalog, and I would like to invite every groundwater expert in this room, but also the people watching online, to go to groundwatercatalog.org, after the session of course, and create an account, start submitting case studies, because by doing that, groundwater will not only be a theme of 2022, but we will continue to make the invisible visible also in the years to come. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So next I'd like to have Dr. Doudsman come up and talk to us about this example.
Thank you so much, Anita and Stefan. All right. Good morning. You have the slides? Awesome, thank you. All right, thank you. I am with the Water Institute, and I appreciate you inviting me to speak on this case study. It's already in the catalog. If we head over the Atlantic Ocean to the United States, you'll head to Louisiana. And in Louisiana, we have an area called the Capital Area Groundwater District. It has a population of about 650,000 people, and it's about 6,300 square kilometers. There's a confined aquifer there called the Southern Hills Aquifer System that supplies water for both drinking, and industry, public supply and industry. In 2020, withdrawals were approximately 140 million gallons a day, with about 60% of that groundwater being used for public supply and 40% for industry. This aquifer was once an artesian aquifer that now has a cone of depression. So an artesian aquifer, if you were to poke into it, right, it would flow freely. And now it has a cone of depression where you have water levels that are now below land surface as great as negative 33 meters or so. So the aquifer system is a series of sands and confining units. And these sands and confining units in the aquifer system that supply, you can see the wells that come down, and they are threatened by saltwater intrusion that comes across the fault on the right. And so due to that cone of depression and the saltwater intrusion, you have a threat to that aquifer system. So the aquifer, as a result of these problems, the Capital Area Groundwater Conservation Commission was created in 1974. It has 18 commissioners, and it was developed to provide for efficient administration, conservation, and orderly development and supplementation of the groundwater resources. They are a range of representatives that manage this aquifer, but because of conflicts on the commission, they've had trouble managing and making decisions, and they do not have a long-term strategic plan for conservation. The Water Institute is an independent applied nonprofit research institute. And so they started working with the commission in 2019, utilizing structured decision-making to do long-term strategic planning. The work is to facilitate this commission to work through conflict in making decisions, develop policies, and putting those into practice based on sound science and data. Structured decision-making uses a formulation called PROACT, first defining the problem and the decision context with these decision makers. What decisions are they trying to make, understanding their legal authority and policy context, and taking into account the population and the economic growth. Next, in the PROACT cycle, we worked with the commissioners to define the fundamental objectives. What are they trying to achieve in the next 50 years? Noting that in structured decision-making, it's okay to incorporate values in competing objectives. So, as long as it's an open and transparent process. So for this commission, they included sustainable groundwater withdrawals, water for both drinking and industry, reducing saltwater intrusion, as well as acknowledging the risks related to subsidence. Next, the commission has identified feasible, cost-effective, and reasonable alternatives that can be used to achieve the objectives. Those alternatives are currently being discussed with the commissioners for evaluation. Then you go to models and science, which are being developed and used to forecast the consequences of various alternatives. For example, groundwater availability, but also the economic effects of these alternatives, looking at population growth and changing water demand over time. The next step in the PROACT cycle is what we call trade-offs and optimization, related to forecasting the consequences of the alternatives and the fundamental objectives. It not only includes science and data, but also legal and policy research. You can also incorporate uncertainty explicitly into thinking through the decision-making process. So after the trade-offs is provided to the commission, the last step in the cycle is for them to decide and take action. These actions are made in a public, transparent manner, informed by the work of the prior work related to the PROACT cycle. So structured decision-making using PROACT can help any community in the world work through challenging groundwater management problems in a productive manner based on science, data, values, the economy, legal and policy understanding. And I'd like to end with a quote with one of our commissioners, who is also a decision maker. Having been involved for nearly a decade now in regional groundwater management issues, I can unequivocally say that this is the way forward in answering the complex questions that we face. Thank you very much for having me. I encourage you all to go to the groundwater catalog and take a look at what we've provided, but also contribute.
Terrific.
Thank you. Now we have Dr. Yasuda, who's going to present to us another tool for policymakers.
Thank you very much for this, and it was very interesting to see this groundwater catalog. Congratulations. I am introduced by our facilitator. I will be now introducing another toolbox, which is the IWRM Action Hub, the Integrated Water Resources Management Action Hub, which is the GWP's new toolbox that we have launched in March this year. So what it is a real global learning platform that we really try to emphasize this interconnectivity between the learning and exploring and connect. And during a preparation meeting, I was asked what is the difference between the groundwater catalog and this GWP's toolbox. Main difference is this GWP toolbox, the scope is more on the broader water issues, water sector, not necessarily focused on the groundwater. And it's a tool for integrated water resources management. But much of that tool can be applied to the management of the groundwater. So I would say it really complements to the groundwater catalog that is very much focused on the groundwater issues. The other aspect perhaps would be that this IWRM Action Hub really has emphasis on interactivity. So I will explain you a little bit in my presentation what these are. So really there's a lot of different ways to engage with this toolbox through accessing and downloading the different tools and also to the resources from the different sections to exploring and sharing the cases and the lessons that you have learned and many, many other ways. So one of the really main function is this IWRM tool. And I don't know how many of you have known about GWP's toolbox before. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe half of the people here have heard about this GW toolbox, which we've already had this for the past, I think, about 15, 20 years. And this year, in March, we have actually launched the revised version of this IWRM toolbox. And as you may know, that IWRM concept builds around 4 key concepts of enabling environment, institutional arrangement, management tools, and financing. And surrounding these tools, there are 86, there are 86 IWRM tools that specifically talks about how you can actually implement this concept of integrated water resources management. The groundwater management plans is actually one of the tools that we are highlighting, but there's many more other tools in this toolbox. And then again, similarly to also the groundwater catalog, really we do have emphasis on the case studies. For each of the tools that we have, there are case studies of how that tool is applied. We have learned in the past years that people learn from other cases on how you actually implement the concept. And really the beautiful part here is that you can also submit your case study if you think that applies to the tools. One case study could also apply to different tools. So see in where in the screen, the red circle is where you can submit. And there's also a function to compare different case studies under the same tool. So these are different functionalities. There's also a large amount of resource libraries that are related to this toolbox and also linked to different tools. And the IWRM curator, it also allows you to check where your status is in terms of IWRM. If you want to achieve something, let's say if you want to achieve some work on the groundwater, you can also search from that. So those are the functionality of this toolbox. Now, another key functionality I mentioned related to this interactivity is this IWRM Action Network. All the users of our toolbox, you can see them where they are located on these maps. And then you can also find who they are with the photos and expertise, and you can really, this is a really great way to know the global network and also experts in the field of IWRM and on this water resources management. And another, related to this, one of the key tools that we have in this toolbox is to create a community. So the like-minded individuals, organizations can come together and say, well, to actually have an online space to interact and exchange on the different knowledge and tools and so on. And I'm very, very happy to announce today that we are launching this groundwater family as a community of the groundwater that we actually developed together with UNESCO. There was a very strong interest from the organizer of this summit to say, we are actually gathering all these people, and this is the first summit on this topic on the groundwater, and since 2 days ago there has been so much very deep conversation, very interesting conversation, and we didn't want to stop at this conference. I mean, we wanted to, together UNESCO was really telling us like we want to really continue this conversation beyond the summit. So now there is this groundwater family. You can access this community, and you can see the QR code. And if you are during the coffee break, if you go outside, you can see posters on the wall, on the sign box, so you can scan the QR. There's also an announcement in the Hoover platform for those who are using the Hoover platform. In every chat topic, there is actually, this is pinned. So please,
thank you.
Please go to this community, and we really look forward to exchanging on this platform. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you for that useful tool. We're now going to turn to our panel discussion where we'll discuss some of the common challenges that are encountered during the science policy practice interface. I'll begin with a question from Ms. Butao Uga. In many areas of the world, data on or knowledge of the groundwater system is lacking or incomplete. What steps can be taken to develop and implement policy when there is limited knowledge?
Thank you so much for that question. Indeed, data and or knowledge of some aquifers is missing in many countries in the world. But there are methods and tools, there are several actually, methods and tools that we can use in order to come up with the knowledge or to get the knowledge that we want concerning our aquifers. For example, if we want to understand the system processes, we can use analytical as well as numerical or statistical approaches to get the knowledge. We can use models to estimate the recharge, for example, as well as to quantify groundwater, as we did in Malawi some time back when we were developing our master plan for the water resources. We used the Mike Share and Mike Basin models for DHI. There was also mention of somebody in one of the sessions mentioned that they were able to use the Q95 for river flow to estimate base flow. Another approach that we can use is the use of isotope hydrology. This we have also used in Malawi. We used it, actually we used carbon dating to come up to determine the age of groundwater and the source of some of our groundwater resources. But actually we want to do more with this, like to determine the contribution of groundwater to surface water. So these are some of the methods or approaches that we can use. Not only this, we can also use online resources. We have just heard here actually of the groundwater catalog. There are so many online resources, portals that we can use as well, or tools that we can use. I'll mention of this one, maybe it has not been mentioned here. We have the SADC Groundwater Literature Archive. This one we can find a lot of scientific materials on our groundwater. There are about 4,000, reports or publications that have been put in there, books, journals, and so on. This is just one example, but there are so many of these tools. I think we can use online resources to get the geology, the hydrogeology of our aquifers that we want. We have also found out that the researchers, the academia, the NGOs, as well as the private sector. For example, me from government, I may be saying we don't have data. or I don't have the knowledge for a certain aquifer. But these, if you consult them actually, they do have, some of these, they do have a lot of data and knowledge, which is either not shared or even not publicized adequately. You know, if you go to the mining companies, for example, they possess data or information on the deeper domains, it's including even the aquifers. And in the recent past, actually, we have been doing we have been revising our policy. It's in the draft form. We consulted a lot of these organizations and so on, and we were actually amazed to see the data as well as some of the information that they have, which is just stuck out there. It's not being used. So we can actually get this data from this. So you need to be proactive and to consult, like to do a data rescue program. And now, when it comes to after you've developed a policy, now you are implementing the policy. Some of the things, the strategies that can be put related to data and knowledge is we need to enhance our hydrogeological capacity. That is, we need to develop in-depth knowledge of the relevant actors as well as the organizations. We have to train our hydrogeologists, but not only that, we need to give basic training as well as raise awareness to those people that we work with. For example, we work with planners who are economists, and these people are supposed to help us actually in formulating our policy strategies. They need to understand what we are talking about, because some of them, like in Malawi, they have been telling us that the language that we use in groundwater or in water resources in general, somebody mentioned actually managed aquifer recharge and said, it took me some 5 years to really understand what you mean with this. So we need to raise awareness so that these people, they also understand what we are talking about and they assist us. And not only that, we need to invest in the monitoring of our aquifers. We have to have monitoring wells. Even in the production wells, I think we need to monitor the flows. We need to have good information systems, and we need to have good software that is able to process as well as analyze our data. So we need to put that in our strategies, and we need to implement that.
Thank you.
And
I'm sorry, I know you have more to share, but we are out of time, and I need to move to the next question.
All right, okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Su, my question for you is almost the inverse of the one I just asked, which is namely, while in many instances there's a lack of knowledge on groundwater, in other instances we are making progress in developing knowledge on groundwater. How can we more quickly and more widely incorporate both advances in scientific understandings into groundwater policy and scientific innovations into groundwater practice?
Yes, thanks, Anita, and thank you to the organisers for inviting me to give a few thoughts. Let me start by saying everybody agrees that groundwater is a critical resource, and indeed the Global Water Policy Report of 2021 showed that 88% of ministers and national water leaders all considered groundwater critical for the future of their water supply. But only 1 in every 4 of them found that groundwater was being sustainably managed in most areas of their country. And interestingly, the report found that of these same leaders, a quarter of them tell us that groundwater is not being managed sustainably anywhere, or they simply do not have enough information to know. So today I'd like to highlight a few action areas where I think the science policy practice space can be, where we can make some progress to confront this challenge. Firstly, IHR, the organisation I represent, has some 5,000 members, some of whom are here today, including our Vice President, Amparo Lopez, sitting in the front row. And we strongly put forward that not only assessment science, but solution science must work hand in hand with practice and policy to meet our challenges. So policymakers, they need to understand the challenges that they are facing, that are at hand, and they need a vision of the current situation. But they also need to understand what are their options for implementation, what are the trends that could shape the future solutions landscape. It's only in this way that the policy makers can have that holistic understanding of the actions that they take or that they don't take and the consequences of them. So I can make a small illustration by jumping out of the water sector completely into the climate and energy sector. So it's evidently important to understand the climate change science, the phenomenon that shape the climate that's coming in the coming decades. But if there was no science and engineering to help us understand the solutions available to us, the policymakers would not have what they have today in terms of renewable energy policy options. So in this same way for groundwater, both assessment science and solution science is important, especially given the uncertainties that's inherent, particularly in groundwater science. This includes what I call blue-green engineering and research that seeks holistic approaches bringing together the environment, economic and societal needs with solutions. Secondly, I'd like to highlight that improving access to data and information, as well as adopting advances in modelling and probabilistic assessment methods, will help decision-making and provide options. Thirdly, I'd like to highlight that we must look at science, practice and policy in a cross-sectoral, system-wide manner. And the reason why I say this is because groundwater is a resource that is inherently connected beyond the water sector. So having frameworks that better align science, practice and policy with other sectors such as agriculture, such as land use, health and others is absolutely necessary if we're going to talk about sustainable groundwater use. And lastly, I'd like to highlight that, okay, science and practice helps understanding, provides option solutions for policymakers, right? But groundwater policy decisions often remain really quite difficult to make for our decision makers. They remain difficult. And that's due to all the different political balancing acts that they are required to undergo every day. So to address this, I'd like to introduce the concept and the idea of policy scaffolding, which builds upon science and practice options and innovations, many of which may be difficult to uptake on their own, despite all the toolboxes and things. So the idea of policy scaffolding is it's like very much like a scaffolding around a high-rise building, in the same way that scaffolding makes high-risk work, high-risk decisions easier to make. The water policy scaffolding can do this by providing policy options. I've been told I'm running out of time, so I'll just come straight to my last point, which only takes 10 seconds. So I'd just like to highlight the importance of carrying this to the 2023 conference. I'd like to highlight that we need to continue to listen to our water science leaders and policy leaders, and that includes the next water policy report coming up in 2023, as well as the IHA World Conference in Vienna, where we will be bringing science and policy leaders to discuss our options. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Carmona, related to the complexity of groundwater systems, scientists conducting studies and providing information on groundwater struggle to convey the depth of knowledge they have in a manner that can be understood by a wide audience. What guidance can you give us on how to convey the outcomes of scientific research in a manner that can be acted upon by both policymakers and practitioners?
Okay, thank you very much, Anita, for the question. So I will speak in French. Donc pour pouvoir répondre à cette question qui n'est pas du tout simple, et donc je voudrais expliquer notre point de vue selon notre expérience en Afrique sur la gestion des ressources en eau. Et les centres communs de recherche de la Commission européenne, donc avec les centres d'excellence en sciences de l'eau, AUDA, NEPAD, et en collaboration avec l'Université de Santa Anna de Pisa, et la participation des parties prenantes comme l'AMCO, les régions économiques africaines et les autorités des bassins, et nous avons réalisé une étude sur l'état de l'art des systèmes aquifères en Afrique. Et donc, j'espère que ça sera publié bientôt dans une revue scientifique. Et donc, parmi les conclusions que nous avons arrivées dans le cadre de cette étude, c'est que la connaissance, bon, c'est quelque chose qu'on a parlé beaucoup pendant ces derniers jours. La connaissance sur les systèmes aquifères, la connaissance sur les eaux des souterraines se trouve principalement dans les réseaux scientifiques et dans les universités. Et très peu dans les mains des décideurs politiques et des praticiens. Donc ça c'est très très important parce que cela nous amène à une partie de la question que vous m'avez posée, et c'est que comment pouvons-nous partager, je n'aime pas parler du transfert des connaissances, mais comment nous pouvons partager ces connaissances avec les décideurs politiques et les personnes qui travaillent sur les aspects opérationnels dans ces domaines. Donc, il est clair que le grand catalogue qui a été développé par l'IRAC ou l'outil qui a été développé par JWP, et ce sont des pas qui sont très importants qui vont dans ce sens de partage de connaissances. Mais quelque chose qui est très important qu'au jour d'aujourd'hui, on est en train de développer, qu'on a commencé à développer, mais qui doit encore être développé, c'est-à-dire doit être développé davantage, c'est de développer des outils de gestion, des outils qui permettent de passer de la donnée, dont tout le monde en parle, mais qu'elle n'est pas suffisante du tout, c'est-à-dire comment on peut passer de la donnée à des informations qui permettent de prendre des décisions. Et c'est sur ces outils-là qu'il faut travailler. Donc, effectivement, nous parlons de ces outils qui permettent d'identifier les problématiques et qui permettent d'identifier également quelles sont les priorités dans ces domaines. Donc, il est également important, on a parlé des catalogues, des bases de données, etc., d'inclure dans ces catalogues des problématiques concrètes, et avec des solutions très concrètes, même s'ils sont plusieurs solutions, on donne un éventail de solutions pour les praticiens, de manière qu'ils puissent illustrer comment répondre à leurs vraies problématiques sur le terrain. Et donc, il est bien évident pour nous que ces mesures doivent être accompagnées par des investissements au niveau de la gouvernance, de manière à pouvoir intégrer les eaux souterraines dans la gestion des ressources en eau. Ça, c'est bien évident. Et donc, de là à parler de quelque chose qui, je crois qu'on n'a pas assez parlé pendant ces deux derniers jours, c'est le développement des capacités au niveau des policymakers, c'est-à-dire des preneurs de décisions, de manière à que, de manière institutionnelle et également au niveau transfrontalier, ils puissent parler dans un même langage. Donc je vois que je n'ai pas non plus beaucoup de temps, mais je vais passer également directement aux conclusions. Donc, bon, il est évident, donc on a développé des outils, on a développé des vidéos, on a développé également des jeux vidéo qui permettent de faire des mesures électromagnétiques pour caractériser les aquifères. C'est quelque chose qui est très complexe et que, grâce à un jeu vidéo qu'on a fait avec, enfin, pas nous, les ICC du Mexique, qui est un de nos centres d'excellence en Amérique latine, ils permettent de mettre en place un réseau de mesures électromagnétiques pour la caractérisation des eaux souterraines d'une manière assez simple. Ce n'est pas suffisant. Ce sont des premiers pas, et ce sont des premiers pas qui sont nécessaires de manière à pouvoir donner des solutions intégratives, parce que les eaux de surface sont liées aux eaux souterraines et inversement, et ça c'est très important de les amener de pair. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you for those words of wisdom. My last question is for Dr. Mukherjee, who's joining us online in upper corner on our screen. My question for you relates to the role of groundwater users and those affected by groundwater use in the science policy practice interface. Beyond basic forums for participation, how can the values, knowledge, and activities of local stakeholders be incorporated into and used more effectively in decision-making?
Thank you, Anita, so much for having me in this exciting session. And I am really sorry that I couldn't be in person for reasons beyond my control. Couple of things before I come to the question is, this has been such an exciting year for all of us who in the groundwater community. Not only the World Water Day was celebrated as also the Groundwater Day, but this year we also published the 6th assessment report of the IPCC, and actually both the working groups of the IPCC, the working group 1, which is on physical basis of climate change, and the working group 2, in which I was involved as a coordinating lead author in the water chapter. Both of these chapters actually have given quite a bit of like in-depth assessment of the groundwater. So I would request this. I'm sure many of you have read those reports, but those both have a lot of information around what's happening to groundwater vis-a-vis climate change observed, as well as for the projected ones. I'll encourage, if you haven't seen those, please have a look, because that's really basically all of you sitting in these meeting rooms and halls. I mean, it's your work that has been assessed by a group of us involved in those IPCC. Now coming back to your question, Anita, and I also found some of the earlier questions that you asked to the other panelists very, very relevant. I mean, so many of us, I work largely in South Asia, and while some countries like Bangladesh, for instance, has fantastic data. By the way, there was also a very nice article in Science earlier in September. Again, Science made groundwater this chief feature, which I wouldn't have thought possible. Yeah, I mean, but that was a very nice thing too. But I mean, coming back to the data and and people's knowledge, that kind of question. I mean, so many of us work in places where groundwater data is really scarce, and in those contexts, I have often seen that going for more unusual data that may not be perhaps as precise, but that's good enough for policy making. Some of the work that we have done at International Water Management Institute and some of the work that our partners have done have actually been about use of community and local wisdom around groundwater. For example, we have these traditional well drillers, whose families have drilled wells for centuries, and they have amazing understanding of what an aquifer looks like. Just collecting those lithologs for them, collecting those layers of soil from them can give us a very nice kind of understanding of the aquifer. Similarly, we have also used more unconventional sources. I'm a social scientist by training, and I do a lot of surveys, just understanding from farmers, what kind of, like their understanding of the water tables also provides us that kind of information and data in the absence of more conventional one, like, drilling wells and all of those, which we absolutely need. I mean, there is no doubt that if there's a big investment that needed in groundwater, that's really about fine-tuning our observation systems in pretty much wherever that those kind of observation wells are not well enough. Coming to the other issue about how can those other forms of knowledge influence policy making, I mean, one of the things I have found most effective is often farmers know what is it that helps them access groundwater and what is it that's impeding their access to groundwater. And again, to give some example of the work that I have done in the past, my colleagues at EME and other organizations have done in the past, is around understanding those indirect linkages to groundwater. So when we talk to farmers, it's rarely that if they're not using groundwater intensively for irrigation, it's rarely because the groundwater is not available. It's mostly because they tell us either there's something with the electricity tariff or something with the access issues, some governance rules, some permit rules that's preventing them from making use of groundwater. And that's even in water abundant parts of the world. So actually understanding what are those determinants that kind of prevents or actually makes it easier for farmers to use groundwater is a very powerful policy tool. And a lot of our work, we have found like, and I hope that many of you will agree that many of the direct blunt instruments for groundwater governance, for example, things like laws, don't really work in a condition where it's very hard to implement laws. I mean, my country has 20 million groundwater wells. Who is going to monitor them? So indirectly, we have indirect instruments such as, electricity tariff, and we are increasingly now working on solar irrigation pumps, where actually some of the things like feed-in tariffs. So we have found that energy is a very important, how do I say, lever of those kind of groundwater access. And we as groundwater professionals really have to think outside of the water box and go into those energy boxes and those food boxes to understand how local stakeholders are making use of groundwater. I hope that answers your question to some extent. Yeah, thank you, Anita, for this
Terrific.
opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Mukherjee. And thanks also. And thanks also to our other panelists and speakers for all of your insightful and invaluable comments. As our conversation here today has highlighted, the science policy practice interface for groundwater is multifaceted, fraught with challenges, and at the same time immensely important. Each of our speakers has contributed to understandings of different aspects of this interface. We learned about the IWRM Groundwater Catalog and the Global Water Partnerships Toolbox, two resources available freely. And not only do these resources provide information, they also support development of communities of practice, namely enabling policymakers, managers, scientists, and citizens to interact and learn from one another. We then heard detailed recommendations from each of our panelists about actions to strengthen the science policy practice interface. I'd like to summarize a few of those main messages. First, most of our panelists echoed a comment we've heard several times at this summit regarding the need for training and capacity building. While there's definitely a need to train hydrogeologists and engineers within a country, equally important is to increase knowledge at both the policy level and the operational level. Our panelists also highlighted the importance of two-way communication between science and policy. We need to help scientists understand the complexities faced by decision makers so that they can produce information that is useful for decision makers. We also need to ensure policymakers and practitioners have knowledge of the role of groundwater, the options available for guiding groundwater use, and the potential consequences of both specific actions and of inaction. In addition, we were reminded that even when there seems to be a scarcity of information, there's likely knowledge that can be drawn upon. We should not hesitate to call upon knowledge and expertise of others, be that global resources such as the World Water Development Report and international exports, regional knowledge sources, including that of neighboring countries, and the very local knowledge of people using the water. In fact, this latter point is quite important, as those that are close to the resource and most affected by its use are those that are most aware of and able to evaluate the impacts of management strategies. Lastly, we were called upon to provide policymakers with a scaffolding of principles and objectives and insights to support them as they confront difficult decisions. The case study on structured decision-making provided an example of this and illustrated how agreeing to objectives and goals at the outset of a project can lead to decisions that are not only more effective and efficient, but also more widely accepted. Our short hour today is, of course, insufficient for fully addressing the science policy practice interface, and I am absolutely positive that our speakers had a lot more information that they'd like to share, and that many of you in this room also have your own knowledge that we could benefit from. We encourage you to continue to raise awareness, to discuss and to disseminate your ideas and experiences on navigating the science policy practice interface for groundwater, as globally all of us will benefit from the strengthening of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the rapporteurs, thank you to Elizabeth, the director of the IWRM Center, thank you to the Youth Forum, and exactly to come to the next session. It's a special pleasure and an honor. We say that for the minister, so I think it is even more opportune when we talk about future generation. The Groundwater Youth Forum will have his session their session here in a few minutes. The Summit Groundwater Youth Forum session will provide the opportunity to present youth consideration about groundwater resources and contribute to envisage new models and new solutions for the sustainable groundwater resources and management. It's the first time that the different youth network, when I say youth, it's experts, young experts, high-level young experts. And this is a network, of course. We have the pleasure to have with us as moderator Ms. Sabina Katri, visiting scholar of the UNU Flores, and we have as a rapporteur Daniela Barbati Osorio, a PhD student of the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil. Well, I leave Daniela to present all the other panelists. And, well, we have also with us Michel Frem, who is the chair of the UNESCO Groundwater Youth Network, who is sitting over there. Daniela, the floor is yours.
Okay, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we, the UNESCO Groundwater Youth Network, would like to welcome you all to this session, Groundwater Youth Forum. The Groundwater Youth Network is the youth-led network launched during the Dakar's World Water Forum earlier this year in March. Within this relatively limited time, we are now around 900 members, we are happy to say, and we are from 111 countries. And the overall objective of this network is to provide a mechanism for coordination between the existing networks, that implies we are people from different networks here, and have a special focus on youth and groundwater, making it as inclusive as possible. And today I'm here, my name is Sabina Khatri, I'm a hydrogeologist. I'm working with the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation in Nepal, Humboldt Fellow at United Nations University, and currently leading the Project Coordination Committee at UNESCO Groundwater Youth Network, representing Rural Water Supply Network, and I'll be moderating the session today here. So before we start, I would like to request all our speakers, including panelists, to keep track of the time allocated. And also, I would like to thank our rapporteur, Ms. Daniela Barbarati, who is from University of Sao Paulo again. And without any further delay, I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Professor John Cherry. Of course, he doesn't need introduction, but he's project lead of the Groundwater Project, principal investigator at G360 Institute, director of University Consortium for Field-Focused Groundwater Contamination Research, University of Guelph. Professor Cherry, you have 7 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, good afternoon, and I'm as far away from youth as you can get, but I'm certainly pleased to be still standing. So I'll just introduce you to the Groundwater Project, and our theme is Groundwater, Making the Invisible Understandable. And so, as I mentioned yesterday, if humanity is facing two immense but separate groundwater problems, groundwater is not accessed sufficiently to solve global water poverty, and many millions of wells are needed. On the other hand, groundwater is over-extracted, mismanaged, and abused, and we need less pumping of many aquifers. And these two immense problems facing us have much complexity. And I showed this slide yesterday, it's such an important one. So in water poverty, 1/3 of humanity is in water poverty and growing. And in fact, the numbers are still quite uncertain, but they're huge, and it's our shame for those of us in our society. This is a marvelous book, The End of Plenty, the race to feed a crowded world. To feed the world with its ballooning population without destroying the planet's land, water, and ecosystems is likely the greatest challenge that humanity has faced. This book was published in 2016 by a soil scientist turned award-winning journalist. So groundwater food facts. Okay, 40% of global agriculture is by irrigation, and 70% of the irrigation is groundwater. Okay, the number you typically see is 40% or 39%, but you have to add the 30% from rivers in base flow, and that's groundwater. And groundwater is being depleted, groundwater is disappearing, so in fact we're facing a monumental food crisis. It's coming at us regardless. And during long droughts, groundwater is the only water to produce food. So to solve these problems, we need comprehensive understanding based on deep knowledge across all the relevant disciplines is essential. And deep knowledge comes from synthesis of all the available information by people who understand the information. So what we're suffering from in this day and age is a lack of synthesized knowledge done by people who understand it. And our theme, or our mantra in the Groundwater Project is knowledge should be free, and the best knowledge is free knowledge. And knowledge must be democratized for human survival. So Groundwater Project is the evolving platform for groundwater knowledge and learning, and it was initiated in 2017. The international hydrogeologic community has rallied around it. Everything we produce is basically freely available by people who aren't being paid to produce it. So it's a philanthropic thrust by the groundwater community. And our vision and mission, vision is producing knowledge, tools for developing groundwater sustainability for humanity and ecosystems, and our mission is promoting groundwater learning. And so we're interested in producing books not only for the university-educated population, but children's books. We're interested in producing books for people who don't go to university and are in high school or have that level of education. And we're interested in producing overview books that explain problems like fracking and whatever else that affects groundwater. And then we have some very, very advanced books being produced. And now we're heading towards producing videos and all sorts of other things, because although you can produce knowledge, that doesn't accomplish the goal. The goal has to be accomplished by learning. And so we need better governance as the outcome of better groundwater education, and the only way to achieve better governance is better groundwater understanding. It requires well-educated professionals, informed decision makers, and the general public. And this is key. Groundwater education should happen from childhood to university to create an informed citizenry to achieve favorable political outcomes. And of course, when the professional community tries to lobby politicians to make rational decisions, our chances are rather nil. We need to have an informed citizenry to bring the pressure. So there's minimal understanding of groundwater in nearly all segments of society and nearly all countries. Education is a solution, of course, based on free knowledge, well illustrated with books and videos. This just shows a very nice three-dimensional diagram. So our big push is to try and get information expressed visually in wonderful diagrams, in many cases drawn up by artists who are learning how to do groundwater diagrams, etc. So our whole theme is visual learning. Now, there's much emphasis on how to convert knowledge into actions, and we're particularly like, how do you measure things? How do you do things? So we're interested in getting books written that explain the principles and the processes and all of that, but at the end of the day, it's how to do and how to measure that matters. This is a book that was published in Canada 35 years ago. We rediscovered it. It had been done by colleagues of me long ago. It's a children's book, Wally and Deanna's Groundwater Adventure. It is now the most widely read groundwater book in the world by far. It's on our website, and it's been translated into many languages, and at the end of the day, I think it'll be translated in 27 languages. It's a delightful little book. Please show it to your children. And so we have 27 books published, etc., and they're being translated. So as quickly as we can do it, we try and get our books translated. The books are all produced by people with deep knowledge. So these people with deep knowledge, experts all around the world, are producing books. They're doing it with marvelous illustrations because we're getting a lot of help. And then as quickly as we can, by volunteers, we're getting these books translated. Now, we've got lots of volunteers, but we still need staff to actually keep it all functioning. And then, so the aim of the Groundwater Project is to cover all aspects of groundwater science and the social sciences too that are significant. And to cover them with figures and diagrams and videos then that'll make it understandable. So we're now, we have a book in progress on groundwater law and transboundary aquifers, etc. And so groundwater is broken and it must be fixed. We need actionable knowledge and the energy and innovation of young people to fix it. So it's going to be up to young people then to clean up the mess that we older people have made.
We would like to thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we could listen to you for hours and hours, but the time limit here. So with that said, I would like to invite our next speaker. She is Dr. Yolanda Lopez Maldonado, and she is here to talk about her success story. Dr. Lopez is an indigenous Maya woman from Mexico working on understanding complex systems, undergoing the global change from an indigenous perspective. Dr. Lopez, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction and for the invitation to present the indigenous perspective. Today I will present the example of the Mayas in the Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico. This place is unique because the impact of a meteor 65 million years ago, which formed the ring of cenotes, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with. The Maya emerged in this place more than 4,000 years ago and prospered for thousands of years without having modern modeling groundwater tools or techniques. I will speak briefly about the case of the Mayas and three important aspects of groundwater that we have been forgetting in this groundwater summit. That groundwater is a life-sustaining resource, that is a resource of cultural and spiritual significance for indigenous peoples, and is a social complex ecological system. Then I will focus on the importance of indigenous knowledge and groundwater literacy, and I will present a toolbox that I developed myself and some final remarks. Despite Yucatan is a place without rivers on the surface, the Mayas were and still are a water-oriented society. For the Mayas to flourish in that terrain, they had to use all their groundwater resources effectively and efficiently. So it was a life-sustaining resource for them. For the Mayas, cenotes were also sacred, and groundwater was also a sacred resource and played a major role in religion, politics, subsistence, since they were associated with rituals and ceremonies displaying water symbolism. But groundwater is also a complex social ecological system, and due to its complex characteristics, groundwater should be analyzed using different tools, methods, and approaches for its study, application of different knowledge systems for its understanding, including the knowledge of indigenous peoples, and recognition of the cultural and spiritual values of nature. Groundwater literacy is also important, which is the minimum amount of knowledge of the users about the resource and some of its attributes, and their perception and valuation of their impacts in the system. So a proper and fair step for understanding groundwater systems is the incorporation of insights from other knowledge systems, including indigenous knowledge, because such knowledge has evolved over generations through direct contact with the environment and is essential to preserve groundwater ecosystems. But how can we scientists integrate the knowledge of the people into models or hydrological research? Here is the example of the toolbox to address many of the challenges I faced in my country when I was doing the analysis of the karst aquifer in the Yucatan Peninsula. I prepared this toolbox that I will explain in detail in the next slides. The first thing I did was, based on a literature review, I developed a simple conceptual system model for a shared understanding of the system. Please remind that in many countries, like in Mexico, data is often unreliable and sometimes non-existent. Then I obtained this type of diagrams, and I asked the expert working on the water sector to also depict their understanding of the system with boxes and arrows, a very simple step. I found a lack of knowledge on the area's hydrology and groundwater flow patterns, and in general of the dynamics of the system. Their understanding was correct, but somehow diffuse and unclear, as you can see on the depictions on this figure. But then I decided to compare what I obtained based on the literature with the diagrams created by the experts, and I found plenty of inconsistencies. So I brought them together to revise such diagrams to fill in the missing gaps of information with real-time data. With this, we were able to obtain the first local groundwater model. I developed future scenarios with them and to understand drivers of change, uncertainties of values associated with future development paths. I applied a cultural approach to conservation in order to revitalize oral tradition, to recover, restore, and revitalize indigenous knowledge. I performed underwater cave exploration in order to obtain insights about the current status of cenotes. And finally, I performed cenote cleanups in some of the groundwater caves, and we extracted more than 400 kilograms of trash with local members, as you can see in this figure, which this is the same day, just 4 hours apart. In many of the cenotes, we extracted so many trash that, as you can see in the figure here. Then we prepared a schematic representation about how this tool could help us to accomplish many of the SDG targets and indicators. So my final remarks are, how can hydrologists apply the results at a local scale and contribute towards groundwater literacy? How can indigenous communities develop their own monitoring tools? And how can we scientists and policymakers consider local conditions, indigenous knowledge, and norms to build local scale models, considering that groundwater problems are largely local? Thank you, merci, gracias.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lopez, for making it very timely as well. Thank you. So now we move on to our intergenerational panel. And the panel will be moderated by Mr. Jared van Rooyen, and he is chair to Early Career Hydrogeologist Network of International Association of Hydrogeologists. The floor is yours.
Sabina, thank you so much. I'd like to begin by just thanking our intergenerational panel for joining us today, and the UN in particular for giving us this forum for the youth network to ask the questions that we want to ask, and do it in a place where we can share what we learn with not only the rest of our youth network, but also the greater groundwater community as a whole. So just to begin, I'd like to introduce our panel. From my left, Jean-Astrid Ngakufoki is part of a water manager at the African Development Bank. To her left, Bella Amatugui, a PhD student from the Polytechnic University of Catalonia in Spain. To her left, Edward Atmajuaja. He is from Indonesia, a senior advisor to the Minister of Technology, Industry and Environment. And finally, Sophie Erfurt, a PhD student from Oxford University in the UK. So to begin, I'd like to ask Jean-Astrid a question specifically. Why do you think capacity development is so important to investment in Africa? And where do you see the African Development Bank role in integrating youth into this water sector investment?
Distinguished guests, dear participants, good afternoon. I'm very pleased to take part in this key event, so thank you for your invitation. Let me share with you 3 key messages to answer your first question. Groundwater is very important for Africa's development. Groundwater availability on the African continent is estimated to be 20 times greater than surface water. The estimated recharge rate is approximately 15,000 cubic kilometers per decade. This represents roughly 2% of the estimated groundwater storage of the African continent. However, in general, groundwater resources in Africa are underexploited. Their use is estimated to be 18% of the total water use in Africa. Given the increasing pressures on water resources related to climate change, increasing population growth, fast urbanization, rising living standards, to name but a few. Unutilized renewable groundwater resources definitely constitute an opportunity for socio-economic growth and for improving living standards in Africa. And this will require large amounts of financing and definitely strengthening of capacity building. My second key message is about capacity building. As it was greatly discussed by the second plenary session of yesterday, capacity building is of utmost importance for groundwater development, especially in Africa. There are many challenges to the exploitation of groundwater resources. However, according to AMCO's 2018 status report, 71% of African countries have an inadequate capacity for integrated water resources management implementation. Strong institutions are required to support sustainable groundwater development. Yet, institutional and human capacities for sustainable water management, ecosystem protection, and water services remain a key challenge in Africa. Thus, groundwater is one of the key topics in which capacity building should be developed in Africa. My third message: no matter how much you invest in the water sector in Africa, if countries and regional bodies lack the institutional and technical capacities to implement water sector projects, then the investment may be wasted. Capacity building is also essential for improved governance frameworks. And they are in turn also key for lowering the risk profile associated with specific infrastructure projects and attracting the participation of a range of investors. In Africa, let me give you some figures. Countries invest only 0.5% of their GDP on average, while governments don't invest enough in the soft part of infrastructure, such as capacity building and training, which leads to a lack of access for credit for infrastructure development. So now, youth is the bridge of those three key messages. Youth are Africa's greatest asset. Africa already has the largest population of young people in the world. And Africa's youth population is expected to double by 2050. Can you imagine? As young people are directly affected by water scarcity and lack of sanitation and hygiene services, there are key stakeholders in the water sector. Unfortunately, the youth is rarely included in decision-making. Many interventions do not fully consider the needs and desires of youth, and they are seen as recipients of assistance rather than active actors. Young people are not just beneficiaries, but also agents of change. They have distinct voices and needs which should be included and shared during local, national, and regional participatory processes. Youth are a great pool of innovators, implementers, entrepreneurs, to mention but a few. More importantly, they are future leaders and guardians of the sector. They have a right, and I will tell you, they have the duty to be engaged today on the critical issues they will face in future. So how does the bank integrate youth in water sector investment? The involvement of youth in the water sector is embedded in the bank's policy, in the bank's strategy. The bank will seek to harness the economic potential of water resources to create employment opportunities for vulnerable segments of the population and will increase the support of capacity building to manage water and contribute to water security as well. So the African Development Bank's Water and Sanitation Department is already working on projects through which technical capacities of member countries and other relevant institutions for managing water resources will be strengthened. We are also developing a pipeline of projects that will contribute towards improving the water resources management of several transboundary basins and aquifers in Africa. Sudan's water sector reforms and institutional capacity development program is one of them. As a conclusion, capacity building is thus a key investment enabler as it is linked to project success, ensuring sustainability of actions, accessing credit, and attracting investments. Given the potential for groundwater development in Africa and the role it can play in climate change adaptation, greater focus should definitely be given to capacity building in all aspects. And the last word, youth, given Africa's demographics, will play an important role in this development. So youth, you are the hope of our future. And as Nelson Mandela put it, it always seems impossible until it's done. Thank you.
John Astrid, thank you so much for those inspiring words, and what a wonderful perspective, especially coming from Africa myself. Moving swiftly along, Indra, I'd like to engage with you, especially because the World Water Forum will be in Indonesia in 2024. I'd like to hear how you and your team are planning on engaging with youth participants. We've seen this being very successful in the forum in the past. How do you feel like this is going to contribute to the forum when it comes to your side?
Yeah, thank you. So, as how various factors like urbanization, multiple disasters, rapid population, climate change intensifies, and water issues become more critical, putting our faith into the power of youth might be one of the solutions we need, including in the World Water Forum, the 10th World Water Forum that will be held in Bali, 18 to 24 May 2024. So youth have a significant role as a change makers and leaders who also bring fresh ideas that can contribute in addressing water security issue. Young leaders from around the world is encouraged to share ideas related to water, more specifically groundwater. And since the previous World Water Forum, and also in Dakar, the last one, Senegal, youth engagement in the water-related issues has been initiated. The World Water Forum has always been attentive to the roles of the youth by taking into account of their involvement through the thematic, regional, and even political process. The presence of young generations could offer a major breakthrough in this forum. And of course, through the preparation together towards the World Water Forum, we are currently plotting the foremostly suitable spot for the youth respectively to join in the forum from the very beginning of the preparation. And as already discussed, the 10th World Water Forum is going to be an inclusive process with equal representation for youth. So on the road to Bali, we will have a proficient youth team that will work towards mobilizing young representation before, during, and after the forum. We would like the youth to be part of the high-level panels, special session, working groups, parallel events, side events, and we would want the youth to be part of the forum, not away from it. So this is a very crucial element of the successful of this event. As we proceed to the kick-off meeting in the next February 2023, 15 to 16. We shall have a systematic platform with the collaboration of the World Water Council and the Indonesian government and all of you, the related stakeholders, the relevant stakeholders, to streamline young participation. The plan is to have young representatives as part of the working body of the forum in order to be involved from the beginning of the process. So we assure that the youth participation, we will give the opportunity to all youth groups across the globe to be part of the planning processes. And as we proceed with planning, we shall make decisions on the youth space and youth forum with actions on the ground. And also we would like to host high-level intergenerational dialogue as part of the main events on the road to Bali. So in conclusion, as to why should involve youth in the water-related events is the creative thinking. Youth has to offer, bringing in new innovative ideas that will contribute to achieving sustainable goals. Youths are also adaptive and practical. They can immediately adjust through changing era and quick to practice what they had in mind. To achieve water for shared prosperity, youth involvement are significantly needed. So to add some more words, since few months ago up to now, the young engineers from Indonesia, from our ministry, have been distributed to the arid region. So what we call the program is back to basic, because we need to search water for the arid regions. The lack of water is there. So they are truly young engineers. Then we are ready to share all these experiences during the World Water Forum, and also bring all the young engineers to come to Bali and also to learn together and be the professional young leaders and see how it could be practiced and be really customized with the solution. So the solutions, trying to find the solutions in groundwater and also the water issues. So again, we are very welcome for all of you, the youth organization, youth network, to come to Bali and be the primary actors of this forum. Thank you.
Indra, thank you so much. Sophie, only recently have I become familiar with your research at Oxford. I find it very engaging. So from your perspective, I'd like to know what has changed in the way that we collectively view and govern our groundwater resources from a historical perspective now moving into the modern era. And then what role do you see this new generation of groundwater researchers playing in the future of groundwater?
Thank you, Jared. I'd like to start by talking about the potential transformational power of the new generation. The solutions to past problems are rarely adequate solutions for present and future problems. And in fact, some of the solutions of the past have caused the problems that we face today. We are at a pivotal moment in history, one where the power of youth has the potential to shake up the status quo. Just think about Fridays for Future. The discontent of the new generation is palpable. Similar to climate change, youth in the groundwater sector is also frustrated. Professor John Cherry has mentioned yesterday that we have reached peak groundwater exploitation. Just imagine being a young groundwater professional today. We've just started our careers, and aquifers are already heavily depleted, and the outlook for the future is bleak, to say the least. What a frustrating status quo, huh? I believe that this frustration, though, and the associated expectation for systemic change has great potential to galvanize effective action. But I want to caution those that see youth participation as an easy win. Participation and inclusion, no matter the stakeholder, is not a tick box exercise. It's a little ironic that I should say this as I'm sitting on a panel that I've been chosen to speak on solely or mostly on account of my age. But just the fact that I'm sitting here is not going to make this a successful event, shockingly. It's easy to organize one stakeholder engagement workshop after the other. What is much more difficult is to make this exchange truly valuable and effective, and this should be our bar. In general, I believe that there is a need to shift away from technocratic quick fixes to more holistic solutions that are fit for addressing systemic and interdisciplinary challenges. What does that mean? Technological advances may be necessary conditions for addressing groundwater issues, but are not sufficient in light of social and institutional limitations. They often do not holistically address the source of problems, like devaluation or misallocation of resources. I also want to say a few words on the role of data and information in the groundwater sector. Multiple times this week I've heard the phrase, "We cannot manage what we do not measure." It is true that we need the best available data and information to address pressing groundwater problems. However, I would like to argue that the key words here are not best data, but best available data. The goal of generating new groundwater data is not a goal in itself, but only serves the purpose of more effective and targeted intervention. Insufficient data cannot be an excuse for inaction. We simply do not hold that luxury of time. We're running out of time and water. Groundwater experts have been improving our knowledge of groundwater systems for decades now, while aquifers have continued to degrade all around the world. One of the greatest problems regarding data and information in the groundwater sector is that the information that we do have is not converted into action. So I urge decision makers to make the best use of available data and reflect critically on what are the decisions that we can make with the data that we do have. In the years to come, I would hope for a better understanding of social dilemmas in groundwater management. There's a range of competing and often conflicting interests in the groundwater sector. Even within the past 2 days, I've heard a range of seemingly contradictory statements. On the one hand, there's a narrative that groundwater is plentiful, with a goal to unlock its potential for poverty reduction, with goals to expand extractions at low costs for the consumer. On the other hand, we know that groundwater is overexploited, with goals of strict regulatory limits to groundwater use and increases in groundwater price and value. We cannot effectively address groundwater problems without specifying associated social and environmental needs. Research has shown the importance of fit of governance rules with local conditions. So there are great differences in global groundwater needs, requiring different sets of tools from our groundwater governance toolboxes that we've heard of before. But how can we unpack the social complexity of groundwater problems if the new generation of groundwater experts, and I'm slowly wrapping up, continues to be solely or mostly trained in technical matters? We have heard a lot about the need for education and training in the past few days, so I call on educators to include more social, political, economic, institutional training, in short, matters of governance, in academic curricula for future hydrogeologists. To conclude, we need to have more difficult and uncomfortable conversations, not just amongst each other here, but with other sectors that are heavily involved in groundwater extractions. We have talked a lot about the agricultural sector as the greatest consumer of groundwater, yet we don't really include them in discussions where impactful commitments can and need to be made. This is food for thought for New York and Bali. And last sentence. We are in need for realistic, feasible reforms that can address the groundwater challenges of today. Realistic and feasible just because of how urgent the situation is. And as we reach peak groundwater extractions, we need to be smarter about using our precious resource. We basically have to do more with less.
Thank you so much. Sophie, please.
Okay.
I know that we'll probably have lots more conversations about what you've said here today, but thank you so much for stepping up and putting your voice out there. This forum can be intimidating, but it's good to see that the right questions are being asked, so thank you. And just to move on to our last speaker from the panel today, Bella, your work has also been incredibly interesting over the last years. You have almost 10 years of working experience, apart from the fact that you're now really doing incredible work in your PhD. I'd like to know, from this experience you have in the technical water space, where do you see the challenges with in increased groundwater use, development and exploitation over the next years? Where do you see on the ground, technically, the challenges growing into the future?
Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes al público que habla en español. My presentation have to be in English, so it's okay for me. It's an honor, and I appreciate the opportunity to share with you ideas and space, especially because I'm representing my country, Panama, my region, Latin America, and currently I'm studying my research group in Barcelona. I feel so proud to be part of this team. I'd like to start my answer with an interesting brainstorm that I share with some colleagues, because we are talking about science. Many times our exploration in science requires a high level of deep work, which takes us away from current applicability. This is something that always is in front of sciences. We can create incredible models, coupled in multivariates of parameters that help us understand phenomena, and that will be extremely complex if we combine many of them. I mention this because the current situation is that land use and climate change have multi-dynamic relationship, which is really difficult to conceptualize in coupled models. And we are talking about coupling because we are using different fields of science, of course. But how do we know that our socioeconomic and political decisions are appropriate in the face of this spatio-temporal variability? According to my experience, one of the most dangerous situations is the lack of knowledge, which is reinforced by the absence of specialists, particularly in undeveloped countries like Panama. Consequently, the decision-making process is based on adaptation of the reality of another, and in worst cases, this process doesn't exist. So, where are we going? As part of a new generation, inspired by many mentors and seniors in the field, I know action is needed. There are still long-term uncertainties about these relationships, especially in the context of groundwater. The application of strategic tools will improve the correlation between environmental sustainability and economic development, related to our land use patterns, from rural to urban, from agriculture to tourism, that we are forgetting sometimes, to name a few. Many challenges are on board, and we were talking about this the last days. But we have to promote groundwater, starting with the people that will study, work, and live for this. It's contrasting to some extent, but we are sharing an invisible role in many of our societies. The people didn't know what is an hydrogeologist. So the present sends an important message. Change is required, especially in groundwater education. The future is unclear at this point, because I think that actions will have a big impact, and we need more data after this. We know that human activities greatly influence groundwater conditions by implementing land use changes. The empowerment of technical knowledge and academic preparation on groundwater in educational institutions should be an objective, with the commitment to the private sector to promote investment in the exploration and sustainable exploitation of groundwater. This is a great way to build local and regional community capacities adapted to any changes. So I believe that our future direction is an integration of parameters that represent more specific realities by region or country. Consequently, appropriate policies and regulations with wise investments by governments, private sectors, and society in general. Education will be the basis of every decision, empowered by social, political, and economic equality. Innovation will have a transcendent role integrating collaborations and new solutions. However, the reality of open science, open collaborations, and open education is a must. I want to share a last message about my feelings using my mother language, Spanish. Lo esencial es invisible a los ojos. This translates from one of the most important reflections in the book, The Little Prince, that's French. And this means that the true value of things is not always evident. El valor de las cosas no siempre es evidente. Y nosotros hemos vivido con el agua subterránea muchos años, pero nunca hemos entendido realmente nuestra relación con ella. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much.
Bella, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we are running a bit slow on time. We did have a couple open questions that we would like to have asked in this forum, but we'll continue this conversation for many years to come, hopefully. And I think the last message from just myself before we move back to Serena is just a challenge for all young, old, new, trained, or still learning hydrogeologists, water managers, policymakers, is to engage holistically. The youth now has a platform that we've created and will continue to grow over this time, but the platform is useless if it's not used by everyone. So my challenge is really to all stakeholders in this room to utilize this Groundwater Youth Network, engage with us, give us opportunities to contribute and engage with you as well. And that would be my kind of leaving message here. So Sabina, I believe we still have one or two things left on the agenda today.
Yes, we do. So we have many interesting things coming up that we have done so far, and we look forward to go in the same direction with you all involved in the future, as just Jared mentioned. So yeah, before we move on to next session, I would like to thank all our speakers here and also our moderator Jared here. So next is we will have a 4-minute video which has been sent to the Groundwater Youth Network from the young groundwater professionals from all around the world. So it will be quite interesting to all of you. You might see some of yourself there. And it is based on the 5 UNESCO regions, namely Africa, Arab states, Asia and Pacific, Europe and North America, and Latin America. So, which will be followed by the Youth Declaration by our chair. And also we would like to bring it to your attention that both the videos and the declaration that is upcoming are based on 5 different regional youth consultation we conducted recently with more than 250 participants from different regions. And we made it possible to conduct in as many local languages as possible with the help of our regional leaders. So that is where we are trying to bring the change with the local leaders. And with that said, I would like to leave the floor to our chair, Mr. Mitchell Frame. He is chairing UNESCO Groundwater Youth Network, and he will read our youth declaration now and also conclude this session. So with that said, I would like to thank you all for being here, and our declaration is following. First, the video. Yes, please.
Precious yet invisible natural resources beneath the earth account for 99% of Africa's liquid fresh water. It is a crucial natural resource for meeting various water demands and supporting the socio-economic development of the African continent. However, a major threat to various communities throughout Africa is groundwater pollution. Human activities result in the groundwater resources being polluted, aquifers being incorrectly exploited and utilized, and abstraction facilities being vandalized. Now is the time for action to ensure groundwater continue to benefit the African community.
Our biggest groundwater challenge in Namibia is the scarcity of water and the uneven distribution of groundwater resources.
The effect of climate change, increasing the water scarcity, and the effect of pollution from on-site sanitation.
تعاني الدول العربية من الاكتظاظ السكاني بالمناطق الساحلية المطلة على البحار والمحيطات الذي نجم عليه سحب كميات كبيرة من الخزانات الجوفية الساحلية وبالتالي تلوثها بالمياه المالحة بتداخل مياه البحر. كما أن الدول التي بها الأنهار مثل العراق وسوريا ولبنان ومصر والسودان كذلك يعانون من تلوث الأنهار.
Highlight the key challenges in the Arab states' groundwater management. Excessive groundwater withdrawals, scarcity, contamination, depletion, underrepresentation of youth and women, and non-compliance.
The Republic of Korea has a thorough monitoring network with the support of National Groundwater Information Center and K-Water. However, problems exist such as contamination and excessive extraction.
India is the largest user of groundwater in the world, where about 90% of groundwater is used for irrigation purposes. Due to overpumping of groundwater, seawater intrusion is a major concern in the coastal regions of India. It is estimated that about 7% of Indian coastal regions are affected by seawater intrusion.
Work with the youths and citizen scientists in monitoring the water resources of Nepal. For now, we are also monitoring shallow groundwater levels since 2016 and also working with the local government for the management of the groundwater resources.
As a result of climate change, groundwater flow systems will dramatically change in the next few decades, which can have a serious negative effect on groundwater-dependent ecosystems and biodiversity.
Healthy groundwater is key for healthy ecosystems. As an ecologist in Southern Ontario, I'm concerned about road salt contamination of groundwater.
One of the greatest risks is the increased severity and frequency of wildfires.
Do you know that drinking water, bottled mineral water, and the sweet beverages are all coming from groundwater? So let's have uniform regulation for all groundwater-derived products.
We think by investing in young people and the universities, this will help combat this problem and get more young people interested in careers in groundwater.
We can manage what we don't know. So for that reason, more studies should be carried out to know the characteristics of the aquifer. All the actors involved have to work together to achieve integrated and sustainable management of groundwater.
I only want to say to all of the American people, we need to talk about our problems in the groundwater. We have a full participation in this type of events.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear young participants, as youth representatives of the global groundwater family, we are here today to declare our commitments to improving the management and sustainability of an invaluable resource, groundwater. We are also calling upon all concerned stakeholders, including governments, private sector, and civil society, to join us in considering these commitments. First of all, it is recognized that knowledge about groundwater amongst the general public, as well as amongst decision and policy makers, needs to improve further, building particularly on the efforts undertaken during 2022, which has been dedicated to groundwater. Our first set of commitments include to continue advocating for groundwater education and communication, to mobilize attention and raise improved awareness. Promote a vision where the role of groundwater to increase communities' resilience to climate change is fully recognized. And the last commitment for the first topic is to promote engagement of the general public in groundwater protection. Second, groundwater overexploitation largely contributes to economic development. However, with abstraction increasing worldwide by between 1% and 2% each year, it has also in many instances across the world caused irreversible damages to the environment and sometimes to traditional uses. Hence, our commitments are to advocate for a world where policymakers adopt an evidence-based decision-making approach. We will promote the use of tools and technology that will serve to enhance our knowledge of groundwater systems and flows, including the critical maintenance of flows to groundwater ecosystems, while also respecting the importance of local knowledge. In addition, we will call for investment in groundwater monitoring, essential to understanding and therefore addressing decreasing groundwater levels and the deterioration of groundwater quality. This second set of commitments also includes to encourage public authorities to fully engage in the sustainable management of aquifers, especially that of non-renewable groundwater resources and overexploited renewable systems. We are also committed to call on public authorities to address as a priority the needs of traditional users as well as the most vulnerable, both of whom are the first to be impacted by situations of overuse and pollution. The third topic that we are addressing is the sustainable groundwater management, which requires an interdisciplinary approach. So our commitments for this topic include advocating for the implementation of a holistic cross-sectoral approach to groundwater resources management. One which seeks to replace existing fragmented approaches that ignore the interconnections between the different components of the water cycle and the multiple functions, services, and values of a groundwater system, including those of ecosystems. Advocating for a global commitment to action on the establishment of groundwater legislations and relevant regulatory frameworks, especially for the management of transboundary aquifers. We aim to develop improved multi-stakeholders collaborations that include youth, women, grassroots communities, and indigenous groups, and to improve the inclusion of different social dimensions in hydrogeological investigations and actuation on the ground. We will also be committed to promoting the elaboration of transition scenarios where local sustainability is prioritized over market incentives when allocating groundwater resources, while also inviting citizens and companies to consider their supply chains and water footprints, especially for food products. Finally, we are and we will keep advocating on a higher level for the clear and proper inclusion of groundwater as an important item on future international agendas, starting with the UN 2023 Water Conference. Last but not least, groundwater is both an issue of gender equality and inclusivity. So our commitments in this regard are to advocate for the improved collection of gender-based and gender-related groundwater data and for equitable groundwater resources management to secure equal human development opportunities for all. We will advocate for the creation of conditions that enable the full potential of young researchers. We will also highlight the potential for job creation in the water sector concerned with activities linked to the development and protection of groundwater resources. And we aim to promote the notion of open data and science, especially based on the UNESCO's recommendations for open science. Finally, we will advocate for the establishment of networks and organizations that play a major role locally and globally in bridging the gap between science and policy. So that was the last commitment. So you may say those commitments are ambitious or even over-ambitious. You may say, like those young people sitting here are dreamers. So as we all know, every great achievement begins with a dreamer. So now at the Groundwater Youth Network, we are 900 dreamers from 111 countries. And never forget that those who are ambitious enough to believe they can change the world are the ones who do change the world. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Michelle. I would like to thank also Jared and Sabina for this very interesting, for having moderated this very interesting session. We would have loved to have more time, but you know as it is. So Michelle talked about ambition, and yes, you have to strive for the impossible because you are now our future. And I would like to conclude our thematic session with a big round of applause to our future. And as I said, we are concluding our thematic session for this summit, and we will have a tea break offered by the Indonesian delegation. We wait for you at 4:30 sharp for the concluding, the closing ceremony of this Groundwater Summit. Thank you so much.
No, let's put it down.
I mean, the point is, let's give it back to them.
comme ça. Mais non.
Fini? Vous fini? D'accord.
Ah, there now.
Thank you.
这样吧，这样走，是吧？这样连，这样连，
一块儿讲话
对对对，是吧？这样可以吗？那等会儿，
它光下它亮。
Thank you. So as Zara said, this is the first time we are piloting.
Je dois parler. Maintenant, je parle. Je dis que il a fait.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Test, test. It works, don't worry.
Oui, la Légion. Please have your seats so that you can start.
When we start. Or you wish to. Okay.
No. I can start.
Other one?
Please have your seats, please, so that we can start. Have your seat.
Chers amis, bienvenue à tous ici à Paris, à l'UNESCO, pour ce sujet majeur qui nous réunit, pour lequel, vous le savez, l'UNESCO est engagé depuis longtemps. C'est un moment pour prendre des engagements qui soient tournés vers l'action et pour faire vivre cette diplomatie de l'eau qui est une diplomatie de la paix. Je vous remercie et vous souhaite un excellent sommet. Merci beaucoup.
If you look at statistics, you understand that groundwater is one of the largest part of fresh water available for mankind. So groundwater remains our last chance to save water for the future and even for ourselves today.
One thing I would start is make people realize how important groundwater is, because we do not realize the importance of groundwater so far. So it's invisible and it's like it doesn't exist.
So groundwater is a very complicated issue and it needs to be addressed very seriously, and we are, and the countries in the region are definitely making very important steps toward, at the end of the day, we have to empower integrated and adaptive water resources management.
A lot of people around the world depend on groundwater. For example, just to tell you one number, 2 billion people depend on groundwater for their daily needs, which is a lot. In some countries depend almost 100% on groundwater for the drinking water supply. It's very important, but not only for humans, but also for nature.
Cette eau qui transite par le sous-sol est extrêmement importante. La vie des écosystèmes qui sont dépendants de zones humides, de zones le long de cours d'eau. Donc c'est vraiment une part importante du cycle de l'eau.
We need to think more collectively about how much water we are using and do we really need that much water?
In isolated villages, young girls have to carry water long distances from wells, and they don't get a chance for education because they have to supply the family with water. And so we're hoping that the whole concept of what's needed in groundwater will change.
I think there's a lot we can learn from looking backwards, not just forwards. You know, of course, it should inform the way we think about the present and the future.
The motivation behind this is the same motivation that is behind water science policy in general, which is to educate people about water and environmental issues and how this relates to everyone and the many stories that are behind the water issues and the people that are behind them.
I think young people in general are much more attuned to the environment than they were in my generation. And so I find that young children are much quicker to point out the things that we're doing wrong.
Il faut former les jeunes, il faut leur expliquer quels sont les enjeux liés à l'eau de manière générale et aux eaux souterraines. Et il faut faire en sorte qu'ils soient prêts pour prendre en main le futur.
I want to thank you for your commitment, your passion and your partnership. And I want to see you in New York yet next year with commitments that really inspire the world to scale up everything we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We just watched a rapid summary of some elements of our interactions during those 2 days. Today, now we have the last, but not the least, segment of the summit. This is a very, very important segment because this is a segment where we'll listen to statements, commitments from member state, our constituency, and also is having a summary of what happened during the 2 days. So without further ado, I want to ask our key partner in organizing this very, very important summit. As you know, there was a task force which was put in place by UN Water, coordinated by UNESCO and IGRAC. I would like to call upon my colleague Neno Kukurik to say a few words during this segment of the closing.
Thank you, Abu. Dear colleagues, in a certain sense, groundwater resources are like climate. There is a change, a negative trend, but not everyone is noticing that or doesn't want to notice. There is a minority which is aware of this challenge, and those are the people already affected by water shortage, and those like us, members of scientific and international cooperation community. Next to us, there is a sleeping majority, inert, indifferent, which needs to be shaken up and waken up. This is not easy. It is an incremental process and asks for a change of mindset. However, when it comes to groundwater, we need to do it, and only we can do it. If we don't do it, we who are sitting here and our colleagues who are watching us, nobody is going to do it. So it's our task. Groundwater specialists are very dedicated professionals, but many of our colleagues somehow do not see rising awareness and lobbying for groundwater as a part of their work. Well, we need everyone to join forces to increase visibility of groundwater and create conditions to improve its management. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nino. So without further ado, I want to call upon the two general rapporteurs to come to the stage, Gabriel Sten and Karen Wilhoff, for the summary of the funding of the different sessions.
Dear distinguished participants, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end, and it's my pleasure and honor to convey to you the first set of key messages from the Groundwater Summit. And my colleague, Gabriel, will take over to conclude. In congratulating UN Water, UNESCO, IWRM, and collaborating partners and governments for the success of this pivotal event, let me summarize as follows. Groundwater is at a crossroads. From having traveled a bumpy yet invisible road, we now see it entering a path of more recognition, attention, and dedicated efforts. Thanks to the year of groundwater, culminating in this Groundwater Summit, and many years of hard work ahead of this to build the momentum, we can safely say that we've come a long way. However, we have to push even further, and we have to push the bar so that, we still continue and address the challenges, because as we've heard the last couple of days, they are many. What is essential to us, our fundamental resources, they cannot be neglected and ignored, no matter how invisible they are. I'm going to now give a bit of overview of the 5 accelerators that we have been discussing over the last days, and on the topics of data and information, innovation, finance, and governance. These are the following sort of messages that emerged. On the data and information, due to the invisible and complex and heterogeneous nature of groundwater, monitoring and assessment is essential. We are still far from understanding our subsurface resources. The increasing reliance on groundwater creates a demand for further data. On the other hand, there's also a push towards enhancing activities around data management, for example, through the push of new technology, which I will be discussing also. Integrating groundwater monitoring in broader water and environment monitoring is essential. We all know the major effects that we see on ecosystems and so on from bad management of groundwater. On the side of data, we also discussed the topic of soft data as being more and more important, and they're coming on the agenda, for instance, around use and abstraction of groundwater, around the functionality of infrastructure like wells, and how well institutions and governance are performing. So we need to also collect that type of data. Sharing of data and capacitating managers, users, and stakeholders is very critical. The sharing of data is empowering stakeholders, and we really need to be aware of this critical aspect as we go forward. Finally, we need more data on climate change and the impacts on groundwater. As we know, groundwater has this buffering capacity, and we don't want to undermine that. Groundwater monitoring and management should be long-term, adaptive, and iterative, reducing uncertainty and risks as critical new knowledge and solutions become available. On innovation, it has to do with advances within science, technology, but also infrastructure policies, standards, and practice, and including social collaboration and partnerships. We have to innovate on all fronts. as well as financing, which I will touch on also. Innovation plays a key role in achieving the SDGs. Critical recent groundwater innovations include Earth observations and remote sensing techniques, novel monitoring and modeling technologies, digitization, resilient and robust well infrastructure, affordable climate and groundwater smart, in parentheses solar, pumping technologies, and cost-effective novel aquifer and soil remediation technologies. Integrated groundwater, sensitive circular and nature-based solutions are also very much coming on the agenda, and they include managed aquifer recharge and storage, sustainable land and ecosystem and soil management, conservation, agriculture, and green stormwater, and management of groundwater in cities. A little bit on the human capacity development. I don't include institutional capacity development because I see that more as a governance issue. So everybody has almost a human right to know about groundwater. So we really need to step up on that front, and it has been said so many times throughout the last couple of days. Human capacity development has to be targeted, has to be context specific, and it has to acknowledge already existing knowledge, like indigenous knowledge and so on. It's very critical. And we also have to increase the public literacy and awareness on groundwater. We all need to be in this game together. On financing, sustaining and expanding societal benefits from groundwater requires political commitment, and investments in groundwater need to be augmented as part of integrated water resources management, climate change, adaptation and mitigation, and broader strategies including capacity strengthening. Novel financing tools are being developed, we saw that over the last couple of days, and put forward, and they are either focusing specifically on groundwater or facilitate specific groundwater focus, and that is very welcome to the community. Oftentimes as part of climate financing tools, nexus tools, transboundary tools, and even policy and governance tools. Still, financing and investment on groundwater management, monitoring and protection lag behind. Financing needs to address the specific contextual conditions present, social, economic, climate, institutions and so on, whether aimed at further development of groundwater in sub-Saharan Africa, where it's very needed, or in terms of better protection and groundwater, where it's polluted and overexploited. Governance, the last point, and not the least. From a local to global perspective, gaps have been identified, yet there's also progress. At the local level, there are indications that local groundwater management is feasible and can enhance its sustainable use. This requires that local stakeholders are capacitated and empowered to develop local structures for management and coordination of the use and protection of groundwater. There are evolving examples from India, Morocco, and also increasingly from sub-Saharan Africa that we can learn from and further expand and outscale. At the national scale, of course, with increasing climate effects and pressures on water from human needs, there's no country today that can ignore their groundwater resources. And the associated vulnerabilities, both in terms of the resource, but increasingly also in terms of vulnerabilities of the societies at large. There is an increasing trend, but still large needs for conjunctive and integrated management of water resources and more systemic and circular approaches. At the international transboundary level, we talked a lot about that. And while the national challenges persist, there's a long-standing but still growing recognition of the importance of international cooperation around aquifers, in particular shared transboundary aquifers between neighboring states. There are strong mechanisms and supporting tools, both on legal, institutional capacity development and resource assessment aspects available for the countries, enabling them to embark on the journey of cooperation. Where this takes place, there are clear indications that joint elevated knowledge and data sharing facilitate better prioritization of the resources for more sustainable solutions, avoiding conflicts and leveraging agreements, better policies and actions. At the global level, finally, meetings like this underscore that groundwater is no longer constrained to a local, national and even transboundary issue. We understand that groundwater is a key element to achieving the SDGs and climate change and food security challenges know no borders. There's a need to cooperate and identify measures concerning groundwater resources and ensure global food security, climate resilience, and peace. Finally, on human rights and equal benefits from groundwater, very, very central to our endeavors. It is essential to ensure that governance of groundwater is explicitly sensitive to reaching the disadvantaged communities, both in terms of data, information, innovation, and financing, and the solutions that we can find to put in place. Groundwater holds a great potential in terms of addressing climate change and disaster risk reduction, as well as socioeconomic development and livelihoods. Identifying robust and sustainable and equitable solutions across scales is important. My short summary of these messages: don't lend justice to the wealth of messages and discussions we have witnessed over the last couple of days. More digested output will be synthesized and shared widely after the summit and as a lead to the UN 2023 Water Conference. Importantly, and in closing, we need to keep up the momentum and keep making the convincing case for groundwater going forward, continuously strengthen the partnerships with everybody, and I don't want to say anybody, but we had the youth on board, we have the private sector, we basically had everybody on board at this meeting, and it's great. And we need to see proactive commitments at all levels, on all accelerators, in order to reach our goals. And I'll hand over to Gabriel from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen, for that focused review and summary of the messages for the main points of the conference. What I'm going to do is give a much more overview. 5 main points I want to highlight in terms of the main messages that came out, that we think came out of this conference. The first one is that we're facing major water challenges worldwide, especially with groundwater. It's to the point that we're not just very concerned. In fact, some people sounded scared. This is a serious problem we're having worldwide with water, freshwater resources, and especially groundwater resources. This is evident from the problems with maintaining basic pumping technology to the extensive depletion and even peak groundwater warning that we heard a number of times over the few days. That's number one. Number two, critical to use a holistic approach to groundwater governance, management, and sustainability. We need to explore cutting-edge technologies and methodologies. We need to rediscover innovative ancestral knowledge and techniques. We need to engage not only with the technical experts and experienced policymakers, but also all members of civil society, and especially women, local indigenous communities, young people, young professionals, and so on. So that's the second main message in terms of having this holistic approach. Third, in terms of engagement, we have to cooperate. We have to commit to cooperate amongst nations, amongst researchers, amongst disciplines. Political level, academic, societal, professional level, local, regional, and international level. This is the only way that we're going to be able to meet these challenges. 4, what we still need is commitment. We've heard that especially in the last session from the youth representatives. We need commitments by nations, by intergovernmental organizations, civil society, and all of you, people around the world, to begin implementing and funding all of our proposed solutions. While we clearly need to continue developing new knowledge and new ideas, we already have some of the potential solutions at hand, and we need to start implementing them today. Lastly, there's an undertone here that I don't think was stated very well, but it's there. There has to be accountability. We have to hold accountable those who have responsibility for ensuring water supply, water resources, water management, and all of those who make commitments to finance and implement the solutions. Everybody has to hold each other and everybody else responsible and accountable to fulfilling these obligations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gabriel and Karen, for the summary of the findings of the differentiation during this summit. We are very grateful for your work of General Rapporteur, and thank you for that. Now to present the UN Water Joint message and call for action, I would like to invite Madhushri Chatterjee, who is the Chief of Natural Resources and Interrelated Branch at the Division for Sustainable Development Goals at the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Madhu?
Thank you, Abu. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear participants, thank you for being here today. As also representing UN Water, as Secretary of UN Water, it is a real privilege for me to read this statement out to you. During the past 2 days, we've heard a collective strong endorsement for groundwater as key to accomplishing sustainable development goals. Speakers before me have eloquently summarized the key messages emerging from the rich sessions that we've had. As we head towards the UN 2023 Water Conference in March, I would like to remind all of you present here of the call for action highlighted in the UN Water Joint Message on groundwater. I read, governments, the donor community, the private sector, and civil society are called upon to declare voluntary commitments and announce accelerated action towards A, financing sustainable groundwater management, development and use, collection and sharing of data and information, strengthening human and institutional capacity, leveraging and scaling up innovations for groundwater management, and enhancing groundwater governance. Member states are specifically called upon to register voluntary commitments on groundwater capacity development, data and information, innovation, governance, and finance as part of the Water Action Agenda of the UN 2023 Water Conference. Finally, I would like to express my sincere thanks to UNESCO for hosting us and bringing us all together here to discuss issues on groundwater, and I wish to congratulate you on its success. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madhu, for this summary of the UN Water Joint Statement and call for action. Now we have the ministerial segment. We are very pleased to have commitment and statement from ministers for supporting this summit, for supporting work on moving issue regarding groundwater. We will have a series of 16 statements. Some are physical, others are video, and we will appreciate to, if possible, to stay within the 4 minutes as previously informed, so that we can go through this statement as soon as possible. So let's start first with the Minister of Land Management, Water and Sanitation Services of Botswana, Mr. Kefanze Miunila.
I thank you, Mr. Moderator. I greet you again, distinguished guests. Botswana's vision is to increase water security, which will open more economic opportunities as the country is embarking on 4 national key priorities: export-led growth, building human capital, provision of appropriate infrastructure, and efficient spending and financing. The 4 national key priorities occur in the context of Botswana's transition to a knowledge-based economy. Collaborative approaches to transboundary water resources management will promote freshwater sustainability and cooperation, which is important especially within the context and setting of Botswana with limited water supplies and heavily reliant on transboundary water resources as well as groundwater resources. Botswana is one of the world's most water-stressed countries, thus water security is a national priority. Groundwater in Botswana is unevenly distributed over the country, with about 80% of the population dependent on it compared to surface water sources. Annual recharge to aquifers from rainfall is also limited, reaching a maximum of about 40 millimeters in small areas and approaching zero for most of the western and central parts of the country. In terms of water governance, equity and access to clean, potable, and well-governed water is a cornerstone of our government. Our domestic policy, foreign policy, and political posture is based on sustainable use of our water resources. Groundwater is therefore of vital importance to Botswana's economy and continued development, and in most of the rural areas it may be the only available water resource that can be developed economically. Our 2006 National Water Master Plan review estimates the total sustainable yield of 96 million cubic liters per annum from developed and potential well fields, and to date, about 30% of these sustainable supply groundwater are in use. Therefore, there's need to efficiently expand these. Botswana therefore needs to develop a groundwater management strategy, of which a strategic action plan to mainly address issues of sustainable use of the resource will be developed by establishing efficient groundwater monitoring networks, water quality controls, and most importantly, modeling, protection and demarcation of our well fields. And this will go a long way in ensuring water security for the country. I would like to thank UNESCO for inviting us here, and my delegation have been well received, and we thank you, and we hope to see you in the future in other auspicious occasions, and we are going back to our country to report to Cabinet on our deliberations here. I thank you for your listening and attendance. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Our next statement is from the Minister of Water Resources of China, Mr. Li Guiying. This time it's a video. Please, the video of the Minister.
尊敬的奈尔贝杜埃勒助理总干事，尊敬的各位部长、女士们、先生们，很高兴以视频方式出席联合国水机制地下水峰会闭幕式。我谨代表中华人民共和国水利部，对峰会取得圆满成功表示祝贺。地下水是推动绿色发展的基础性、战略性资源。中国政府高度重视地下水保护管理，坚持以习近平生态文明思想为指导，坚持统筹规划、节水优先、高效利用、系统治理原则，推动地下水保护管理取得重大进展。一是强化体制、机制、法治，国务院出台《地下水管理条例》，对各省、自治区、直辖市实行目标责任制和考核评价制度，制定地下水保护专项规划，编制地下水超采综合治理专项方案。二是实施地下水取水总量、水位双控制度，采取截、控、换、补、管等措施，大力推进超采综合治理，以超采地区地下水位止跌回升，越来越多的河流恢复生命，越来越多的流域重现生机。三是 强化地下水保护管理国际交流，搭建交流互鉴平台，深化监测、科研、治理项目合作，共享技术经验，共同推进地下水可持续发展。女士们、先生们，中国共产党第20次全国代表大会谋划了未来中国发展的目标任务和大政方针，强调要促进人与自然和谐共生，推动构建人类命运共同体。中国水利部门将始终秉持创新、协调、绿色、开放、共享的新发展理念，在全球发展倡议引领下，积极响应峰会成果，加强联合国框架内地下水领域合作，推动建设一个清洁美丽的世界，为实现2030年可持续发展议程涉水目标做出更大贡献。谢谢。
Yeah, thank you to the Minister of China. Our next statement is from the Minister of Public Works of Chile, Juan Carlos Garcia.
Gracias, Abu. Muy buenas tardes, señora Directora General Adjunta para Ciencias Naturales, Audrey Azoulay, señoras y señores ministros y ministras de Estado, señor Presidente de la Conferencia General, Santiago Murao, señora Presidenta del Consejo Ejecutivo, Tamara Rastovach, amigos de la familia del agua. Valoro mucho haber viajado para participar presencialmente de esta cumbre. He tenido la oportunidad de escuchar ponencias y presentaciones que nos interrogan a todos los que somos tomadores de decisiones, tanto en el qué hacer como en el cómo hacerlo y muy especialmente con quiénes hacerlo. Justamente la inclusividad y la participación de todos los actores es una tarea que compartimos. Al menos ya es común decirlo, pero hacerlo requiere de cambios culturales y de una mejor gobernanza del agua. Algo que afortunadamente ha comenzado. Sin embargo, estamos acá porque queda mucho por hacer. No solo en mayor conocimiento, sino también para abordar las importantes brechas de género, por dar un ejemplo. Hoy soy el único ministro de la región de América Latina y el Caribe y he tenido el privilegio de reunirme esta mañana con 25 expertos y profesionales de todos los países de la región de América Latina y el Caribe. Todos han participado activamente en esta cumbre. Y sin duda, les puedo decir, en nuestra región hay capacidad, hay inteligencia y hay compromiso. Como región tenemos muchas cosas en común. Somos una de las regiones con mayor población urbana del mundo y también con mayor cantidad de agua del mundo. Pero no nos equivoquemos. Esos son los promedios. La realidad es distinta en las islas del Caribe, a las cuencas del Amazonas y por cierto, a la realidad de Chile, un país con desiertos y con glaciares. En efecto, en nuestro país, después de 13 años de debate, la misma duración de la sequía más extensa de nuestra historia reciente, con 2 de los años más secos jamás registrados, en estos 13 años hemos logrado reformar nuestro Código de Agua, incluyendo muchas normas de regulación de las aguas subterráneas. Normas como la sustentabilidad, su interacción con humedales y su priorización para asegurar el derecho humano al agua potable y saneamiento como su valor como reservas de agua para el futuro. Estamos trabajando para hacer evidente lo que está allí y que no siempre se ve, pero esto no ha sido fácil. Chile cuenta con 375 acuíferos, varios de ellos con estudios aún insuficientes, por cierto. Y de esos 375 acuíferos, en 208 de ellos se encuentran un riesgo de sustentabilidad. Es decir, más del 50% de nuestros acuíferos se encuentran bajo riesgo, con todo el impacto que genera en las comunidades humanas y en los ecosistemas. En efecto, para tener una dimensión de este impacto, más del 80% del agua potable de los sectores rurales de todo nuestro país son subterráneas. Mucho ya lo hemos dicho acá. La ciencia es parte fundamental y prioritaria para la gestión del agua. Por eso, como gobierno queremos recoger la invitación de la UNESCO que nos hace para avanzar hacia una evaluación global de la ciencia del agua. Cuando el agua es cada vez más escasa o contaminada, es urgente soluciones innovadoras y eficientes, priorizando el derecho humano al agua potable y saneamiento y el cuidado de nuestros ecosistemas. Sin ciencia, es decir, sin un conocimiento amplio, profundo y diverso, estamos perdiendo una herramienta esencial para la acción. Nos vamos con mucho interés de trabajar colaborativamente, integrando a las aguas subterráneas en la gestión integrada del recurso hídrico, con un enfoque de cuencas, en función de la seguridad hídrica y de la gestión sostenible del agua. Felicitaciones a los organizadores. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Excellency. Our next statement is from the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry of Finland, Mr. Antti Kurvinen. It's a video message. Video, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to greet on behalf of Finland the participants of the UN Water Summit on groundwater. My warmest thanks to the organizers, notably UNESCO and its IHP, for the kind hosting of this important high-level event. We celebrate groundwater today, and earlier this year, the World Water Development Report devoted to groundwater drew out attention to the challenges and opportunities related to its development and management. Groundwater is an extremely important resource for Finland. Groundwater bodies and managed aquifer recharge provide more than 60% of the national water supply. Some 10% of the population get their water from their own private wells, mainly in rural areas. In many areas across the world, groundwater enables agriculture and ensures food security. Groundwater is a very special resource, yet it needs to be managed in an integrated fashion with surface water resources, land, and the environment. Only good governance and effective balancing of different interests can ensure sustainable use and prevent conflicts. Importantly, the global freshwater conventions also apply to groundwaters, supporting cooperation in managing and protecting water resources. Being better protected from pollution than surface water, groundwater is crucial for security of water supply. This especially in these uncertain times when climate change is shifting the flow of water and aggravating hydrological extremes. Groundwater has a welcome balancing effect, sustaining river flows and ecosystems. Sustainable use of groundwater has to be made everybody's business. We have noticed that when the information systems provide for it, citizens contribute their observations. Moreover, a better awareness can change how we use and treat groundwater. International cooperation in framework of the European Union and the United Nations can really reinforce our efforts, improving knowledge and helping to share experience. Various innovative groundwater solutions have been developed or applied in Finland, and we are always ready to share and to cooperate. Stewardship of groundwater is continuous effort and responsibility, but the approaching UN 2023 Water Conference is an important moment to consolidate commitments, contributing to the Water Action Agenda. I welcome the powerful and timely UN Water Joint Message and call for action on this occasion. Thank you for your attention.
We thank His Excellencies for his statement. Our next statement is also a video message from the Federal Minister for the Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety, and Consumer Protection of Germany, Mrs. Steffi Lenke. The video, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, making the invisible visible. That is what we have to do for groundwater. 99% of the liquid fresh water on our planet is groundwater. And yet in many parts of the world, this precious resource is still unknown. The current World Water Development Report underlines once again the major gaps in our knowledge. Far too often, we are estimating rather than measuring. Despite the methods and instruments at our disposal for groundwater management, we still lack data. For that reason, we need to build technical and institutional capacities and establish a monitoring infrastructure. I am pleased that the Federal Institute for Geoscience and Natural Resources is working with global partners on sustainable management of groundwater resources. We need groundwater because the climate crisis is making rainfall patterns more and more unpredictable, and because many surface water bodies are polluted. We need groundwater to combat the global water crisis and ensure that human rights to water and sanitation are met for everyone. Under the German government's International Climate Initiative, my ministry promotes the protection and sustainable use for groundwater resources as a contribution to climate resilience, especially in African countries. Germany expressly supports the Coalition to Accelerate Transboundary Water Cooperation launched at this summit. 60% of global water reserves are shared by several countries. This includes many groundwater bodies. To protect these water bodies efficiently and establish information systems and financing mechanisms at scale, we need transboundary cooperation. I therefore urge other UN member states to join intergovernmental agreements for the use of transboundary water bodies and to ratify the UN Water Conventions. Ladies and gentlemen, making the invisible visible applies to water as a whole. That is why the Bonn Water Dialogues recommended appointing a UN Special Envoy for Water to raise awareness of the issue and help mobilize additional funding. I am confident that the UN Secretary General will heed the call to appoint such an envoy, a move now supported by 150 United Nations member states. That would be a clear step towards more visibility. Next year will be a decisive year for the entire water sector. Germany anticipates vital impetus from the UN Water Conference in March for the implementation of SDG 6 and all water-related goals of the 2030 Agenda. The call to action at today's summit is directed at every one of us. Governments around the world must recognize the essential role groundwater plays in combating the global water crisis and actively call for sustainable groundwater management. This is crucial for the success of the UN 2023 Water Conference and for worldwide sustainable management of the precious resource water. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Her Excellency. I'm now pleased to invite the Minister of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia, Mrs. Excellency Siti Nurbaya Baka.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Like many other countries, Indonesia faced the same problems on water provision, water management, and ability to balance the needs of nature and society without severely compromising one or the other, and how to manage threats to water supply quality and water resources in the face of increasingly urbanized and challenged by climate change. The provision and management of water are not merely technical problems whose resolution hinges on hydrological principle, economic cost, or engineering feasibility. The allocation, protection, and use of water are influenced by a complex array of statutes, rules, and norms exchanged economically, socially, and environmentally. In that light, Indonesia seriously considers the link with landscape configuration with accordance to biophysical condition and socio-economic aspect. Landscape governance should be addressed to ensure continuity of water supply in sufficient quantity and good quality. Indonesia initiated numerous programs of prevention and improvement of landscape stability via ecosystem-based approach to guarantee the water availability in accordance with spatial and time dimensions. Spatial-based water conservation planning in defining vegetative and soil conservation interventions at critical catchment and recharge area has been developed by considering topographic, soil properties, and socio-economic aspects. For Indonesia, groundwater is managed as a part of water resource as regulated in Law number 17/2019, in which that groundwater resources are managed within groundwater basin areas that are belong to river basin in a such integrated management water resources. The concept of conjunctive use is applied to fulfill water demand, whereas surface water become priority and groundwater is the last choice. As well, conservation synergy between surface water and groundwater for sustainable water resources is maintained. At this juncture, Indonesia is on its way to fulfilling its commitment and implement to harmonize the SDGs and the national water security, among others, through constructing 61 dams as the main source of raw water, which also function to conserve water resources, including groundwater. Implementing land rehabilitation and soil conservation by our climate action with national agenda of, we call it, Indonesia Forest and Other Land Use Net Thing 2030, or negative emission by 2030. And focusing on efforts to prevent land subsidence by reducing excessive groundwater extraction by controlling the licenses enhance governance and institutional capacity building. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, to end my remark, let me conclude by reaffirming that to protect the quality of groundwater resources and ensure their sustainability use is requiring us to move beyond business as usual and pursue more robust efforts, the collaboration in particular, to promote cross-sectoral, interdisciplinary and integrated approaches with multi-stakeholders involvement towards sustainable groundwater management. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellencies. I'm pleased now to invite the Minister of Water and Sanitation of Malawi, Excellencies Abida Sidi Mia.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Government of Malawi, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to UNESCO and its affiliates for organizing this extremely important summit. Groundwater plays a crucial part in maintaining human life and natural ecosystems on Earth. In Malawi, over 70% of the rural population is supplied with drinking water extracted from groundwater by boreholes. We are in discussions with development partners to install more solar-powered boreholes with higher efficiency and more outlet points to provide better service to our rural communities. From an economic perspective, groundwater is a major source of water for agricultural and industrial activities in Malawi. Considering the encompassing importance of groundwater, this valuable resource must be protected for future generations to come. Groundwater supplies are susceptible to being overdrawn and unknowingly polluted by landfills, septic tanks, leached fertilizers, pesticides, and mining. To say mostly by human impact, climate change and environmental degradation have become greater threats to groundwater recharge and quality. The sustainable management of groundwater is dependent on a holistic approach where different components are integrated and linked by a shared value: groundwater security. UNESCO must be commended for promoting education, science, and culture around the world. These tools can and must be applied in sustainable groundwater management. We need to capacitate institutions at all levels to respond to groundwater resource challenges, especially under sudden and extreme climatic shocks. Science also offers various potential solutions to groundwater challenges. The government of Malawi encourages groundwater scientists and administrative professionals to continue exploring for solutions that enable groundwater protection and sustainable harvesting. Having clear policies in place is essential for the correct use and protection of different groundwater resources. Different aquifer systems demand different extraction methods to enable them to recharge, thereby ensuring their long-term viability and protection. With advances in technology, greater research being carried out regarding groundwater, Malawi remains committed to work with development partners to harness this natural resource in the most sustainable ways possible. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Excellencies. J'ai maintenant le plaisir d'inviter le ministre de l'Équipement et de l'Eau du Maroc, Son Excellence Nizar Baraka. Son Excellence.
Mesdames et messieurs, amis de l'eau, je voudrais, si vous permettez, après ce fameux sommet qui a une grande importance, partager avec vous 3 convictions. La première conviction, c'est que la problématique donc, des eaux souterraines est une problématique majeure, qu'il s'agisse donc d'une sous-exploitation ou d'une surexploitation de ces eaux souterraines, et nous remercions l'UNESCO d'avoir mis la lumière en fait sur cette problématique. Deuxième conviction, c'est qu'il est nécessaire de sensibiliser l'opinion publique, les décideurs, sur l'importance d'agir maintenant pour pouvoir prévenir, préserver et mieux gérer en fait les eaux souterraines pour les générations futures, mais également pour les générations actuelles. Troisième conviction, pour pouvoir passer, je dirais, des déclarations à l'action, il est nécessaire de se focaliser sur certains projets concrets conformément aux 6 axes qui ont été retenus par l'UNESCO. Et si vous permettez, je voudrais suggérer un certain nombre d'actions possibles. Tout d'abord, agir sur la connaissance. Et pour la connaissance, il s'agit évidemment de développer le système d'information sur les eaux souterraines, de renforcer les capacités et en même temps de développer l'innovation en la matière. Également, il s'agit aussi de préserver les eaux souterraines en réduisant les pressions sur les nappes souterraines à travers la mobilisation des eaux conventionnelles et non conventionnelles, à travers le transfert d'eau. Troisièmement, en agissant également sur le renforcement et également le développement de ces nappes de manière artificielle et à travers la recharge des nappes souterraines. Quatrièmement, en agissant sur la demande, à travers en fait une meilleure efficience hydrique, qu'il s'agisse du domaine de l'agriculture, de l'industrie, du tourisme, etc. Et enfin, en mettant en place une gouvernance intégrée de ces ressources en eau, et là il faut le dire, aujourd'hui on ne peut parler véritablement d'une gestion intégrée des ressources en eau si on n'intègre pas les eaux souterraines, n'est-ce pas madame? Et par conséquent, il est important aussi de développer une approche participative et des institutions qui ont la capacité de développer cette approche intégrée qui nous permettra véritablement d'aller de l'avant et d'obtenir des résultats concrets. Et enfin, il s'agit aussi de développer des métriques qui permettent d'évaluer l'impact sur le plan socio-économique de l'action dans le domaine de la gestion des eaux souterraines. Le Maroc s'est engagé sur cette voie, conformément à la feuille de route qui a été arrêtée par le souverain lors de l'ouverture du Parlement en octobre dernier. Nous nous sommes engagés également aujourd'hui avec vous dans la coalition transfrontalière concernant les eaux souterraines et nous agissons aussi dans le domaine de la coopération avec un certain nombre de pays frères et un certain nombre de pays partenaires pour pouvoir apporter et partager notre expérience avec un certain nombre de pays dans le domaine notamment de la gestion intégrée des eaux, conformément à l'engagement que nous avons pris lors de la déclaration de Dakar. Et pour conclure, je voudrais dire que nous sommes convaincus qu'on ne pourra véritablement relever ce défi qu'ensemble, en agissant ensemble, en partageant et en nous inscrivant dans une logique de responsabilité et d'action pour pouvoir atteindre l'objectif qui est d'assurer la dignité pour les citoyens. Merci.
Merci, Excellence. Merci, Excellence. The next statement is from the Minister of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform of Namibia, His Excellency Carl Cheletwin. He is also the President of African Minister Council on Water.
Thank you very much. We had fruitful 2 days. Now it's to say our famous last words, isn't it? I will start with saying that we have to appreciate and recognize the value of water for all communities and the environment. It is a common good which is not to be taken for granted and may not be wasted. In the light of that, we believe that it is important to increase investments that builds capacity and addresses the challenges faced in respect of availability and access to comprehensive data, particularly on groundwater resources characteristics, development, utilization, and management. We have to foster research and application of knowledge and innovations to inform sector interventions targeted at improving water governance and management, as well as water sanitation and hygiene services delivery. We have to develop the institutional capacity and governance structures related to groundwater resource development and management so as to unlock both public and private investments into the groundwater sector. We have to implement an integrated water resource management approach at all levels. This includes transboundary cooperation on both surface and groundwater resources to ensure a sustainable supply of water for life, agriculture and food production, energy and other ecosystem services and benefits. Africa must be able to rely on its own capacities to utilize its resources. Resilience against droughts and water scarcity remains weak, and risks are on the increase due to climate change. Groundwater remains one of our best insurance policies against water scarcities and drought. Hence, groundwater resource development and protection must become a priority. Managing groundwater resources properly is a priority. We, at international, regional, national, and local level, have to recognize that we have made good progress in establishing what we have in terms of groundwater resources. We don't know everything, but we have made good progress. But now, we must develop strategies and measures that ensure security, sustainability, accountability, and affordability for current and future generations with regard to access to water. This, of course, also includes transboundary management, because water, as I said, is a common good. In conclusion, it is our hope that by 2030, all our citizens have secure access to safe drinking water and that we are safely managing sanitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellencies. Our next statement is a video message from the Minister of Environment of the Republic of Korea, Her Excellency Wajin Han. Please, the video.
안녕하십니까. 대한민국 환경부 장관 한화진입니다. 먼저 UN Water Summit on Groundwater 2021을 준비하시느라 고생하신 관계자 여러분의 노고에 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 지구상의 모든 생명은 물과 함께 시작되었고 오늘날 인류의 삶과 산업활동을 지탱하는 필수적 요소도 바로 물입니다. 하지만 기후변화로 인한 가뭄 등 이상기후가 심화되면서 지하수는 그 가치와 역할이 더욱 커지고 있습니다. 이러한 상황에서 기후위기 시대의 중요한 수자원인 지하수의 중요성을 확인하고 지속가능한 활용과 보존을 위해 전 세계 정부, 국제기구 전문가들이 한자리에 모여 비전과 대안을 논의한 이번 행사는 그 어느 때보다 의미가 크다고 생각합니다. 최근 세계 곳곳은 홍수와 가뭄으로 극심한 고통을 받고 있으며 대한민국도 예외가 아닙니다. 올 여름 기록적인 집중호우와 이어진 초강력 태풍의 영향으로 도심지가 침수되고 안타까운 인명피해도 발생하였습니다. 반면 일부 지역은 극심한 가뭄 현상이 지속되고 있습니다. 많은 전문가들이 이러한 이상기후가 점차 가속화될 것이라고 예측하고 있어 물 관리 여건은 더욱 어려워질 것으로 전망됩니다. 이에 지하수의 효과적이고 지속 가능한 활용은 국제사회가 함께 고민하고 해결해 가야 할 숙제라 할 수 있습니다. 대한민국도 지하수의 보전, 관리 대책을 적극 추진하고 있습니다. 체계적인 지하수의 이용과 관리를 위한 법령을 마련하고 지하수 관리 기본 계획을 수립하여 지하수의 오염 관리와 지속 가능한 개발, 활용 등을 추진하고 있습니다. 지하수 이용자와의 소통을 위해 지역별 거버넌스도 구축해 나가고 있습니다. 특히 물 공급이 취약한 도서 내륙 지역에는 지하수 댐 설치 등을 통해 물 복지 서비스를 확대해 나갈 것입니다. 아울러 지하철 건축물 등을 건설할 때 발생하는 유출 지하수를 냉난방, 소수력 발전 등에 적극 활용하여 탄소 중립에도 기여할 것입니다. 나아가 대한민국은 각국이 직면하고 있는 물 문제 해결을 위해 지하수 관리에 대한 경험과 노력을 국제사회와 아낌없이 나눌 것입니다. 모쪼록 이번 행사가 미래의 핵심 수자원으로서의 지하수의 역할을 정립하는 자리가 되었길 바라며 멋진 대화의 장을 기획해 주신 유엔과 유네스코 관계자분께 다시 한번 감사 인사를 드립니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you to Her Excellency. J'ai maintenant le plaisir d'inviter le ministre de l'eau et de l'assainissement du Sénégal, Son Excellence Serine Mbaye Thiam.
Mesdames et Messieurs, permettez-moi avant tout de renouveler les remerciements du Sénégal à l'UNESCO pour sa participation de qualité et sa contribution au succès du 9e Forum mondial de l'eau, comme en témoigne le lancement à Dakar par la directrice générale de l'UNESCO, Madame Audrey Azoulay, du rapport 2022 de l'ONU sur les eaux souterraines. Ce rapport nous invite à, je cite, mettre à profit l'immense potentiel des eaux souterraines aujourd'hui et protéger ces ressources pour demain. En effet, jusqu'ici, l'eau souterraine est un trésor invisible. En consacrant l'année 2022 comme étant celle des eaux souterraines et un sommet sur le même thème, l'ONU nous a donné l'occasion de conjuguer nos efforts pour que ce sujet occupe la place qu'il mérite dans l'agenda mondial de l'eau. Et ce sommet est assurément une étape clé pour placer les eaux souterraines au cœur des préoccupations politiques de nos États. C'est pourquoi l'initiative de ce sommet vient à son heure, car il est temps que les eaux souterraines, notamment les aquifères communs, retiennent toute l'attention qu'elles méritent à la conférence des Nations Unies sur l'eau de 2023. Comme le souligne la vision africaine de l'eau à l'horizon 2025, l'eau souterraine est la principale et souvent la seule source d'eau potable pour plus de 75% de la population africaine. Nous devons donc inscrire ce sujet comme un enjeu vital de sécurité de l'eau et plus largement de sécurité alimentaire. À cet égard, il est fort heureux que les parties prenantes du 9e Forum mondial de l'eau aient accordé en mars dernier à Dakar une place importante à ce sujet dans la déclaration de Dakar intitulée « Un Blue Deal pour la sécurité de l'eau et de l'assainissement pour la paix et le développement », notamment dans son plan d'action portant sur les bassins des fleuves, des lacs et des aquifères. Pour rappel, cette déclaration appelle la communauté internationale à la réalisation de 5 axes fondamentaux. 1. Garantir le droit à l'eau et à l'assainissement pour tous. 2. Garantir la disponibilité de la ressource et la résilience. 3. Assurer les financements adéquats. 4. Assurer la gouvernance inclusive de l'eau. 5. Renforcer la coopération. Pour concrétiser ces 5 axes fondamentaux, il est plus qu'urgent de bâtir les synergies entre le Blue Deal et le message conjoint et l'appel à l'action de l'ONU Eau, intitulé « Les eaux souterraines, la ressource invisible pour le développement durable ». Pour que celui-ci soit un véritable levier pour accélérer l'accès universel à l'eau et bâtir une résilience durable. J'appelle donc tous les délégués et représentants des institutions internationales à porter ensemble les messages de ce sommet sur les eaux souterraines à la conférence des Nations Unies sur l'eau de 2023 pour enfin rendre visibles les eaux souterraines dans le Water Action Agenda et dans l'agenda de développement durable. Je vous remercie de votre écoute attentive.
Merci, Excellence. Our next statement is a video message from the Minister of Environment and Spatial Planning of Slovenia, Mr. Uroš Brezan. Video, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants. Some years ago, science reached consensus that the world is facing water crisis, which is defined by having too much water, not enough water, or water of not appropriate quality. Even more, water crisis together with climate and biodiversity crisis form a complex and interconnected environmental challenge, so far never recorded before. Water, a limiting factor for sustainable development, ecosystem protection, climate change adaptation and biodiversity conservation, is in the center of it. Therefore, it is of our highest priority to manage both surface waters and groundwater in the most sustainable way possible, and in a global context by employing water cooperation on all levels, national, bilateral, regional or global. We should feel responsible to do this. In the mentioned context, the UN Groundwater Summit is an event with a special mission, as it is dedicated to the invisible part of the freshwater resources. About 30 times more fresh water than it is visible on Earth's surface is stored underground and out of sight. It is the main source of drinking water for approximately 50% of the world's population. It serves more than 70% of the world's irrigated land. In arid countries, even about 90%. Sustains ecosystems and endangered species and mitigates the climate change pressures. Besides pollution, groundwater's major stressor is withdrawals from pumped wells. Aquifers are under stress, many times abused by man. Furthermore, countries sharing aquifers do not cooperate on this issue on an adequate level. The second UN Progress Report on Transboundary Water Cooperation indicates that 148 countries share groundwater resources with at least one bordering country. However, only 12 countries reported to have aquifer-specific agreements in place. Despite water's critical role for life and development on Earth, we are not reaching our common goal, the SDG 6. It is not well on track, and we need to speed up the process of its realization substantially. Therefore, the UN Groundwater Summit is so much more important event. The last major water event just before the UN 2023 Water Conference next year, which will be only the second one in 46 years. It is the opportunity to discuss and plan our further efforts regarding the groundwater in the future, focused on 5 cross-cutting accelerators and to give additional attention to the transboundary water cooperation. We are looking forward to see groundwater represented also in all parts of the UN 2023 Water Conference, in interactive dialogues, special events and side events in an adequate way. This summit succeeded to make groundwater more visible in order to better manage and protect it, also in transboundary context. I strongly believe the summit's joint message will encourage governments, international organizations, financial institutions, basin organizations, non-governmental organizations, academia and civil society to make commitments related to the topics and issues of groundwater at the UN Water Conference 2023 and enable them to be included in the Water Action Agenda, regularly monitored and stay visible in the future. I wish you all the best and good luck on your way to New York next year. Let's meet there and raise our voices for groundwater too. Let's make groundwater visible to the world. Thank you.
Thank you to His Excellency. Our next statement is also a video message from the Minister of Public Infrastructure and Utilities, Transport, Information, Communication and Technology and Post of St. Kitts and Nevis. Excellency Conneries Mena. Video, please.
Greetings, distinguished ministers and water experts from UNESCO and other international agencies and stakeholders. Today I wish to speak on the chronic paucity of groundwater supplies in St. Kitts and Nevis and across the entire Caribbean region, with a legacy going back years and where more recently the situation has intensified as a result of climate change. St. Kitts and Nevis in particular faces the following 3 critical climate change issues: higher temperatures and droughts with a decrease in annual rainfall of nearly 20% over the last 10 years alone, leading to critical water shortages; coastal erosion leading to loss of beach and damage to coastal infrastructure; increase in the number and intensity of hurricanes in our region. While our new government is determined to restore 24-hour supply of water, certain topographical and infrastructural characteristics of small islands hamper our efforts in replenishment of fresh water, including small land mass with limited catchment basins. There is limited availability of surface water throughout the year, leading to high dependence on limited amounts of groundwater, which at present require fossil fuel energy to extract. In addition, climate change factors have exacerbated the problem as global warming has contributed to issues such as drainage problems, soil and water degradation, and rising sea levels, leading to saltwater intrusion in aquifers causing contamination of groundwater. Water shortages in St. Kitts and Nevis and across the Caribbean have a constraining impact on major food production. The limited source of water also fuels several conflicts as different areas, including agriculture, hydroelectricity, and drinking water and sanitation, compete for this already scarce resource. Distinguished ministers and UN experts, I do not exaggerate when I state that I have probably understated the very real challenges to water security of Caribbean states. Going forward, what is desperately needed is increased expertise in use of technological innovations such as solar-powered micro-irrigation systems to improve water efficiency. Expertise is also required for the management of and access to clean and renewable energy to increase agricultural productivity and optimization of water use. Looking ahead to the UN 2023 Water Conference, we can strengthen water resource management if we adopt timely measures to pursue some identified science-based capacity-building activities. These would include improving water use efficiency to support agriculture, flood and drought mitigation, reducing water contamination and pollution, improving wastewater treatment, strengthening water infrastructure and technology, building a reliable basis for data collection and storage in digitized format, and rethinking governance and policy for future sustainable use of water. I therefore call upon UNESCO, IHP, the FAO, and other relevant UN agencies to join us in strengthening the Caribbean SID's scientific, technical, and policy capacities to achieve the aforementioned goals. The need is urgent, and action at the highest political levels, such as at UNESCO IHP, is required. The government of St. Kitts and Nevis stands ready to act as a catalyst in developing a platform to enable this dialogue to materialize. Thank you for listening.
Thank you to His Excellency. J'ai maintenant le plaisir d'inviter le Haut-Commissaire pour l'Organisation pour la mise en valeur du fleuve Sénégal, OMVS, Son Excellence Mohamed Abdel Veta.
Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, honorables assistances, je suis honoré d'être ici aujourd'hui à Paris, à l'UNESCO, devant votre honorable assistance à l'occasion de cet important sommet sur les eaux souterraines. Et je remercie les organisateurs du sommet de m'en avoir donné l'opportunité. Permettez-moi également de remercier vivement Madame Audrey Azoulay, directrice générale de l'UNESCO, pour son témoignage sur l'Organisation pour la mise en valeur du fleuve Sénégal hier dans son allocution à l'occasion de l'ouverture de ce sommet. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, honorables assistances, l'Organisation pour la mise en valeur du fleuve Sénégal, à travers une gestion transfrontalière concertée et solidaire de ce fleuve, depuis plus de 50 années, a montré que le fleuve, en plus d'être un vecteur de paix régional, est également un formidable levier de développement économique des pays membres de l'organisation que sont la Guinée, le Mali, la Mauritanie et le Sénégal. Ainsi, l'OMVS fournit de l'énergie hydroélectrique pour les besoins de ces pays. Le dernier né des grands ouvrages de l'organisation est le barrage hydroélectrique de Guina, au Mali, inauguré la semaine dernière par les premiers ministres des États membres de l'organisation. Et en présence du président en exercice du Conseil des ministres de notre organisation, M. Serim Mbaye Cham, ministre de l'eau et de l'assainissement du Sénégal, qui est présent avec nous aujourd'hui dans cette salle et qui s'est exprimé il y a quelques minutes devant votre honorable assistance. Permettez-moi de le saluer et de le remercier pour son soutien constant et celui du Conseil des ministres à notre organisation. L'OMVS contribue également à la promotion de l'agriculture. C'est ainsi que grâce aux différents ouvrages, nous disposons d'un potentiel de plus de 400 000 hectares de terres irrigables. Des villes comme Dakar, Nouakchott et d'autres grandes villes du bassin sont aujourd'hui alimentées en eau potable, principalement à partir du fleuve. Ceci m'offre une opportunité de transition vers notre thématique aujourd'hui, les eaux souterraines, rendre visible l'invisible. En effet, l'utilisation du fleuve pour alimenter en eau potable ces grandes villes permet indirectement de préserver les eaux souterraines. C'est notre contribution à préserver l'invisible dans l'attente de le rendre visible. Cependant, force est de constater que ces ressources en eau souterraine, à cause du manque de connaissances et de maîtrise, n'ont jamais été réellement intégrées dans les dispositifs de gestion de l'organisation. Le 28 septembre 2021, les ministres en charge de l'eau des États partageant le bassin Aquifer sénégalo-mauritanien, la Gambie, la Guinée-Bissau, la Mauritanie et le Sénégal ont signé à Genève une déclaration ministérielle commune par laquelle ils ont décidé de mettre en place un cadre de coopération transfrontalière autour de cette ressource hydrique souterraine partagée. Dans cette même déclaration, les ministres ont demandé à l'Organisation pour la mise en valeur du fleuve Gambie OMVG et à l'OMVS de soutenir techniquement et financièrement la coopération autour des eaux souterraines du bassin aquifère sénégalo-mauritanien. À cet effet, les deux organismes de bassin ont convenu que le secrétariat du projet du bassin aquifère sénégalo-mauritanien sera abrité par notre organisation, l'OMVS. Par ailleurs, lors du 9e Forum mondial de l'eau, tenu en mars dernier à Dakar, un segment politique de haut niveau dédié au bassin a été organisé. L'objectif de ce segment, organisé par l'OMVS, l'OMVG, le Réseau international des organismes de bassin, la Commission économique des Nations unies pour l'Europe et la Confédération suisse, était de promouvoir la gestion par bassin comme un excellent outil de gestion, contribuant notamment à l'atteinte des objectifs de développement durable liés à l'eau. Ainsi, un document d'engagement a été préparé, le plan d'action de Dakar pour les bassins. Dans le cadre de ce plan d'action, les organismes de bassin s'engagent, entre autres, à faire participer tous les secteurs à la gestion conjointe des eaux de surface et des eaux souterraines, afin de protéger leur qualité et leur quantité. Nous comptons ainsi travailler avec les États membres de notre organisation, ainsi que nos partenaires, pour contribuer à apporter ce plan d'action à la prochaine conférence des Nations Unies sur l'eau, afin de permettre à ces organismes d'avoir une reconnaissance à la hauteur du rôle qu'ils jouent dans l'accélération de l'atteinte des objectifs du développement durable, en plus de leur rôle de facteur de paix et de stabilité. À ce titre, nous pensons que, lors de la conférence des Nations Unies sur l'eau 2023, les dialogues interactifs numéro 2, l'eau pour le développement durable, et numéro 4, l'eau pour la coopération, pourraient être particulièrement appropriés à ce cadre. Nous comptons également, à côté de nos partenaires, participer activement aux différents événements parallèles qui seront organisés sur le sujet. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable écoute.
Merci, Excellence. Thank you to all the statements. Really appreciate. We are honored to have among us also the heads of our constituency, the president of the UNESCO General Conference and the chairperson of the UNESCO Executive Board. So I'm pleased to invite the president of UNESCO General Conference, Excellency Santiago Irazabal Marwa.
Excellencies, Ministers, Mrs. Tamara Rastovac Shesmashvili, Chairperson of the Executive Board, Mrs. Shamila Berbedwell, Assistant Director General for Natural Science of UNESCO, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. When we see the Earth from space, we think about this famous picture taken by the crew of Apollo 17 called Blue Marble. That shows that 71% of its surface is covered by water. But what we cannot see in this image is the incredible resource that lies under the soil. Groundwater is a source for life. It is essential for sustaining ecosystems and food security, corresponding to 99% of liquid fresh water of the planet. It must stand at the heart of our effort for building sustainable development. Although only one sustainable development goal of the 2030 Agenda makes explicit reference to it, other 53 targets are related to these essential resources. The debate of the last 3 days confirmed that managing groundwater in a responsible manner is not just about science. It is also about human dignity and cooperation. It is about the respect of cultural diversity and living together It is finally about education and adopted positive values, attitudes, and behaviors for a better future. This summit is the result of a collective initiative undertaken throughout this year for raising awareness on the importance of all dimensions of the hidden resources. Or, in other words, as expressed by the UN World Water Day campaign, making the invisible visible. As highlighted by several ministers, we need to further work together because our demand for water has never been so intense at a time when we face the negative impact of climate change and rising inequalities. Sustainable solutions cannot be proposed by national governments alone, but by all parts of societies and every society. The UN system has also an important role to play, and this summit is a strong demonstration of this common engagement. All actors, including most vulnerable populations, must indeed be involved to ensure long-term management, monitoring, and protection of groundwater. For this, greater investment is needed in capacity building for individuals and institutions to assure the correct use of groundwater resources, avoiding pollution and contamination. We must also foster knowledge sharing and exchange to ensure better data and make the most of new technologies and innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, groundwater must not be taken as a reason for conflict, but instead, it must be seen as an opportunity for sharing responsibility and creating better opportunities to agriculture and industry. As has been said yesterday by Director General Madame Azoulay, water diplomacy is also peace diplomacy. Political will, when coupled with scientific expertise, can create effective governance of water resource. We have very good examples of the harmonization of policies, as in the case of the Guarani Aquifer system that represents one of the largest freshwater reserves in the world, shared by my country, Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. This is the role of UNESCO that builds on solid platforms such as the Intergovernmental Hydrological Program and the World Water Assessment Program, as well as a network of 29 related centers and almost 60 water-related chairs to boost international cooperation. The organization also counts on its other areas of competence: education, culture, social sciences, and communication and information to promote this solidarity and strengthen the mutual understanding we need for moving forward with the Water Action Agenda. As remarked by the Secretary General Antonio Guterres in our common agenda, water is a common good and a basic human right. We must not spare effort to protect it for the sake of humanity and our planet. It is in this spirit that I wish to thank each of you and each of us that in the last 2 days have made our commitments to advance groundwater an imperative for a sustainable future. Obrigado. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. It's my honor now to invite the chairperson of the UNESCO Executive Board, Her Excellency Tamara Rastovac-Siamavili. The floor is yours.
Excellencies, respected ministers, President of the General Conference, Assistant Director General, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address these few words in my capacity as a chairperson of UNESCO's Executive Board and the conclusion of such an important summit. The last 2 days can be crucial to better understand and debate the topic of the groundwater. And I would like to congratulate the organizers for bringing so many global stakeholders to the table. There is no doubt that you managed to make invisible visible, demonstrating why the issue of the groundwater is crucial at so many levels for our societies. Ladies and gentlemen, you have made it clear the issue of the groundwater cannot be confined to the closed circle of experts. Discussing groundwater is not the prerogative of hydrologists or geoscientists. Groundwater affects us all, to the extent that I consider the groundwater an excellent example of how science deeply affects security, peace, and eventually our lives and the well-being of our society. I believe that this summit made this connection evident. The summit contributed to bringing the scientific world together with decision makers, civil society organizations, and other key players. All these stakeholders have something to say when it comes to the management and use of this precious resource. Inclusivity has been key for this success. Ladies and gentlemen, we know it all well. Water is a vital building block of life. Health, food, education, social and economic development. How could we even start pursuing these goals if access to the clean water is not secure to all? Yet, as you have stated so eloquently and loudly, groundwater is not accessible to all. Technological divides, climate change, and other factors prevent some nations from using this precious resource sustainably. We simply cannot let this worsen form of world inequality continue. Several speakers before me have introduced the measures and tools that UNESCO Secretariat is developing to address this challenge. I'm delighted to announce that during the last session of the Executive Board, at the request of South Africa, we adopted a bold decision on the groundwater by calling for more research and data, strengthen international cooperation, more training and technology transfer, and a better management of the local and transboundary groundwater resources. We are urging UNESCO to scale up its efforts to address several important issues regarding groundwater. We are especially concerned about the accessibility and sustainability of management of this resource in Africa, which is one of UNESCO's 2 global priorities. We are also worried about many small island developing states whose migrant groundwater resources risks being further reduced by rising sea levels. Ladies and gentlemen, our goal is clear. Through this Executive Board decision and the implementation of our programs, we are fostering a global partnership for water and for the groundwater in particular. And to do that, we need to work with all of you, scientific community, policy makers, the world leaders. But we also need to hear the voice of the local populations, including indigenous people, who risk being left behind as this resource becomes rare and more needed. Together, we have a collective responsibility to keep this topic high on the decision-making agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, UNESCO is a laboratory of the idea for the peace and development. Convening partners and the scientific world around the global challenges is in our DNA. By hosting, contributing to this event, I believe that UNESCO demonstrated its readiness to face this global challenge in close cooperation with the rest of the UN family. In my capacity as a chairperson of the UNESCO Executive Board, I can reassure you of the continued interest and the support of this governing body to bring this ambitious agenda forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Her Excellency, for this statement. The International Association of Hydrogeologists is a strategic partner for our work on groundwater. So I'm pleased to welcome David Kramer, the President of the International Association of Hydrogeologists, for his statement. David.
Director Amani, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and colleagues. The International Association of Hydrogeologists is the largest groundwater association in the world, with thousands of members in over 130 countries and national chapters throughout the globe. Our scientific, educational, and charitable organization is delighted to support the efforts of UNESCO in bringing groundwater to the forefront. It's been a crazy year with webinars in groundwater, with conferences, with reports, culminating in this groundwater summit. Summits like this just don't happen. It's due to the hard work of the women and men of UNESCO, the coordination with IWRM, and we owe them a debt of gratitude for all the work that they've done. What I would like to do is I would like you to join me in expressing our appreciation for all their hard work and gratitude, if you could please. You're probably wondering why I have a bucket. The roof is not leaking. The reason I brought it up is 2 days ago, groundwater scientists from around the world brought groundwater together and mixed it in a symbolic act. The idea is groundwater can bring people together. And we mix this together from all sorts of countries all over the world, and then we put it in little containers, which many of you have, and there's still more out on the table on the IH desk out there. So if you want a little souvenir, you can bring it with you home. You can water a plant. You can put it in a river to show the importance of groundwater to rivers, whatever you'd like to do with it. Probably don't drink it, okay? But I want to point out that this is just a symbolic act. It is beyond the pale to think that symbolic acts alone will solve our problems. We need action. We need commitment. Where there is unclear governance in groundwater, where there is financial instability, inadequate money, and misdirected funds, where innovation is disconnected from the practitioner, there is work for us to do. There is opportunities for us to make things better. There are challenges to meet. Where we have saltwater intrusion in our coastal aquifers, there are a need for technical solutions as the seas rise with climate change. This affects poor countries and rich countries. When we have transboundary aquifers and their cooperation and agreements lag behind that of surface water, we have work to do. If we monitor only the easy things, surface water, and we don't monitor the quantity and quality of groundwater that over half the world relies on, we're not doing our work. And with the onslaught of climate change and population growth, there's a potential for overexploitation of groundwater, the lowering of groundwater tables, the drying of shallow wells, the extinction or diminishment of springs that have been used for millennia, and associated problems with food insecurity and migration of people out of necessity. These are challenges we can meet. I do a lot of work in the country of Niger on groundwater-related problems, and there the most common language is Hausa, and the word for water is Rora. But it has a double meaning. It not only means water, it also means blade, like the blade of a knife. And indeed, water and groundwater can be a double-edged sword. It can be the blade of a plowshare or a scythe indicating harvest and abundance, or it can be the blade of a weapon, meaning conflict and war. How we use this edge of groundwater is really up to us. We can decide how we plan our future. For the young people in the audience and watching on the internet, we need your hope. We need your new ideas. For the experienced people here, what you've done is crucial. Your knowledge is important. We can make the world a better place. We can improve the human condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. Before coming to the real closing, we will be having now two sessions of ceremony. And in that regard, I want to invite my colleague Aris Aureli. So we are starting with the first ceremony regarding the celebration of cooperation over the temperate aquifer. I don't know, many of you during this meeting did hear about temperate aquifer shared by Botswana, Namibia, and South Africa. So I will have a small ceremony vis-à-vis the cooperation within that aquifer system. So Alicia, if you could facilitate that segment.
Yes, thank you. We were scared with some of the listened discussions. Now we go for positive examples. I would like to invite the representative of Botswana, Namibia, and South Africa, so the Minister of Namibia, South Africa, and Botswana, because these three countries have, since 10 years, working together, hands in hands, to study their aquifer, the temperate aquifer. Minister Mzila, Mr. Karl Hans Schettelwin, and the representative of the Minister of South Africa, the Director General of the Department of Water and Sanitation, Deborah Mocholi. Also for not having only boys on the scene. Deborah. And I would like to give you a certificate of cooperation and peace and the UNESCO Medal for Peace. And there are all other languages that I cannot read, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With this ceremony, we wish to highlight the importance of cooperation over water resources, in particular transboundary aquifers, for the benefit of the people and of the planet. Considering that there is a large number of transboundary aquifers in Africa, strengthening cooperation of this system will contribute to the sustainable development of the African continent. We then would like to reward Botswana, Namibia, and South Africa for the cooperation established for the temperate aquifer system. Thank you very much. May I go on? Well, we have now, looking at 2023, crucial moment next year. But we have also heard that after 2023, we will have the 10th World Water Forum in Bali. And we have now to pass the baton from Senegal to Bali. And we have with us the President of the World Water Council, Mr. Forchon. I invite Mr. Forchon here. And the Minister Seti, the Minister Siti Nurabaya Bahar from Indonesia, and the Minister Thiam is still here with us. Oh yes, he said that he had to most probably leave, so we are happy that he's here with us. President Forchon, ministers, this is our hands, and this is how we have to take groundwater. I give this to the World Water Council because we definitely want to have more groundwater in Bali and ever all the other World Water Forum. Thank you so much.
Hydrogeologists came with a bucket. We are coming with this vase. At the very beginning, it was a button, but we need to be transparent. We have lost the button, and that's a pity. That's a pity. So, Mrs. already very kindly find this very nice vase. You say vase in English, and it will be the button, not the button, but the bâton en français. Let me just say a few words. The first words will be again to thank you, UNESCO, Shamila, and also you, Mrs. O'Reilly, Mr. Mani, and your Director General. And I would like also, please, to thank you and to ask you to applaud them, because we had during these 2 days a fantastic organization. All the speakers were bringing their know-how, their ideas, their feelings, their emotions, and it was very nice. This morning, at the different French radios or TV, they were speaking for the first time about groundwater. And yes, Mrs. O'Reilly, during, with our Indonesian colleagues, during the next forum in Bali in May 2024, groundwater, I promise, will be at the center of our debate, will be, I hope, at the center of our proposals and at the center of the solutions and responses that we have to bring to the population. Let me thank my friend Serigne Thiam, Minister of Water and Sanitation of Senegal. Together with his team, we have prepared a very nice forum. It was a difficult period during the COVID to organize this forum. Sometimes we had the opportunity to meet, but most of the time it was by video conference, and organize a forum with more than 10,000 delegates by video conference is not so happy. So thank you again. Thank you to Senegal. No, I will not speak about football. It's not the moment, sorry. We have a problem in the World Water Council tomorrow. We have a meeting, and we have on one hand the treasurer who is from Portugal, and all my Moroccan friends. Mr. Baraka is there, and I hope we will not have a diplomatic dispute before, during, and after the match. And just to end, Mrs. Minister, we are preparing, I'm sure, a great forum. You are very much mobilized to do it with us. We will have, perhaps, I hope, new issues on the ground. You have brought new ideas, very interesting. And ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of water, don't forget why we are here today in this room, yesterday in Dakar, tomorrow in Bali. Why are we thinking? Why are we acting? That's because we have to work for the poorest and be able to bring them water and sanitation. That's our duty, and thank you to join us, help us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we do some photos.
No, please give me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So from here, the Groundwater Summit, we are looking forward to the UN 2023 Water Conference. So I'm pleased to invite the representative of the two cohorts of the UN 2023 Water Conference to come on stage. Sultan Ramivo, Special Envoy, and Her Excellency Monique van der Leyen, Ambassador. Just to invite all of us before the closing message of our Assistant Director General, Shamina Narbedouel.
Thank you very much, Abu. Excellencies, ministers, ambassadors, dear friends. It's a great honor for me to address you in the closing of this excellent gathering. And first of all, I would like to congratulate UNESCO and partners for excellent summit. Throughout the year, and especially for these last 2 days, putting a lot of efforts, you really made the invisible invisible, the invisible visible. So thank you very much and bravo. Thank you. Dear friends, water resources, including underground waters, are under high pressure. And the UN Water Conference next March in New York, it's a unique opportunity for all of us, for the world community, to better understand, manage, and value these resources. And importantly, to change our thoughts, our approach, our perception, and to accelerate our actions. We have no right to miss this opportunity. The next generation will not forgive us to miss it. Tajikistan and the Netherlands, the co-hosts of this historical conference, jointly with UNDESA and UN Water, have been putting a lot of efforts, energy, enthusiasm to make this historical conference a big success. We learned a lot from each other. We learned from others in this process. But imagine Tajikistan and the Netherlands, two countries with absolutely different nature and culture, from the mountains and delta, upstream and the downstream, developed and developing, from source to sea, have been collaborating very successfully in this process. That is power of water. Water connects continents, water connects countries, people, and even cultures. Water united us, so let's be united. Let's be brothers and waters in New York and even beyond for water. This is a vital resource. This is source of our life, and it deserves to be highly respected and valued. So please join us in New York to pay our respect to water and make the conference a watershed moment for the world. Thank you for your attention. And Madam Ambassador, please.
Thank you very much. And indeed, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of the Netherlands fully agrees with what our Tajik colleague just said. We work together as a family towards the 2023 UN conference, Water Conference. And this first ever Groundwater Summit is such an important step in understanding water better. A summit where we were told and provoked, as you said, to make the unseen visible, where ideas and support were shared, where we worked on commitments regarding the challenges in the water cycle, challenges all of us face. Groundwater was our point of view, our source, looking at the water cycle and how to make it more sustainable. And all this work here at our own UNESCO headquarters, we did in fact on the banks of the great river Seine. Now let's imagine again. Through the Seine, our commitments will flow to the sea, onto the ocean, until they reach New York. And while they sail across the ocean, new commitments might even have time to enhance ours made this week. Commitments to reinforce each other and to achieve an integrated approach on water. Connecting water with food, energy, cities, biodiversity, and much more. Trickling down in society, finding replication. Imagine after a journey of about 3 months at sea, our commitments will have matured, grown, become integrated, and can, in New York, become part of a strong water action agenda. Imagine after arriving in New York, they disembark at the East River and enter the headquarters of the UN. There the leaders of all UN member states will come together for the first time in 46 years on water, to support that water action agenda, which is needed to realize the change we need to really start investing in water, recognizing its worth for all of us in our economies, for our health, in our lives. So let's work hard on these meaningful commitments to achieve, as you said, a watershed moment in New York in March 2023. Water rules. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this message, calling us, all of us, to New York next year for the UN 2020 Water Conference. We are almost near the end. So before calling our Assistant Director General, Shamila Ner-Bedouel, I would like really to thank all of you for your participation, your contribution, and I'm honored to be the master of ceremony during the opening and also the closing. And now it's my duty to invite our Assistant Director General, Shemila Bedwell, to close this summit. Shemila, you have the floor.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, dear delegates and participants, we have come to a watershed moment as well. It's the first time in the history of humanity that we have had a summit on groundwater. It has been inspired by so many messages of support for the promotion of groundwater over the months and years to come, our ethical responsibility towards future generations and our children of the future. While the preparations for the UN Conference on Water are taking place in March next year, let us not forget that we must formulate your commitments so that groundwater can be included in the water action agenda. Otherwise, we would have failed our nations. The UN Water Joint Message will have an important role to play. This message has already been transmitted to member states, and we hope that the New York conference will take into account the challenges, the specificities of groundwater that benefits humanity. It will be a question of improving our knowledge, the way we manage groundwater, the way we value it, the way we can invest in it, and share this vital resource. From the 24-25 October stakeholders meeting and the preparatory meetings on the UN 2023 Water Conference, UNESCO is mobilizing the education, science, culture, and communication partners and countries across the world for a science-based global water assessment that includes groundwater. We have a UNESCO science report, we have the EBES, we have the IPCC for climate change, but there is no global science-based water assessment. We need this science-based water assessment. And we call upon all of you to support this science-based global water assessment that includes groundwater. We really need your support in this endeavor. Groundwater is our ally in combating the effects of climate change. Our water security and much of our food supply chain is all dependent on groundwater. Let us not saw off the branch on which we are seated. What will happen when these reserves are depleted? We must ensure that this does not happen. This is our ethical responsibility towards humanity and the planet. We heard so many challenges about these endeavors, how to tackle this challenge from the youth perspective and also from indigenous knowledge populations. They have a lot to teach us. Now I want to take this opportunity to thank all of the partners of the UN Water family for designating UNESCO to lead this important initiative on groundwater. I want to thank the UN Water family for nominating UNESCO to this prestigious position of leading the Groundwater Summit. I do hope that this summit continues to be a success and that it is not terminated in this room. I want to thank specifically His Excellency Mr. Santiago Irazabal Morao, the President of the General Conference, for being with us here tonight and sharing your messages. I want to thank Her Excellency Mrs. Tamara Rastovac-Siamshvili, Chairperson of the Executive Board, who actually defended the last resolution on groundwater. I want to thank the UNDESA. I want to thank the President of the World Water Council. Thank you, Mr. Fauchon, for being with us. I want to thank the government of Indonesia for taking the baton from the government of Senegal. I want to thank IGREC, all the experts from across the world, thousands who've shared with us the capacities, the skills, knowledge, and scientific enterprise on water and groundwater. The hydrologists, the hydrogeologists, our reporters who've present with us here today. But I thank IGRAC and all the Category 2 centers of UNESCO. I want to thank the UNESCO IHP water family, the over 170 IHP committees in over 170 countries. There were 35 Category 2 centers, the thousands of experts who offer their expertise free to manage water. I thank you all. However, I want to thank somebody very special with us here today, and that is Miss Groundwater, Alicia O'Reilly. Where is she? I want to thank Dr. Abu Amani, who's been leading the division. Thank you, Abu, for your leadership. And a big applause to all the staff, the experts, all the colleagues who have worked tirelessly, days and nights, to put this ambitious agenda together, to bring the experts in this unusual gathering to discuss groundwater. I thank you sincerely to all the exceptional staff of the water division and the science sector, especially the water division. Thank you all. And all the colleagues from across the world who joined us. Yeah. Yes. And I want to make one more special statement to all of you. It's very important that the messages of this Groundwater Summit are included in the water agenda in New York. So we trust you will help us to take that message to New York. But it does not stop in New York. The water journey goes back home. Hence, every country must have a map of its own groundwater. That is essential. We would have defeated the purposes of this Groundwater Summit. If every country cannot have its own hydrogeological map, what are your resources? The remedy is under your feet to the water crisis. Water is indeed the connector, as been mentioned by all the distinguished speakers before me. Water is life, and every drop counts. We need science. We need more and better science to manage our water. We need open science. And this gathering of exceptional scientists have shared with us their scientific knowledge on groundwater, on this exceptional resource. It is your duty now, and our collective duty, to make sure that we make the invisible visible, because groundwater sustains life on Earth. Water is life, and water is the journey. I thank you all sincerely and look forward to seeing you all very soon and presenting to us your individual country's groundwater map. Thank you.
We would like to call the colleague of the Secretariat of UN Water with us on the stage. Come, please. The colleague of the Division of Water Sciences, come on the stage. You did the job. Yes, yes. Sultan, please come.
Ambassador van Dalen.
Ambassador van Dalen. The President.
Everybody to this. President of the General Conference, the Chair of the Board, IGRAC.
IGRAC, Elizabeth. Where is Elizabeth? The Director of the IGRAC Center.
All the ministers and everybody, and all the participants.
IGRAC Neno is here. Elizabeth is coming. The IGRAC staff, please, here. Yes. For our water family, the Chief of the Board, the Executive Board, the General Conference.
And all the ministers and everybody.
I mean, if we call all the ministers, there will be nobody there anymore. All ministers for a photo, for a family photos.
A bit to the left, the participants.
No, it's okay. The minister.
Yes.
ministers.
We'd like to call honorable ministers and all the participants, because every one of you is going to be a guardian of groundwater. Please join us on the podium.
To see you in New York 2023, March 2020.
We should not also forget the interpreters. Thank you. The technicians,
The interpreters have made miracles from Korean, Chinese, English, Spanish, French, everything's the technicians that have coped with us.
Yeah, well, that's a good idea. Let's go a little bit.
We say all.
I think I'm the shortest.
See you New York 2023. See you.
Thank you very much, Indeed, it's a wonderful job.
Chers amis, bienvenue à tous ici à Paris, à l'UNESCO, pour ce sujet majeur qui nous réunit, pour lequel, vous le savez, l'UNESCO est engagé depuis longtemps. C'est un moment pour prendre des engagements qui soient tournés vers l'action et pour faire vivre cette diplomatie de l'eau qui est une diplomatie de la paix. Je vous remercie et vous souhaite un excellent sommet. Merci beaucoup.
If you look at statistics, you understand that groundwater is one of the largest part of fresh water available for mankind. So groundwater remains our last chance to save water for the future and even for ourselves today.
One thing I would start is make people realize how important groundwater is, because we do not realize the importance of groundwater so far. So it's invisible and it's like, it doesn't exist.
So groundwater is a very complicated issue and it needs to be addressed very seriously. And we are, and the countries in the region are definitely making very important steps towards, at the end of the day, we have to empower integrated and adaptive water resources management.
A lot of people depend on groundwater. For example, just to tell you one number, 2 billion people depend on groundwater for their daily needs. It is a lot. In some countries depend almost 100% on groundwater for the drinking water supply. It's very important, but not only for humans, but also for nature.
Cette eau qui transite par le sous-sol est extrêmement importante. La vie des écosystèmes qui sont dépendants de zones humides, de zones le long de cours d'eau. Donc c'est vraiment une part importante du cycle de l'eau.
We need to think more collectively about how much water we are using and do we really need that much water?
In isolated villages, young girls have to carry water long distances from wells, and they don't get a chance for education because they have to supply the family with water. And so we're hoping that the whole concept of what's needed in groundwater will change.
I think there's a lot we can learn from looking backwards, not just forwards. Of course, it should inform the way we think about the present and the future.
The motivation behind this is the same motivation that is behind water science policy in general, which is to educate people about water and environmental issues and how this relates to everyone and the many stories that are behind the water issues and the people that are behind them.
I think young people in general are much more attuned to the environment
than they were in my generation. And so I find that young children are much quicker to point out the things that we're doing wrong.
Il faut former les jeunes, il faut leur expliquer quels sont les enjeux liés à l'eau de manière générale et aux eaux souterraines. Et il faut faire en sorte qu'ils soient prêts pour prendre en main le futur.
I want to thank you for your commitment, your passion and your partnership. And I want to see you in New York yet next year with commitments that really inspire the world to scale up everything we can. Thank you.